All right, I think we're live on both of our YouTube channels. Go live on TikTok. We'll be ready to rock and roll. Here we go, bada bing, bada boom. What's my chat window doing that? Hold on. There we go. That's better. All right, hey, now I think we're ready to rock and roll. Hey, welcome in, friends. I think it's Wednesday night. Tonight. It's gonna be a fun one, friends. So we got whores in the house and verts. Good to see everybody aboard. Gotta turn my phone off before I forget. Every single time I forget to, well, not turn my phone off, but at least silence my phone during the stream, I always end up getting phone calls. It's one of those curses. Unlucky timing, I suppose. All right. And now we're taken care of. We should be okay. Dope. Okay. Get off the Wi-Fi. We don't bog that down. Fantastic. All right. Time to rock and roll, friends. Thank you for being here. Oh, I should open up the guest box before I forget. All right, guest boxes are open. So now we're ready to rock and roll. Now we're ready to cook. Should be a lot of fun. Last stream was a blast. I had a lot of, even though we had to do it twice. I had a good time talking to Apostle Logic. His cognitive dissonance is so thick. He actually made a video about it on his TikTok today, announcing that he won the debate. It was pretty cute. It was adorable. The cognitive dissonance zone is a possible rebranding. Handsome Cat, thank you for the $5 super chat, friend. Says, what's the origin of the evil in the absence of God theory that Christians always spout? Like, where did the argument originate? That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure. I would say this. It's common. We see it a lot. And I suspect it's because people want to define God into an existence. And they want to define God a particular way that it can't be argued against. Right? So it's like, if you want to say that God is bad or God is evil or like God's a monster in the Bible, well then, what the theists will say is something stupid like, well, evil is just the absence of God, right? Because God is good. So, they're just trying to define their argument into an existence. That's it. But I don't know who originated it. I don't know where that started from. If I had to guess, it's some nonsense Aquinas dreamed up. Handsome Cat says, I meant hell, not evil. Okay. Oh, so what you're asking is, what's the origin of hell is the absence of God? So the popularization of that phrase comes actually not from the Bible, but from C.S. Lewis. That being said, I think C.S. Lewis, if I had to guess, I think C.S. Lewis got it from 2 Thessalonians. There's an interesting verse in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. Is it chapter 2 or chapter 1? I think it's chapter 1 or 2. One of the two. Might be chapter 2. Yeah, chapter 2. Okay. Let me see. Maybe it's chapter 1. Now my brain is farting. 2 Thessalonians chapter 1. Yeah, sorry, we're close. Let me put it on the screen for y'all. 1 second. Get it put up here. All right. There we go. So in 2 Thessalonians, why is it frozen? Oh, because I picked the wrong window. Oops, my bad. Sorry, friends. Let me pick the right window here. There we go. That's what we want. So he talks about the coming judgment. And he says, this is evidence of the righteous judgment of God and is intended to make you worthy of the kingdom of God for which you are also suffering. For it is indeed just of God to repay with affliction those who afflict you and to give relief to the afflicted as well as to us when the Lord Jesus Christ is revealed from heaven with his mighty angels in a fiery flame, inflicting vengeance on those who do not know God and on those who do not obey the gospel of our Lord Jesus. These will suffer the punishment of eternal destruction, separated from the presence of the Lord, which is ironic because, like, if you read in Revelation 14, announces that actually this punishment is happening in the presence of Jesus. So if you go to Revelation 14, we find that those that are afflicted are going to be afflicted in the presence of, was it verse 20 maybe? They're going to be afflicted in the presence of the Lamb. No, which verse is it? Oh, verse 10, not 20. Sorry about that. It says, they will also drink the wine of God's wrath, poured unmixed into the cup of his anger, and they will be tormented with fire and sulfur in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. So the Bible's a little bit confused about whether or not you're going to be in God's presence while you're being tortured or not, but it's not confused about whether or not you're going to get tortured. Helping Mega Deconstruct, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, says, rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, and whores rule indeed, my friend. And Ben with a question, thank you so much for the $11.99 Euro chat, says Matthew 5:17-20, according to Christians, Jesus didn't come to abolish the law, he came to abolish the law. Yep, you nailed it. Hint to Christians, read Deuteronomy and count every time the text praises and describes the law. It's a lot. In every book of the Old Testament praises the law. The book of 2 Kings, chapter 17, you're told to follow the law forever. Deuteronomy 29:29 says to follow the law forever. Deuteronomy 30 says in the Messianic age they'll be following the law. So you can't get around it. The people who wrote the New Testament didn't know what was in the Old Testament. Smack says, how sick that God knew what he was going to do to countless kids and watched their doting families love and raise them for years anyway, unmoved and undeterred. Yeah, it's interesting God knowing that he's going to murder a bunch of babies, but then allowing them to be born, allowing their parents to love and cherish them, only to watch them get cannibalized or drowned or anything like that. Rachel says, just in time for my protein. Hell yeah, your barbecues are my favorite. Hail Satan. Hail Satan to you, Rachel. And thanks for being here. I appreciate it. We're going to get the grill roasting going any minute now. I think we got an announcement from Crystal first. Noko says, hey, Justin, looking forward to some good cooking. Well, thank you, Noko. It's really good to see you, my friend. And Herb says, well, he's finally turned up. Sorry about that. Earlier, I accidentally listed the live stream for 5 o'clock. My bad. I'm sorry. That was me. Didn't mean to do that on purpose. It's 6 o'clock, as per usual. Gemma J says, Mun episodes were hilarious. They were pretty wild. I debated taking mind-altering dorgs so I could type the super chat using wheels and mountains, but alas, I got no dorgs. Yeah. Some of the guests on Monday sounded like they were on dorgs. That certainly seemed to be the case. Actually, one of them admitted to it. Brian says, if God is omnipresent, then a privation of good requires active sustaining by God, thus making evil dependent on God's actions. This is really interesting. This is a fair point. If God is omnipresent, first of all, there can't be a deprivation of God. Right? God would be everywhere and in everything. So what does it mean to be omnipresent and then also be deprived of God? That seems like a contradiction, right? If it's not referring to his actual presence, then what's it referring to? What is the thing that God is removing, right? That you're being deprived of? That needs to be defined, right? And Eris is glad for your stream tonight. As an atheist community, we should give Seth Andrews some love today and support him as he got his channel restored today. I know, for anyone who wasn't following, and it sounds like some other people are aware of this. In fact, 1 Million Ants says so. Seth Andrews has his channel back. Praise Doug, I know. So Seth Andrews made some critical comments of our political figures, and lo and behold, his YouTube channel with 400,000 followers disappeared. Shocker. He had to appeal to get it returned. Now, I don't know if it was on purpose. I don't know if it was just a bot, like a mod bot that did it. But man, it's a terrible timeline to be on right now, where you're on the internet using free speech, and boom, your channel's gone. You know what I mean? But thank goodness he got it back. Dragon says C.S. Lewis graped J.R.R. Tolkien's son. Wait, what? Huh? Is that a thing that happened? Did I miss something in history? Apparently I'm gonna have to look into that. Thank you for the information. And last super chat for now from our friend Space Lord says J.R.R. Tolkien's biggest mistake was converting C.S. Lewis to Christianity. That was his biggest mistake, and unfortunately, it's a mistake that we have to live with. But I mean, at least they wrote some pretty cool stories. All right, before we get our first guest in here, I think we got an announcement from Crystal. Welcome in, Crystal.
I love it that it's not an announcement. Like, what if I came to cook with you, Justin? What
Crystal,
if
you're always
cook? No, I'm just kidding.
You're always welcome to cook with me.
I am here for an announcement because I thought you would like to. It's a self promotion. This is a shameless plug, but I think
I love
you
it.
would want
Please
to
do
know
it.
that tonight at midnight on every streaming service at midnight your time, my deconstruction album Ex Parte will be released everywhere you stream music. It is
Yeah.
lyrics written by me. It is music by Suno, and but the songs that people know that they've been listening to on my show: Water's Edge, Abelina Ballerina, Consent, Miss Me with That Misogyny, No Kings, No Gods, Ex Parte, and You Saw It are all on the album. So please go check that out. You can pre-save it right now and stream it tonight at midnight where you are at, everywhere you're at.
I love it. That's fantastic. Thanks you for
So I
letting
just
us
had to
know,
share that with
Crystal.
you. I'm really excited.
We'll
Yeah.
have to
Thanks
work
for letting me come
together
up.
to do some ads. I was talking to some others about this. We got a couple people in the community making music and Bash as well. I wanted to start making some advertisements to run for like when I go to the bathroom, so there's not dead space.
Yeah.
I would love to use that
Yeah.
time to like advertise for other members in the community. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like Thinker has a couple of deconstruction albums out made the same way. And I know there are other people in the community who are doing similar things. And I think it would be cool to have little ads that run on here. That would be amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, thanks for letting me come up. Have a great show. I'm going to go watch the barbecue.
Hey, thanks, Crystal. Good to hear from your friend. Guys, make sure you're following Crystal if you're on TikTok. All right, the order that they showed up in, it looks like Hutu was first in the queue, and then basketball was after that. So that's the order that I'll grab them in. Welcome in, Hutu. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god or gods?
Yes, I do, and yes, I'm a Christian.
Awesome. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Could I ask you a question first?
I mean, you're more than welcome to, as long as it's on topic.
Yeah, I guess just a little bit about yourself. It seems like at this point you've decided not to believe in God. So I was
Nope,
curious what your
that's wrong.
explanation these. Oh, well, I guess yeah, my God or the Christian God, the God you used to believe in.
Still wrong.
You don't believe in the Christian God?
No, nobody decides to not believe in something. You're either convinced or you're not.
Oh, sorry. You're convinced he doesn't exist anymore.
That's the case. Yep.
Right. So I'm curious now what your explanation is for like your story with your back and your mom's story, both in the hospital. How you
That's
explain
right.
that?
You came up here asking these same questions last time, and then you wouldn't engage in the topic, and I had to kick you.
Oh no, I've actually never asked you about this before. I just heard of this recently.
Well, I've had this same thing happen before, and I've actually explained it before. I guess you weren't around for that. Coincidence.
No, I wasn't.
Coincidences happen all the time. So, what's the evidence for your God?
Oh, so your explanation is it was just a coincidence?
Yeah, in fact, it's statistically likely. I looked at the stats, and it's pretty common. So again, we'll get back to the topic, or I'll kick you like the last guy. What's the evidence for your God?
So after a year of your back pain and then asking God, then
Okay, so didn't want to engage. That's fine. I guess I'm prophetic. Let's get basketball in here.
Hello.
Welcome in, basketball.
Hey.
Basketball, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yup, I'm 20, and I know God is real.
So you're not a believer, you're a knower, right?
Yup.
Cool. What's the evidence that your God that you know is real is real?
Could I prove you wrong first about my God being imaginary?
I mean, that's kind of the goal, right? We're hoping that you're going to provide some sort of proof or argument or even like a small piece of evidence. I mean, what do you got?
All right, so you say that my God is imaginary. Imaginary has to do with imagination, right?
Yep.
Okay, so in order to know my God, you have to be present. And in order for you to be present, you can't be thinking any thoughts in your mind. So therefore, my God is not imaginary.
you can't think while you're present. What a wild phrase. Well, I do agree. You're certainly present and you're not thinking at all. I agree with that.
If you're in a present moment, you're not thinking any thoughts. You're just present.
Yeah, and your thoughts are present too. So just so you're aware, if you exist and your thoughts exist, and there is the present, that means you and your thoughts both exist in the present. That's how that works. But I understand for
Wait,
someone who doesn't have any
hold
thoughts in
on.
their head, this
Where
could
do your
be
thoughts
very
exist?
difficult.
Where do your thoughts exist?
My thoughts exist in my brain. Do you have any thoughts that exist?
Thoughts don't exist, bud.
By existing, they're abstract concepts. I believe that abstract concepts that are developed by your brain are a product of the brain. I don't say that they exist in the same way that
They don't exist at all.
like this headphone case exists, right? Like they don't have
No, they
an
just don't exist.
independent existence. They're describing a concept. So thoughts are concepts, but they are in existence in our brain. So they're a product
they're
of our brain
non-existent.
chemistry. When our brain, we can measure them too. Like we can even read somebody's brain scans and see a little bit about what they're thinking about. In fact, we've now got like chips that can read people's thoughts enough that it allows them to control mechanisms. So like they can play like video games, like simple video games, just by thinking about the moves that they want to make. Which means that our thoughts are obviously a product of our brain. How you doing, Mac?
Hey, what's going on?
But your thoughts don't exist though. That headphone case that you held up, it exists. Your body, it exists. Your hair, it exists. Your eyes, your nose, your headphones, your background. All of those things, they exist. Your thoughts, they don't exist.
Can I ask you a
They're
question?
non-existent.
Your thoughts
Okay,
don't
if that's
exist,
what you
but
want
mine
to
do.
believe. If that's what you want to believe, man, I can't.
Can I
I can't
ask
stop
you
you
a
from
question?
believing what you want.
Do sneezes exist?
Like the act of sneezing.
Yeah, a sneeze. Does a sneeze exist?
The act of sneezing, does it exist?
Well, no, because you're going to get into the act of thinking, right?
You can't actually think. You can only perceive. Your mind generates thoughts on their own. So there's no action of
This
thinking.
guy needs a dictionary,
Is
is
that
what
what
he
you
needs.
Is that what you think?
Your mind just generates thoughts for you. So you can't actually control your thoughts.
No, you can't generate things that don't exist. You just contradict yourself. If thoughts don't exist and your brain can't generate them, this is why these dumb semantic arguments always fail, is because you don't actually have a good grasp
Thoughts
on
don't
how
exist,
words are
buddy.
being used. But
Thoughts
I actually
don't
want you to
exist.
finish Mac Luster's argument because I know where he's going with it, and I think it's a good one.
Okay, but thoughts don't exist though.
Go ahead.
Why
answer
don't
Mac.
they exist?
Because they're not in reality. That's why they don't exist.
Of course, they're in reality.
Where?
They're a product of
brain,
the
aren't you?
mind.
Show me a thought that's in reality right now.
Show me a sneeze.
If I can sneeze right now, I'll show you what that looks like. But you can't
You
show
can
me
also
where a thought
think
is.
you thought of that response.
No, I didn't. I just responded, bro. I don't have to think to speak, bro. I'm just present and aware.
You know what? I'm coming around to Justin's view. You definitely don't think.
Yeah,
I think
definitely
Whatever,
don't.
man.
Agree.
Show me a
That's
thought
wild.
in reality.
I
You
do know
can't.
this also. I do know this, that there's no way he's going to
can't,
present
can
an
you?
argument for his God being real. I know that much.
I did. I just told you because when you're present,
Actually,
right? You don't.
all you've done is demonstrate that you don't understand my prompt.
You said your God is imaginary. I said,
Yeah,
right? The imaginary has to
Which
do with
God?
imagination.
You're a follower of the Christian God, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when I say that something is imaginary, what I say is that it's something that you can think about, even something you can dream about. It's an abstract concept, right? Now, in order for it to get past the stage of abstract concept, you would need some sort of evidence or even like a really good argument for why it's something other than just an idea. So, Do you have an evidence or an argument for why your God is more than just an idea?
God could never be an idea because there is no proof of his existence.
Well, then we
So he
fucking
can't be an
agree.
idea.
Congratulations.
Wait.
I
Thanks.
know I know that God is real.
Now you think ideas exist?
Imagine debunking your own argument.
It can't be real. He doesn't exist. Wait, but ideas also don't exist.
Here's the
That's
sad
like-
thing, Mac, is
Ooh.
God is sending his best. They're just not very good. Oh, well.
I mean,
What are you
look,
gonna do?
you look at the way the God of the Bible acts. Like, yeah, you don't expect,
Right.
you know, too
Crazy. Friends, I got a trio of super chats. I think is all one question I'm going to answer before I get our next guest in here. Sean says, I say, I think you mean Isaiah 7:14. Therefore, the Doug himself shall give you a sign. Behold, the young vertical is with stream and shall bear a square aspect ratio and shall call its name Deacon you well. 15, it shall make crispy the Christians and mush of the Muslims by the time it knows how to reject division and choose the petrified wood. Verse 16, for before the square thinks to despise the vert or reject the whores, the schism before whose two divas which you are in dread will be deserted. It's an amazing passage from the book of Doug, actually.
Wow.
John, this is the masterpiece, actually. I can only assume you've been blessed by Doug to bring us this kind of a prophetic word. Amazing.
Yeah,
Well, Mac,
I mean,
we've got a
indisputable.
bunch of new faces in the queue tonight. I don't know if you've seen any of these guests, so it should be fun.
Let's do it.
Okay. All right. I think the first in line is Chris Hofer, if I'm reading this correctly. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, the link to join is tiny.cc/DZ live. And if you're allergic to typing, there's a clickable version of the link in the description of the video. Welcome in, Chris.
Hi. Nice to meet you, bro. I've seen you on YouTube before a bunch of times debating with Christians. So I wanted to come here and give it a try.
Oh, well, I mean,
So,
are you a
my
Christian?
I believe in God.
Okay, so you don't believe that Jesus is Lord or the Son of God or anything like that?
Honestly, I'm kind of like on the fence about it, bro, because it's complicated. I've seen your arguments too, and I mean, you make sense. But I can't let go of the idea of God, though. It's hard.
I get that. I had a similar thing when I left Christianity. It wasn't that difficult to leave Christianity because it clearly wasn't true, but I struggled leaving the idea of God behind. Eventually, I got there, but so let me ask you a quick question. Then we'll assume that you believe in a generic God for now, which is fine. What do you think is like the evidence or a good piece of reasoning why we would believe in a God? And before you answer, Mama Bash, thank you for the raid. Welcome in everyone coming from Mama's Bash stream.
I love Mama Bash. I think I saw an Ian raid too, but I don't know if that was like
Damn.
premature or something.
Double trouble.
So you're asking me for like the evidence?
Well, evidence or even a really good argument. Like if you had a
Argument.
good logical argument that resulted in like the only conclusion being God, I think that would count as evidence.
So I don't know if this is a good enough argument, but let me just throw it out there. So I mean, the way we evolved, I mean, I read a history book and it says that supposedly we came from all creation, animals, humans, birds. They all descended from the same. This is according to the Darwinian theory, but the way we evolved went from making tools out of stone and wood all the way to being able to make planes that fly in the sky, buildings, and so I don't know, man. I just kind of think that there's got to be some type of intelligent creator out there that created us, But I mean, debunk me or what would you say to that?
So I think the first thing I would say is I don't believe there was a creation event. I think that the universe is both necessary and eternal. So, for example, we could do like a logical like deduction. We would say something can't come from nothing. We have something, therefore there was never nothing. Easy enough. There's never nothing. That's an easy conclusion. The second thing I would say is, okay, well, what do we know about the universe? Well, we know that like we can't create energy, and that the mass of the universe is conserved as well, which means it seems like the energy and the mass in the universe, if we're positing that it once didn't exist, we would need a piece of evidence to get to that conclusion. And I've not seen
Okay,
any
yeah.
evidence to suggest that the universe once didn't exist. As far as I can tell, the fundamental reality of the universe is indestructible and always existed. So my only conclusion that I can come to is that the universe has always existed. And given the fact that the probability of life arising isn't zero, it's anything other than zero, that means life was destined to arise because the universe has an infinite amount of time to create it.
Yeah, I'm following. I mean, so that it basically always existed. There was no beginning, there was no end. That's kind of, am I going in the right direction? What you're saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, but also like, I mean, how well every like I've read Genesis, and like some of it kind of makes sense to me because where it says and God gave us dominion over all His creation. So I mean, you can tell just by looking at all the creation that humans are superior to all other species, right? I mean, that's my opinion, right? Because no other species is able to tame or harness a natural element like fire, electricity, water, build houses the way we're able to do. So I'm just, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of hard for me to get past the the God part, like the Christianity. I mean, it's
Well,
you know,
if you
it's a
were
beautiful feeling, man.
capable of inventing a story for yourself, right? Say you got to the top of your intellectual food chain, like you're the most intelligent creature on the earth, and you have the ability to write a backstory for yourself. What's the difference between me just claiming that God made me this way or me evolving this way?
Well, I mean, the difference would be that you're saying that the difference between you saying that there's a creator and saying there's that you just evolved is, well, I mean, just that you're saying that there's a creator, and you saying that you just evolved. But I mean, where did we come from? Like, I mean,
Well, what I'm saying is there's a difference between two claims, because the first claim, which is I evolved to be this way, we have lots of evidence for. The second claim, which is God made me this way, we have no evidence for. And anybody with the ability to write or even to invent stories could easily just claim, "Oh, well, this is so because God did it," right? But
I said,
those
yeah,
are claims, and to be sure, those
it's just a
claims
claim.
were made to explain reality, right? So if you read Genesis 3, there are a number of items in that story where it's clear that the goal is to explain things. Like, why do we have painful childbirths when God supposedly designed us? Oh, it's because Adam and Eve ate the fruit. Why do we have to till the ground for food if God made this habitation for us? Oh, because Adam sinned. Why are snakes like mortal enemies of humans? Oh, because it turns out there was this evil snake in the garden, right? So these are stories that exist in all cultures. People make up these mythological stories in order to explain the current state of affairs, but I have no reason to believe that they're anything but just stories, because every culture has them and they're all different.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like the Hindus, the Buddha, like every religion has its own uh,
Hmm.
belief, like how we came to Earth, how we came to being. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, it was basically just that. I just wanted to know like your take because well, I seen some of your debates, and I mean they're rooted in common sense and in logic. So it's kind of like, I mean, and it's hard to argue against common sense because then you'll just sound stupid. But
Yeah,
that's really
that is the case. Or stubborn. You know, there's a lot of people that are I would classify as intelligent, but they're coming in here in bad faith and being stubborn, and that's disappointing that people behave that way. Because they could come in here in good faith like you, that really just want to have a little bit of dialogue, but a lot of them don't. Like they look at my live stream and they get offended at the moment they see it, and they come in and they have to clown themselves, you know.
Yeah, I would understand that too, because I mean it's kind of like personal. Like a person adheres to a certain faith their whole life, and they grew up believing that, and then when they find like evidence, like for example, the fossils that people use this I forgot what it was called, the metric dating or something, like carbon dating method.
Mm-hmm.
They say that the Earth is older than 6,000, and that's what I used to believe. I thought it was like 6,000, and I ran across all these things. I was like, bro, how can I make God fit into the picture? But it completely contradicts it. So like
It's hard.
It's hard, bro. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard.
When
bro.
I was a Christian,
It's
I
not
used to
easy.
think to myself that we could marry science and the Bible, but the harder you look, if you're honest, they don't really go together.
Yeah, you have to be honest. Yeah, I mean,
Oh, where'd he go? Hope he's okay. Chris?
Yeah, I might be dealing with some. Well, I don't know. He was on teacups. Maybe a call or something.
Maybe. I heard a coughing child in the background. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Hope their
I
child's
did,
not choking
but-
on something. Which,
Yeah.
Mac, am I crazy for thinking that the design of putting the windpipe next to the food pipe so close that like every child that ever existed is constantly choking is a problem? Like, what a fail!
Yeah, that's a
right?
JV move.
Oh, JV.
Yeah, that's not varsity.
All right,
fellas.
friends. Welcome in, Dalton. Good to see you, buddy.
Howdy, partner.
gonna-
I did a new thing today.
Oh, what'd you do?
Oh.
Oh, snap!
What aerodynamic.
I mean,
Yeah, here
it's
we
a dope
are.
look. It'd be better if you grew a mustache, but that's okay. That's just, that's just me, whatever.
I am. I'm growing it back right now.
Oh, yeah. We got a lot of comments on some of the
As per your
videos I've
wishes.
posted. They're saying, I can tell when this video was made based on whether or not Dalton has a mustache or not.
It's good.
All right, friends, I'm going to grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Randy Wilson in the house tonight. Randy, my friend, thank you so much for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's humongous, but Randy's not done yet. He also sent out 20 more Deconstruction Zone memberships, and that's huge. 40 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That helps out me, and it helps out the community. It's a win-win. We love you for it, buddy. Really appreciate it. And follow that up with a super chat that says, everyone take advantage of the cheat sheet. And I couldn't agree more. I've been adding stuff to it this week. I'm going to be adding more this weekend. It's going to be fantastic. I got a bunch of my my Google Docs that I've been collecting data on that I'm about to dump into the cheat sheet. It's going to be a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoy the updates this week. It's going to be pretty dope. House 70 with us tonight says, my thoughts and prayers for the caller that didn't think thoughts exist. It's crazy what these people will say.
Do prayers exist?
Apparently not. Because
You
that's
can't
funny.
show me one.
Yeah, in the Bible, right? There's an angel that carries the prayers from earth to Yahweh. So like thoughts must exist according to the Christian framework. If a prayer is a thought, right? Marcus
His
says
thoughts
you
are not
can't.
our thoughts.
Oh yeah, true.
So his nothings are not our nothings.
People
Poor
are
guy.
wild.
Somebody did a number on him.
Marcus says you can't control your thoughts. Might be a self-report. If thoughts didn't exist, how is this imbecile talking? I don't even think the guest knows how they're talking. They're just flapping lips. open something, comes out intelligently. Matt says thoughts are physical things. We have the tech where AI can read the brain waves and produce the image that is seen in the mind. I agree. Yeah, thoughts are in the brain. They're physical things happening in the brain. Quicksword said, I used to think that the brain was the most wonderful thing. Then I remembered what was telling me that. Emo Phillips. Oh, interesting
Emo Phillips
point.
is brilliant. He's so funny.
I'll have to check him out. The comment seems to check out for sure. And Nakasius, thank you for the Canadian chat says, cogito ergo sum, I am thinking, so I must exist. In an inner reality, everything starts imaginary, include us until proven to exist in the outer reality. I don't think you might be a fan of philosophy because I didn't understand most of that. But hey, thanks for being here, friend. We really appreciate it. And last super chat for now from Juno's Boy Toy. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, here's next Monday's tithe because I'll be watching at the Hoosiers kick some Miami ass in the Natty. Listen, I don't blame you. I'll be rooting for the Hoosiers as well. Best of luck to you and your sporting endeavors. Big W. All right, let's get Seth in here. I think Seth was in here next, and then possibly Silos or Brian. Also, we got Bob now in the YouTube queue, so we'll add Bob into our rotation here in just a minute. Maybe Seth is going to connect. We'll see.
You got Doom Dots.
Right? Loading. I wonder what causes that sometimes. I suspect it's just bad, just a bad connection, like a slow connection, right? I wonder if like when the software tries to connect,
oftentimes,
if it's like trying to like get a particular bandwidth, and then if it can't get a particular bandwidth, like it just shuts down, like, oh, we didn't get enough data in our bandwidth to signify that we had a firm connection. But I don't think they're going to connect, Seth, unfortunately. All right. Well, Seth, if you get a better connection or some Wi-Fi, coming back and we'll get you pulled up in here. Grab Silos.
It's
Welcome
all
in,
the
Silos.
Republicans trying to. Hey, it's all the Republicans trying to get off Grinder real fast.
I didn't know they came. Well, we'll see. Okay, so Silas, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am at least 18. I don't know.
Okay, so
I'm at the
you're
point where
figuring
I
it
need
out.
to decide.
Okay.
I'm trying to decide. I'm deconstructing to a certain degree, but I'm afraid to say I'm an atheist.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. So where are you
And-
at right now? Have you abandoned religion and you just believe in a generic God or what?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Okay.
religion abandoned me a long time ago.
Fair enough. So what is the what's the dilemma? Like typically, so like when people still believe in this God concept, it's typically because there's something they can't explain, and so they need to put God into that gap, right? So what's the gap that you're using God to explain?
I think for me, it's been most of my life. That's all I've known, and I don't know how to replace it with anything else.
Well, you could just get rid of it and not replace it with anything.
I never thought about it that way, but yeah, you're right.
Right? Like, what do you need to replace it for? Like, if somebody told you that there was a slaughterhouse on the south side of town, like a pig farm slaughterhouse, right?
I ain't going there.
Right, I know what I'm saying. But if someone told you it was there all your life, and then one day you're like, you know what? I'm going to go to the south side of town and visit the slaughterhouse. And then it turned out that the slaughterhouse wasn't there. You're not going to be thinking, oh, I need to replace the slaughterhouse with something. You're just gonna be like, oh, well, it's not there. Right? God's the same way. He's a slaughterhouse that doesn't exist.
Yes, to a certain degree, but no.
Okay.
There is. The explanation, I have to put something there. It's like,
why?
How do I say that there's nothing with the greatness of how it is? And like, the more we learn, the more we learn.
Mm-hmm.
How do we not place the God figure there.
Well, I think the problem of evil is a reason to not believe in a generic God. So, for example, if there was a God that created all this, what that means is that a couple things. One, it couldn't be all powerful, because if it was, it would fix the incongruent nature of our existence, where innocent people end up suffering,
would
probably
he
more
not?
than the guilty, right?
Or would he not?
Or
Would he just let it play out?
Well, or he doesn't know what's going to happen. Like, he doesn't know that evil is going to happen because he's a dunce, or he doesn't care, right? What if the God just doesn't give a shit? Like, he's not good. He's just evil, and we're just like toys in a sandbox to him. Well, if that's the case, to me, like, all of these God concepts are less likely than admitting that we're just a product of cosmic chaos, right? Like, to me, if something is going to go out of its way to create us, then I would imagine that if it was a decent entity, like it was actually good, then it would try to do what is best. It wouldn't act evil. Now, it could act evil. I'm not saying it couldn't. I'm just saying, to me, if I'm going to have to choose between an evil creator or the universe just creating us via chaos, I'm going to go with the universe and chaos.
But how do you how do you get rid of the thought of like speaking in tongues? That was a thing.
No, I don't think so. It happens in lots of cultures. It's actually pretty prevalent in Eastern cultures, like in Eastern mysticism. They've been doing it for a long, long time, even before Christians, and we even see it among the ancient Greeks as well. We've studied it as well in laboratories. Like, we've taken people who speak in tongues and studied their speech patterns. And it turns out that people who speak in tongues are typically, they're doing one of two things off. They're capable. There's a part in the brain that controls organized speech, and they're able to kind of turn that off and just flap lips, right? The other thing is that
Because
what
that's
comes
what
out
it
of
is.
well, yeah, they're turning their brain off. I mean, you can still do stuff when you're turning parts of your brain off. They're just turning part of the brain off that allows them to do things in an organized manner. The other thing that happens is when people speak in tongues, they almost exclusively use syllables that is in their native language. And if they use a syllable that's not in their native language, then it's in one of the adjacent languages. So, for example, like, think about like some of the Arabic syllables. Arabic has a lot of syllables that we don't have in English. But you've never heard an American break out in tongues and use any syllables that sounded Arabic. It's just not a thing, right? Or exclusive to the Arabic language. Just like, it just never happened, right? We would expect that if speaking in tongues was real, then any syllable in any language could turn up on your lips when you started doing it. But in reality, almost the 90% plus of the syllables that leave somebody's mouth is from their native language.
Let me ask you about an experience that I had.
Mhm.
Like, how do you assimilate or how do you explain it with science for somebody to just like fall back like completely, like, and we see it in evangelical churches all day long. How
Guess I
do
don't
you
understand the
explain
question.
that?
Like
I
what?
think he's talking about the power of suggestion, basically. Are you talking about like something you see on like Benny Hinn or something, where he waves his coat
Where
at someone
you
and they
put
just
somebody's
fall out?
hand on them and they fall.
Yeah, because they're expecting
Oh
it to
yeah,
happen.
if you push someone, they'll fall.
Yeah,
Especially
and,
if they're
and
expecting
if they're
it.
expecting to be bowled over, they're gonna help you in that, right? It's group think. There's all kinds of like psychological phenomena for it, but it is basically, it comes down to priming, right, and group think. So
Yeah.
they just
I grew up in a Pentecostal background, and I wasn't as susceptible to suggestion as the rest of my fellow believers were. And so while everyone else was speaking in tongues and falling around, even when the pastor would place his hand on me, nothing would happen because I just wasn't as gullible as my fellow like church members were. It's just
Yeah,
a natural phenomenon.
that was my experience. I went to a charismatic church for a long time where a lot of people spoke in tongues, a lot of people got pushed over, that kind of thing. I never, none of that ever worked for me because I'm just not susceptible. Same thing with hypnotism. Like I've been to the group hypnosis shows and whatnot, and I've seen it work on other people and it never works on me. Right. So the reality is there are some people that are just really susceptible to groupthink and priming and the power of suggestion. And there are some people who are not, which is why people that are super logical and rigid in their thinking, like me, don't usually fall into that type of stuff. And you'll see that there are a certain type of people who really do fall into it quite well. So I would imagine the type of person who speaks in tongues would be pretty susceptible to hypnotism as well.
I can also imagine if a person is overstimulated with a lot of emotion and visual stimulus, that it could overpower the brain and cause someone to engage in like fainting, for example. Same thing might happen and does happen at concerts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hence why the churches are mimicking concerts.
Yeah, you nailed it. In fact, that reminds me, when I was a young man, okay, it should it should work now. Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean the YouTube stream is frozen? Because you're on Tik. Oh yeah. Let me see that. It's not frozen for me. Is it frozen? Oh, you might be silent because my microphone stopped working for a minute. Oh, you can't hear me though. That's so weird. Okay. Why is the audio? 1 second. Okay, what about now? Anything?
I because they
Okay, what
don't
about now?
want me to instruct.
Oh, heard you.
You
Oh,
got me now?
I heard him.
Yeah,
yep, we can hear you.
can hear you. Don't see
All
you
right.
on my computer. Oh, there. Okay, it's back on the computer too.
I don't know what happened with the audio there. I delete. This happened once before. I deleted the audio out of
Because they
OBS
don't
and just
want me
re-added it,
to
and it was
instruct.
fine.
Oh,
I didn't.
heard you.
I didn't
Oh,
change
yeah,
anything.
I heard him.
Yeah,
Weird.
Yep, we can hear you.
Hear you.
OBS
Don't see you on my computer. Oh, there.
it's got
Okay,
its own
back on the
glitches as
computer,
well.
too.
I don't know exactly
I don't
what's
know
happening
what
with
happened with
OBS
the audio
lately. I
there.
wonder if there's a new
I
update that
this
fixes some
happened
of these
once before.
glitches.
I
I deleted
deleted
the
the
audio. See if I've got the most up to date
Because they
OBS
don't
and just
want
Where's this
re-added it,
loop
and it
coming
was
from?
fine. I didn't.
Audio.
I didn't change anything.
Audio
I
out
heard
of
him.
sync. Everything's doubling up.
Weird.
Ooh. Yep, we can hear you.
The audio's
Yeah,
out of
you're
sync.
doubling
on my computer.
It's,
Oh, there.
it's got
It's
its own
looping
glitches
and
as
out of
well. I
sync.
don't know exactly what's happening with
happened with
OBS
the audio
lately. I
there.
wonder if there's a new
I
update that
delete-
fixes
this
some of
happened
these
once before.
glitches. I
I
deleted the audio. Oh, sorry. That's because I got my browser open. Oops. Sorry, guys. That's me.
Okay.
I opened my browser
That's
to
exactly
see.
what a mind reader hears walking
So
in a very thick crowd.
we ended
Sorry,
with,
guys.
with a 1D10T.
Yeah, I opened my
3:32.
browser to see if the
Let's keep
stream was
going.
still up, and I forgot that the audio was live on the browser. Oh well, we're fine. Okay, where do we leave
those
off,
tabs.
friends?
You have 335 viewers. Let's keep going.
Yeah, let's
Oh, yeah,
rock and
we're
roll.
good.
So,
We're good.
let's talk a little bit. All right,
We were talking
where
about glossolalia for a bit,
right.
and then we went into like the Benny Hinn stuff, and then
Yeah, how do you explain that?
it's just conditioning. It's just social pressure. Like I know people who like grow up with it, and they don't feel it, but they feel the pressure from the people around them to feel it, so they fake it. And there are people
Yeah.
who don't fake it, but it doesn't also make it like divine. It
Mhm.
makes them like fully bought in.
So, like when
Yeah,
I was
because
in
it's happened to
school,
me, and I can tell you it was faked.
Yeah.
when I was
It
in
was not
school,
real.
we had like one of those hypnotists come into the school, and like they pick people out of the crowd, and then they make them do crazy things, like they pretend to hypnotize them, and then they have them do all kinds of crazy stuff. And I saw otherwise normal people do really crazy things under like the power of hypnotism. And I think it's the same thing with speaking tongues. I think there's a certain percentage of the population that are just prone to this type of suggestion. But like I think a lot of it's genetic too. So for example, my dad went to a charismatic church and that they did the speaking in tongues and everything, but he never spoke in tongues, right? I went to a charismatic church and I didn't speak in tongues. So like I do think a lot of it has to do with personality type and the power of suggestion.
I agree because I went to the church camps that they actually, and there were some kids that just did not, and you're like
Mhm.
praying over them and like in the name of what what we say,
Mhm.
and they
Yeah.
wouldn't
And you know what?
because
I've seen this too
there was
in the
something that didn't let
apostolics.
them do it.
You ever been to an apostolic church?
I grew up apostolic.
Yeah. So I was in an apostolic church back in I'm going to say 2008, and it was crazy because they had like 1 or 2 days out of the year where it's similar to like the Catholic rites, and so they have like a day where they introduce young people to the church, and basically, for lack of better words, force them all to speak in tongues in front of the entire church. Like it's the day that they get blessed with the Holy Spirit, right? And I saw a lot of kids down there that were like crying and terrified and just like trying to mutter their way through it because they're like, I don't know how to do it. Like I can't do it, right? And then there are some kids that just took off. We just do this thing, right? And I think that's good evidence
No,
that
then you're
this
condemned
is
because God doesn't want to give you the Holy Spirit. Then you're
well. That's the
condemned with it.
thing.
Like
Yeah. You've got one of two options: either God condemned you, or it's more of a biological factor, and not all people get it.
I'm gonna jump in real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, we guys. we know the audio is like way out of sync. I don't know if Justin, you know how far out of sync it is,
Oh, I
but like
don't.
on the panel, it's like a second, but in the feed, I'm watching my computer, like it is. You can't even tell like when you're saying what. It's so far off.
Oh, that's
I
crazy.
don't know if
Just on TikTok?
it's tripping a lot of people out. Yeah, TikTok on the off the panel. I'll just have it up on my PC.
Interesting, but not on YouTube. Okay, so this is what we'll do. After Silos is done, I'll restart the TikTok stream, and hopefully that'll take care of it.
Okay.
What a weird night already.
No, I'm good. We can restart it. I'm good. Y'all
Okay.
good.
Hey, thanks for stopping by, Silos. It's been a minute since we chatted. It's good to hear from you again.
I appreciate you.
All right, cheers, friend.
I'm still deconstructing.
It's a
Keep
work.
going.
Join the Discord. All right, sorry about the delay, friends. Let me restart the TikTok stream. I'll be right back.
All right. See you.
All right, TikTok is shut down. The live over on YouTube seems to be good still, so that's good news. Bryce Aroni, hey buddy, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I wish I saw this when Silos was still up. He says, Silos universe exists, but we don't know about any gods. Using God to explain what exists doesn't work until you can explain God. Yes, exactly. You can't solve a mystery by appealing to a greater mystery. You haven't solved anything. Yeah, Silas is deconstructing, though. We've talked before. He's moved quite a bit, actually, from his original position, so he's definitely doing the work. And Josiah, thank you for the $10 super chat, says 10 for the Steelers getting absolutely seasoned, soft, and cooked by the Texans defense. I saw that. I watched the highlights after. To be fair, I don't love the Steelers. I'm from Ohio, but I did want to see Aaron Rodgers kind of go out on top. I wanted to see him retire with a good footnote in history, you know? Glitter says, Shonda Pondo wanna buy a Honda. Indeed. Got a Suzuki, should have got a Honda. I do love the fake speaking in tongues. And Herbie, thank you for the additional super chat. Says you briefly mentioned church music bringing religious experience. Thomas Eve was framed has spoken about that a lot, and she used to do worship singing. She now feels she was used in that way. I agree. Yeah, and actually, also if you go to TikTok, they've got an Instagram too. There's a page called The Original Sinfluencer. It's a really funny title name. It's a really good name. But find Original Sinfluencer on TikTok and Instagram. They remake like worship music by singing like the worst Bible phrases, like the worst Bible passages to the worship music. It's wild, like dashing babies' heads against stones and things like that. But yeah, he was a worship leader, and I think she was too. I think both of them were in various worship teams at like these really large churches. And so their music is really, really dope. Mac, is the video audio working better now? Let me check.
It's good up here. I'm gonna check on my PC.
Yeah, it looks like it's okay now. Okay. Sorry about that, friends. What a wild night. What a weird night. We had a soundboard glitch and then a TikTok studio delay. It is what it is, though. You know, sometimes glitches happen. Unfortunately, there's not a better way to do what we're doing, and we're like some of the only people on the internet doing what we're doing. So we'll just have to find, we'll have to find fixes to the glitches as they arise. You know what I mean? But we're still moving and shaking.
Glitches be glitches.
They will just be glitches. Well, I said we're going to bring in Bob next. So let me grab just a couple of super chats so we don't get too far behind, and then we'll grab Bob from our queue. Juno says, "Go away, Baldy. Go away, Baldy." What do you think about that? What do you think about that, Dalton?
I'm sending all my bears after these bastards. I'm gonna
you're
pray
in a lot
to
of
Doug, and
trouble.
he's gonna send bears to take care of them.
Yeah, 41
Doug
more
is
to
bald.
go.
Yeah. Iskander
I'm slowly
Donor's,
morphing into a pebble.
That is the case. You're actually resembling more Dougism every day. Religion is regarded as true by the common, false by the wise, and useful by the rulers. Seneca. Ooh, that's a good quote. Seneca's got some good quotes, by the way. I really do like Seneca. I started reading Seneca recently, And the more I read, the more I like. John says, if it's a story I can understand, it must be true. Lisa the Rainbow Draft farting the universe into existence makes sense to me. Prove me wrong. And John, you already know I'm on board with Lisa the Rainbow Draft. In fact, I have a syllogism for Lisa the Rainbow Draft that I just filled out today. Jeff says, in Korean shamanism, they also speak in tongues, producing different voices, dialects, and sometimes even baby talk, which is very fun. Yeah, I've seen it before. When I was in Catholic school as a youngster, we were studying some of the Eastern religions, and they showed a video of people in the Eastern religion speaking in tongues. I think it was in Catholic school, not in Bible college. I forget, but one of the two. Very good says, thou forgottest to sacrifice a small animal before thine stream. Behold, I will smite thine audio, saith the Lord. That's what it is. We need to get a hold of Serrano and sacrifice a whole live chicken. Him says, me, what kind of movies do you like? Her, I love movies that I need a tissue after. Me, really? Me too. Oh boy. I have a sense the tissue is being used for a different function. But we'll let that be for now. Megs, good to see you tonight. Says, are we really superior? Many animals survive where we couldn't hope to, deep in the ocean, frozen tundra deserts. Indeed, that is the case. Our superpower was intelligence, but it didn't allow us to conquer all things yet. Right? Some animals developed different superpowers. Simeon, good to see you tonight. Says, I think as a community, it's time we take a page from Mr. Deity's book and call these Christian apologists what they really are, excuseologists. Excusagists. That is correct. Also, if you're not following Mr. Deity on YouTube, I think you're doing YouTube wrong. Mr. Deity's channel is phenomenal. And Mike says, had to donate in honor of Friar Dalton's new look. Oh, Friar Dalton sound. That's a good ring, isn't it?
That's so. I was gonna, and when I was Catholic, I considered being a coming Franciscan friar. That's so funny.
Yeah. All right, last
Full
super chat for now
circle.
from our friend Jammin. Says social conformity is also a factor in tongues. That is the case. I think speaking in tongues has a lot to do with social pressure and people not wanting to be different or singled out or, different things like that. It feels bad. Like if everyone's doing something and there's pressure to do it, like God wants you to do it, it feels bad that you're not able to do it. So they fake it till they make it type of situation, Bob, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in some kind of God?
Hey, can you hear me right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm over 18. I don't believe in any gods. I just have a quick question, same one that I had for Dalton yesterday. Hey, Dalton, nice haircut. So there is magic in Bible, or miracles, as they call them, right? Mm-hmm. So Dalton told me that there is like active magic done by people not through God, like, separate magic on their own in Old Testament, but we couldn't remember anything. What does that do?
It's like it's similar to tea leaf reading.
Oh, I see. All right. So, and then there was something about like necromancy and Egyptian Pharisees and stuff.
There's some stuff in there.
But we couldn't remember any examples of magic actively being performed in New Testament. I think he said there was references. Simon Magus, somebody Magus.
So Simon Magus is a really popular figure inside and outside the Bible as a magician who also seemed to either be a Christian convert or pretend to be a Christian convert, depending on who you asked. But he's a super famous magician, and a lot of people in history believed that he indeed did real magic tricks. Also, I would contend that Jesus was a magician.
All right. So Dalton told me that as far as he read the passages, it references that Simon did magic and that he's a magician, but there was no like active magic done by anyone in New Testament. Can you think of anything, examples of like somebody doing magic in New Testament that's not through God?
No.
Yeah, to be specific, What I mean by that is that it references Simon Magus doing magic, but we never actually get to see anyone. It's not like in the Old Testament where you get Pharaoh's minions performing magic. You don't get to see anything cool like that in the New Testament.
Like, you don't learn about what tricks he did, but the book of Acts tells you that Simon did magic. It says that he was able to amaze people with his magic. They just don't describe the magic for us.
So it's like in the lore, it's just not actively performed by anyone, right?
I don't know what you mean by accurately performed.
Never mind. I think it's a connection issue. You answered my question.
Okay.
Praised be the dog, Dalton. Nice new look. Take care, guys. Have a good one.
Cheers, friend. Interesting question. But yeah, there is definitely some magic in the Bible. There's been people, like scholars, who have written about this phenomenon too. In fact, you'll find it. You know what? Now that they mention it, there's an occasion in Sirach as well. If I remember, it should be Sirach. There is an occasion where they do some liver reading. It's either liver. No, is it Tobit or Sirach? Hold on, let me find it. In either Tobit or Sirach, there is liver reading. Give me 1 second. Tobit, I believe. 1 second. I think it's in Tobit. Let me find it. Yeah, in Tobit, chapter 6. There's liver reading. Liver reading was a pretty common form of like fortune telling, kind of like leaf reading, kind of like a cup of divination, similar to that. So yeah, there's definitely some magic in the Bible. Dr. Joe, my friend, great to see you tonight. Says, I know you don't usually do politics, but this matters for deconstruction. The overnight loss of $2 billion for mental health and substance abuse funding has real impact for at-risk people and those serving them. And I 100% agree, Dr. Joe, which is crazy that the right, every time there's some sort of mass incident, the right will say, oh, pew-pews aren't the problem. Mental health is the problem. But then they will cut funding for mental health. Like, you guys have to get your story straight. You can't blame mental health and then take away the funding that is used to address the problem of mental health. Like, you're just telling on yourselves. You know what I mean? All right, let's get Mango Bedango in here, and then we'll grab Alan next. Welcome in, Mango.
Hello.
Are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
I am over 18 and an ordained minister.
Congratulations. Do you mind me asking which denomination you're a part of?
I am a minister of the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster.
Fucking A, yeah. Okay. So, are you saying that you believe in the Flying Spaghetti Monster as your god?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. Well, we agree then. Praise the Flying Spaghetti Monster. That was easy.
I'm also a minister of the Universal Life Church.
Yeah, actually, me too. I actually just did the documentation today.
A wedding last year.
When I wasn't streaming, I did the documentation at the courthouse for a marriage. And y'all, listen, if you want to get married in the deconstruction crew, we've got people that can do it. Dalton can do it. I can do it. I know Seth Andrews can do it. There's a couple people that can do deconstruction weddings. Xena does it. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. W Xena. Okay. Han, good to see you tonight. Says plants and animals have been getting immortalized in stone for millions of years by the grace of Doug. Indeed. I think I'd rather be fossilized than canonized. I agree with you. I'd rather be preserved in fossil than to be preserved in text. Fossilization seems much more stable than text, you know? And she, thank you for the $5 super chats. As Christians love to say, all bad stuff was Old Testament. Does the cheat sheet have New Testament atrocities and failures listed as well? A little bit. But I would say this, not as much as the Old Testament, because the Old Testament is like rather famous for the amount and the scale of the atrocities. But I would add that the biggest atrocity in the Bible ever is in fact the gospel message. The idea that God is going to literally torture you alive for not believing in the nonsense. But I do got some New Testament stuff in there, like Jesus degrading the woman by calling her a dog. Let's see. I do have, let's see, God created Satan, 1 John. John 8, James chapter 1, and I got the murder of Ananias and Sapphira in here. So I mean, there's some New Testament stuff in here. You know, it's just that the Old Testament is so big. There's a lot to choose from. You know what I mean? Mike, thank you for the
Yeah, I had
$5.
that, like,
Mhm.
oh, sorry. Like, I had it kind of kicking around in my head. I don't know how to like work it on time, but like, when did, like, you know, supposing this was like real, right? These are real person and all this stuff. Like, how was this Jewish man who was so ardent in that become like Hellenized? You know, and like have this concept of hell, and you know all the other like the what's the word, apocalyptic, like
Mhm.
you know, theology, all this stuff. Like, where did that come from? Would you say
So we actually did a live
from
stream on
him?
this
Like,
a
if he's a real
long time
person.
ago,
Oh, okay.
like 2 years ago. I did a live stream
Mhm.
called "The New Testament Stole Hell from the Greeks." And I went
Mhm.
through all the ancient documentation showing that the concept of hell was directly borrowed from the Greeks. And so I don't
Oh,
think it's
absolutely.
any coincidence, right? That by the time we get to Jesus, we see the Jewish literature change from Sheol, as it was understood in the ancient Near East, to what their captors thought it was, which is namely what we think of Hades. And so the explanation is basically just through borrowing. Now, on my cheat sheet, I've got a tab on hell that shows the transition over time of what hell was. I've got everything listed from the Dead Sea Scrolls. I've got everything listed from the Talmud, from the Jewish pseudepigraphic texts, and from the Apocrypha text, and then from the New Testament and the Old Testament. So you can definitely watch the development. I'm actually getting ready this week to do a long form video on my channel on that very topic.
See, but this is kind of like why I'm having why it's still, like, I totally get that. Like, that would be my, but that's how the authors, right? That's where that came from. But like, there's no explanation of the character having that change or having that
Which-
like different
which character?
philosophy than Jesus.
What do you mean? I guess I don't understand the question.
Like, you know what I mean? Like to when you, the answer you gave was the answer like I would expect, right? But that's like saying like out of the authorship, because we understand it was like co-opting Greek theology and stuff like that,
Mhm.
right? But at the same time, like, that doesn't explain how this character in this story got to that theology. It's kind of a weird, it's kind of, I feel like, and part of the problem I'm having is like getting it out even as a question to ask.
Well, I don't think he got there. I think it was born into it. I think it was cemented in the
Mhm.
culture by the time he arrived, you know?
Mm-hmm. All right.
Like I don't think he changed. I think that was always his concept.
Yeah, so the Judaism had changed by that point. Is that the idea? Like, where?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Judaism has always been in flux. There's never been a time in history where it's like remained static. It always changes. So yeah,
Because like I know like the later Daniel stuff, right, was more apocalyptic,
Mhm.
but that was a newer concept, right? That's why it kind of tells you it was like 2nd century,
Yeah.
right?
If you
As opposed to, like,
overlay
2nd century
Jesus's theology
BCE.
Yeah, of
with
course.
the Dead Sea Scrolls at Qumran, we discovered there's a huge amount of overlap with Jesus and the Qumran
Mhm.
community in terms of what they think about the messianic hope, what they think about the afterlife. I think that John was in a scene. I think that's firmly held by a lot of scholars. I think John's theology shaped Jesus's theology since they were related. I think Jesus was part of an apocalyptical mindset. I think he was an apocalyptical Jew who thought the end of the age was at hand and he was going to usher it in. You know?
Okay.
Yeah. Good question, though. Mike says JL was the inventor of pegging. Prove me wrong. This chat is to horrify my wife who is watching with me. Well, sorry, Mike's wife. This is the case. Actually, I know a Mike Bowen. I used to work with a Mike Bowen. Is this the same Mike Bowen? Like, are you Mike Bowen? I'm not going to name your state, but like, okay. Good to hear from you, Mike. Let's bring Alan in here. least I think the name is Alan, right? It's one L. I believe that's Alan. How you doing, Alan? Are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god? Alan? Alan, your mic's muted. Like I can tell that your mute button's on. I can see the hardware status. The funny thing about the YouTube queue is you can't accidentally request up, so I know he's not here by accident. Oh, now it's unmuted. Alan, can you hear me? Hold on. Let me make sure my audio is still going there. Oh, it needs recycled. 1 second. All right, what about now? Can you hear me, Alan?
With the laptop.
Alan? Alan? Can you hear me? I know it's working. I can see the volume mixer moving around on the stream. Does he have headphones plugged in? No, he does not. Okay. Let me see if you have any headphones on your iPhone or your speakerphone. You don't. Okay. Well, Alan came in with no audio device selected. He's got a microphone but no speakers apparently. Wonder if I can refresh his connection and force him to pick one when he comes back. Hold on, let me see. I don't. I'll drop him and see if he comes back. Maybe he'll once he's dropped, he'll catch on to the fact that he need to come back and select a thing. So like if you're watching on YouTube, when you click on the link, it's going to ask you to type in your name. It's going to ask you to pick which camera you want to use, and it's going to ask you to pick which microphone you want to use, and it's going to ask you what speaker you want to use. You have to select all those things for everything to work. So they still don't have a speaker selected, but we'll see what happens. Herbie says, "Can you hear Clem Fandango Allen?" I cannot hear Clem Fandango. Can you hear Clem? I can't hear Clem. We'll see if they come back. Now, if you're watching on TikTok, you don't have to use the link on the screen. You can use the guest request button at the bottom of the screen like everybody else. We'd love to hear from you. And they're saying, "Oh, I liked Alan so much." Could y'all hear Alan? I couldn't hear Alan. Was Alan talking?
I couldn't hear anyone.
Oh, there we go. Now Alan's microphone. I can hear Alan's microphone, but can he hear me? No, because they still don't have speakers selected. I have a sneaky suspicion that he's got a headset plugged in that doesn't have a working set of speakers or something, because it keeps showing that he has a microphone but no speaker. Or maybe the speaker on his iPhone's broken. I don't know. Hard to tell. Okay. Well, Alan will be back. Friends, while Alan's figuring out his hardware, let me grab a couple super chats. Dragon says, "Tradition suggests Rebecca 3 when married to Isaac." No, that's bad. That's a bad reading. It comes from the Talmud. And the reason why that happens is because there's a story where it announces the birth of Rebecca, and it assumes that there's no daylight between that passage and the passage just preceding it, right? But the passage really says sometime later. It doesn't say that it happened immediately. Now, if it happened immediately, it's true. Then Rebecca would have been 3 based on the math. I've done the math before. But the text doesn't say that it happened immediately. That's the problem with Genesis, is sometimes Genesis will say X, Y, and Z happened, and then it'll say like, well, sometime later this happened, right? And so I think you have to be careful not to think that they happened in chronological succession, one after another, without any time in between them. But there were some rabbis that wrote in the Talmud that, based on their reading, because they didn't add a distinct time period between the two events, that they thought she could have been age 3. And this was picked up by the Muslim debaters. The Muslim debaters love this talking point because they think, well, I gotcha. If you accuse the prophet of marrying a child, well, Rebecca was 3. But the reality is, that's just, there was one guy who wrote in the Talmud that did the math, and he's like, hey, it seems like she might be 3, but I disagree with what he did. I don't think he was reading the text properly. And like, no scholar agrees with that. That's not something that's held by scholars. And Dalton, I'm sure you're aware of this one.
Yeah, nothing better for your pedophile apologetics than going, well, you're doing the same thing.
Yeah, the whataboutism is crazy. So like, here's the thing. This is the great thing about being an atheist is like, if the Bible did depict Rebecca as being married at age 3, it still means nothing to me. I'm not a Christian. Like that's all that would tell me is that the Bible is terrible. But the Bible already depicts children being married off. We see it in Numbers 31, which reminds me, Dalton. Next time Numbers 31 comes up, I found a really good supporting verse that will demonstrate that the girls were war brides. We'll have to get into it when we get the chance.
Fantastic.
All right, so let me grab. Okay, Alan is back, and it looks like they're using their computer now, and it looks like their hardware is fully connected. So we'll try this. Alan, can you hear me? Also, Alan, your microphone says it's muted. There you go. Can you hear me now? I assume you unmuted so he can hear me, but we can't hear Alan. Alan? Hold on. Alan? Hello? Alan? Anything? Anything? I can hear like your microphone flickering.
Hello?
There you go. Now I can hear you. Was it turned down
Can
too
you hear
far?
me?
Yeah. Okay, so welcome in. You might have to
Hello?
turn your microphone up a little bit. Can you turn it up a little bit?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Damn it.
Alan's having a lot of trouble.
Hello?
Uh-huh. Alan, can you hear
Hello?
me? Can you hear me, bud? Oh, hold on one second. Can you hear me? Alan?
Well, I can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Let me
Alan?
see. Oh, now I can hear you on my mic.
Okay. Maybe
Can you hear me?
Yeah, the connection might just be a little bit slow.
Yeah, that's possible.
It's working though. So, Alan, listen, thanks for having some patience and sticking through that. Working through some of these technological things can be frustrating. I remember as a kid, I thought that technology would make life way easier. And while it does allow us to do a lot more things, I wouldn't say that it makes life easier all the time.
True.
So, Alan, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I want to do this the Dulkin way. I'm over 18. I don't believe in God and him.
Fantastic. That tells us a lot about you. Thanks for that. So it sounds like you must have a question, huh?
Well, no, actually, you know me. I'm from TikTok, actually. I was called Picture Me This. I used to be with you when you and Hanji were doing your thing on TikTok.
Yeah. I think Hanji's been live streaming on her own finally these recent days, which is exciting.
I've caught her in a couple other people's lives
doing
her thing. Well, I was calling. I don't know how to. I'm trying to word this right. I've heard lots of people saying they need to replace this with something, or they're just afraid, or whatever. And I want you kind of helped me towards the end of my deconstruction. I started deconstructing. I was in church for 15 years. I went back to church because in 2001 I was diagnosed with an AIDS diagnosis.
Sorry to hear that.
I caught a disease that was specific to AIDS. And that's when I turned back to church in 2001. And for 15 years, I, did the normal things, pray the gay away, pray for healing and blah, blah, blah. And then I made apologetics for not healing me. Well, maybe it's a test, and maybe being gay is his test for me, my temptation, and all this and that. And then I started, I started reading the Bible and looking through things with a fine-tooth comb and started deconstructing, but I would still kind of backslide back into Christianity, even though I didn't really fully believe. It was more of a comfort thing. And I finally now I'm to the point that I'm not even afraid of hell anymore. And things that when I used to do things that I thought was against him, I just feel so much shame, and now I don't feel that shame anymore. I just like to tell those people just keep going. I mean, there
Yeah.
really is nothing to fear or nothing. You don't need to replace it with anything. I used to be afraid to leave fully because I thought without him, he wouldn't let, because I always said he made the medicine work in my body to make my, because when I was diagnosed, my CD4 was 300, which is really, no, not 300. My CD4 was like abysmal, under 100. My viral load was like in the hundreds of thousands of multiplications from the disease, or replications, whatever you want to call it. And I was told that I would be, excuse me, lucky to get over 300 of my CD4, which now I'm like basically a normal person's CD4 counts. But I was always afraid if I left the church that he would just let it take me over,
Right.
And that's what scared me a lot. And every time I got sick during my deconstruction, I thought, he's trying to get me. I have to go back to church.
Mhm.
And I'd go back to church. And finally, the last time, and listening to you and stuff like that, it's just like, and well, other people. Since you've gotten to YouTube, I found a whole new crew of people,
Mhm.
with the Forrest and Jimmy and all them. And just wanted to say thank you. I want to tell them people that don't be afraid. I know it's scary because religion is something you were ingrained with as you were a child and growing up, but there's nothing to fear. I mean, don't go and especially don't do the Pascal's wager. I mean, come
Oh.
on. You think if God is real that he can't see through that shit?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I gotta tell you something. Back when I was in ministry, when I was really young in ministry, I was probably like 20 years old. I got tasked with giving what might be my first Sunday morning sermon, where I got to speak to the adult congregation. And I did use Pascal's wager. It's a moment of great shame now that I'm older and wiser, but anyone can fall prey to it when they're not thinking,
Oh, I used that in church too, and they were like, "Oh, amen, blah blah blah." I'm like, and now that I think back on that, I'm like, do they not understand what Pascal's wager is, or do they not understand what that? I mean, there was only one pastor I had. She was an apostolic Pentecostal pastor, and did that once, and she said, "Don't do that." So she knew what it was, and she's like, "Don't do that." And but also that's something else. You were talking to that one guy, and he was talking about speaking in tongues. I was always told if you don't speak in tongues, you're not saved, or you don't have, the Holy Ghost isn't with you. But I also read, I think it's either Colossians or Galatians,
Mhm.
that they talk about the 9 gifts,
Mhm.
or is it Corinthians?
It's in Corinthians, chapter
Yeah.
13 and 14.
And when I read through the 9 gifts, it sounds to me like it's saying that some, because it does say some will get this, speaking of tongues, some will get interpretation, some will get discernment, but it's given to you as he sees fit.
Mhm. Mhm.
So when they're telling people if you don't speak in tongues, you're not really saved, they're really kind of lying on their Bible, because the Bible says there's 9 gifts and not all will have all those gifts.
Yeah.
That he gives them to you as he sees you need it.
Yeah, when I was a Christian, that was my excuse. That's why I would say I couldn't speak in tongues, was because the gift isn't for everybody. In fact, it says that some speak in tongues, some prophesy, some have healing. So it's clearly not everybody's getting the same gift, right? But everybody's supposed to use the gifts for the edification of the body. But so we're on the same page there, But
All right.
we're glad that you're still moving along in your deconstruction and that you're doing well.
Oh no, Mr. Clean there, I really enjoy your lives too. I like watching you every day. You're a little bundle of joy.
Happy to help, bud. I'm glad you're well out of the horrible past you had to deal with, and that you're doing much better.
Oh well, thank
Yeah,
you.
for sure.
Oh, also on here I'm Yanto, IANTO. Some of you call me Lanto or Ianto.
I thanks for letting me know. I appreciate that. Okay, how do I pronounce it
It's
correctly?
Yanto.
Yanto.
Or you could actually say Ianto. Ianto.
So the I is a hard I, like the Middle English I. Then
It's I think it's a UK name because it's from a show called Torchwood.
Okay.
And there was a character on there that I liked.
Oh, the Doctor Who
you probably
spinoff.
watched it.
Yeah,
You're a
gotcha.
nerd. You're a nerd like I am.
Yep,
We know
absolutely.
Justin doesn't know a lot of
Sorry.
pop culture. I wish I was a
Yeah,
director
Yenta,
because I'd truly come do this for you for free if I knew how to do any of it.
Yeah, the unfortunate part is I have to run everything from the computer that I'm streaming from. If I had a director, like I could theoretically remote into their system, but the way my system is set up, I have to host everything from my system. But one day, maybe when the channel's got like 500,000 followers, I can afford to like revamp the whole thing and do it like a professional outfit would. But that takes a lot of money to have a setup that does that kind of stuff. Like you're spending many thousands of dollars per year to have that set up. So I'm not really there
You're
yet.
leaps and bounds
We'll get
from
there,
where you
bud.
were when I first started watching you. I mean, you're like way up where. I mean, I didn't think you'd get up this high. I thought you'd get far, but I mean, I'm really glad for you. I'm glad you're doing this full time now and you're happy.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Well, listen, it's good to hear from you.
I need you to cook.
And we hope you have a great one, friend.
You too. Thanks a lot.
Big W. It's so much easier when people use their screen name because I've memorized people's screen names. I don't know their real names. But yeah, Dawkins glow up is 2026.
I'm currently I'm working on something right now. It's kind of funny that now that in case people ever start making fun of the new do, I can just do this little filter where a bunch of bears attack them.
That's fantastic. I never did mess around with any screen animations, but that might be down the pike. All right, friends, I'm going to grab just a couple super chats. We're going to get Chris in here, and then if Anunnaki is still around, we'll grab Anunnaki. Double Donkey Surfer, good to see you. So glad to see you have joined forces with Lex Luthor. New rule for Phil Bros. They have to name the first 5 books of the Bible or they get kicked. This is actually an interesting point. We should do a litmus test for Phil Bros. If they come in wanting to do a Phil Bro argument, if they can't tell me what the first 5 books of the Old Testament and New Testament are, then they shouldn't get stage time. I think this is probably a good thing. Good. And not the Bible, Jason. Good to see you. It says new gift bestowed plus 50 pettiness. Hell yeah. For use only when someone insists on learning. Tastefully weaponized, devastating clarity with polished ferality. This is a tough one. Ferality. And Love and Sharon and JMR. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, friend. And I think Doug and Sharon and both the cats. Oh, we almost have everybody in tow. Oh, the other cat's over this way. We've got everyone with us tonight. Both cats are present, and Doug and Sharon. And we got Mac and Dalton. It's going to be a barn burner. Speaking of which, Burner Bunsen says people have recently been making but there must be an answer arguments. It drives me wild, constantly screaming at my reflection in the machine window. Love you and your work. Thanks, Justin. Well, thank you. And you're right. There must be an answer, but that doesn't mean that we have it. Sometimes there is an answer, but we don't know what the answer is, and that's okay. You're allowed to not know some things. Randy also, big W, huge W, for sending out 20 more deconstruction of memberships. I think that puts you up. My goodness, you're at like 60 for the night. Holy shit! Let me double check. That's a crazy amount of supers or memberships, my friend. Really appreciate that. It really does help the channel a ton. I can't emphasize that enough. It really helps. Let me grab Chris from the queue. They were in line next, and it looks like Chris got the same problem as the last guy, where they don't have a speaker connected. But we'll see what happens. Chris, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. The connection's a little bit choppy, but we'll see what happens.
What I hear you.
So, Chris, are you at least 18? Chris? Chris? Can you hear me? Chris?
I can hear myself.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you.
Okay, I think the connection's is a little bit slow. That happens sometimes. So, Chris, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 18. Deconstructed from Christianity. Sorry, I'm echoing from myself. Yeah, I would say I've deconverted from Christianity, though I still have some appreciation for it, mainly because I'm still in a community that's very Christian. But yeah, I've just been thinking about like objective morality and the possibility for emergent theory, I guess,
Mhm.
in terms of like
I think you
thinking
can
about the
do anything about his audio.
Yeah. So I love the moral argument, but let's do this real quick. Your bandwidth is not quite good enough to carry the audio and the video. Turn your camera off, and then your audio should catch up. There should be like a little gear icon towards the bottom of the screen that you can click and then disable the camera. There we go. Let's see if that's any better, because sometimes if you have a slow connection and try to do audio and video over the connection, it's just not quite there. So we'll try this again. So do you believe that objective morals exist?
So I believe morality can be viewed in an objective way.
I mean, I agree that there are ways to objectively measure in a subjective framework whether or not you're achieving your goals, but I don't think that morals exist as an objective thing, like something with independent ontology. Are you in it?
The moralities that we're talking about exist within ourselves, and we objectively exist.
No, what I'm saying is that morals are subjective because we design what they are using our brains. But if we all agree, let's say, for example, we agree that it's wrong to cause unnecessary harm, well, we can use objective means to determine if, in fact, we are causing harm. That's the objective part. But the subjective part is coming to an agreement on what the goals are. Once we know what the goals are, then we can use objective measures to meet our goals.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So the way I think of it is like, if you feel harm, you feel hurt. That feeling is happening in reality. It's not something that's just happening within yourself. It's also happening in reality. So
Well,
that's
yeah,
where
I think feelings are in reality. We can measure them. We can measure the chemicals inside of somebody's body when they're having a response to something, right? But I guess if you could help me, can you find the? I'm looking for the connection between your moral framework and God. How do we make that leap?
So the God that I've been exploring recently would be more like emergent theory or consciousness, I guess. But it's more like we exist within a broader reality that may have consciousness of its own, but we can't directly interact with it. Kind of the same way we have like cells within our bodies that are individual cells that have life, but we can't directly communicate with them.
Yeah, so I mean that certainly is a like a thought, right? But what would we use to support it? There's lots of different theories, right? I can make all kinds of theories, but what would be the supporting evidence that would lend credence that the theory is true?
I guess it would be the recent research on like cosmic web, where they can actually view structures in the universe that very closely resemble the structures within our neural networks in our brain. And so it's almost like the same thing is happening at a broader scale that's happening within our brain. And so maybe eventually that consciousness will become awake in the same way humans became awake, but it just hasn't happened yet, or maybe it already happened and we just can't directly communicate.
So Chris, I do enjoy good back and forth on consciousness, but I'm really struggling to make out what you're saying because your connection is so choppy. And it looks like the chat can't hear you either. Do you have Wi-Fi available?
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi.
Maybe disconnect from Wi-Fi then. Maybe you've got Dalton level Wi-Fi.
Sorry, what's that?
Sorry, Dalton.
My Wi-Fi's not bad. It ain't that bad.
You know, I can see sometimes when you're uploading a video and it's like, will be uploaded in like 45 minutes. I'm like, oh my gosh, it takes me like 3 minutes max.
Oh, that's nothing. Like last week I was uploading a video and it told me 4 hours. It took it 4 hours to upload one video.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, Chris,
remember, everyone, you can donate to the Bible guy to help me get better internet.
Yeah, guys, by the way, support Dalton's channel because the first initiative on the list is to get out of the boonies into an apartment with legitimate, like, either broadband or fiber, you know? I don't think Chris is fully connected. We're going to move on to Anunnaki, and hopefully we can get some audio working. I'm going to grab just 2 super chats, and then Anunnaki's in here. Simeon, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says the Old Test God way wish to hurt, kill you, but that was only for your lifetime for the most part. If read literally, Jesus proposed torturing those he don't like with an eternal fire. Okay, so this is a wild quote because it seems like it's broken English, but I agree. So like in the Old Testament, God's torture was limited. Like he might have babies axed. He might have people burned alive or filleted, which is what happens when the Assyrians rolled in. But it's temporary. The New Testament's worse because God will light you on fire for all of eternity, which is crazy to think about. Flustered Pony, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says thanks for all you do and for posting the BMF crash out. That was a fun night, like every night with your crew. Keep cooking. Well, thank you, Flustered. I really appreciate that. And the BMF clip was posted on the main channel. I didn't post it yet on the DZ Debates channel. I wasn't sure if I should or not. It wasn't really a debate. It's more like Deconstruction Zone lore. But I can post it on that channel. If y'all want me to post it on Deconstruction or on DZ Debates, I can post it over there tomorrow morning or something. But Anunnaki, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in a god or multiple gods or anything like a god?
I'm 18. No to the second part, but I had a quick question because about tongues real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, so when people speak in tongues, do they just be saying random shit? Because, I mean, I've seen videos and I feel like they're just saying random shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're saying, is that what it is? Or is it like,
yep, that's it.
Like, what is it? And how do you know if someone's speaking tongues? Like, how is it determined if you're saying bullshit or not?
Toyota.
Yeah, is that tongues?
Exactly.
So if I just say, that's tongues.
Yep.
More or less.
And the tragic part about it is that like the Christians who are engaging in this haven't actually read their Bible. In the Bible, Paul literally says that you shouldn't speak in tongues in the church unless there's interpretation. Otherwise, it's a waste. No one's being edified by it, right? You're just that's your own private edification. You could do that at home, right? So, but most churches you've gone to, almost none of them ever will have like a person go up and speak in tongues and then a person follow it with interpretation. I've been to a lot of churches in my life. I've only been to one church ever that had a microphone up front for whoever wanted to come and give testimony, and someone would come up, speak in tongues, and then they would wait. They would sit there and wait for someone to come up and give an interpretation. And I watched it happen there twice. So like, I still think it's peer pressure. I still think it's nonsense, but at least one church that I've been to at least read the Bible about it. But 9 out of 10 churches haven't even read the Bible. They have no idea what it says.
Yeah, because I've seen people say they feel like as if they're speaking like in a foreign language, and it just like comes to them like through the Holy Ghost or whatever. Which, I mean, can that language even be translated? I don't think so. It's not like you're speaking Spanish or something like that. It's just some random bullshit, and then that's basically all I had.
When I was a kid, I thought that people who spoke in tongues did so like automatically without any like trying to do it. Like the Holy Spirit made them do it. And then one day I was watching It's Supernatural with Sid Roth, and he basically told the audience that no, you have to make yourself do it. And immediately in my head I was like, oh, this is bullshit.
Is that a mostly American church thing? Because I went to a foreign, like, it was Eastern Orthodox. I know they do it there, but I never saw it in person. Is that more of an American thing? Because American churches, they be on some bullshit. They be like fucking fireworks and shit flying up the ground.
It
Motherfuckers
is.
on what's it called, like tight ropes.
Yeah,
It's an American thing.
it's an American
Because
thing,
I
and
seen
not
like little
all.
kids.
it's more of
It
a,
was subset,
Pentecostal flavor. You do find you'll find it in the Latin Americas. So quite a few
Yeah.
churches in Latin America do it as well, but it's not widespread. What were you going to say, Mac?
I was just gonna say, like you're saying, it's not all American churches. It's a subset. But aren't
sure.
they supposed to be understood? Like, aren't they
Yeah,
supposed to be
that's
like
the
an
point.
actual like established language?
Yeah. Well, no,
Like a
that's
foreign
not the case.
tongue?
So it is the case that in the book of Acts, when they spoke in tongues, all of the attendees heard it in their own language. But if you read 1
Okay.
Corinthians 13, it's pretty clear that the words are unintelligible, right? It says, if I speak in tongues of humans and of angels, but I do not have love, I am a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. If I have prophetic powers and understand all mysteries, so on and so forth. Hold on, we'll get past the love is patient, love is kind section. Yeah, chapter 14 is the continuation. There we go. For those who speak in a tongue, do not speak to other people, but to God, for no one understands them, since they are speaking mysteries in the Spirit. Right? So while it is true that God did a miracle by interpreting the mystery language in people's own language, the act of speaking in tongues traditionally entails that it's not a known language. It's gibberish. It's just that sometimes God will interpret the gibberish for others, you know?
Yeah, and then I don't know if you ever saw this. It was like some little kid. He was like on Oprah, and he was like reciting something from the Bible. You guys ever seen that video?
Yeah, the
Oh,
young kid
definitely.
that
Yeah.
was like
Yeah.
want to be a
Yeah,
preacher.
and then I feel like a lot of Christians are like that. They just be saying shit, but then when it's asked to be interpreted, it's like they don't know what it means. So
Oh yeah, they
I
have no
mean,
idea.
that's what I feel like a lot of it is. Yeah, and that's basically all I had. And my last thing is, why the hell would God make us on this little ass planet when there's like 2 trillion galaxies in the universe? Shit don't really make sense.
Right.
I mean, I guess they got Bibles too. I guess aliens got Bibles too. So I guess
Indeed.
we'll preach the gospel with them. We'll preach the gospel with them when we finally meet.
I
And
can't
yeah,
wait
thank
till
you.
we
Thank you
discover
for what you
alien
do. I
life.
appreciate it.
All right, cheers, friend. Good to
Yeah,
hear from you.
I mean, have a good one.
I think there's a small delay right now between TikTok and myself because I keep getting out of sync with the guests on TikTok, including Dalton and Mac, I can tell.
Yeah, I can see you. The video is not matching the audio.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm talking over you guys because I think there's a slight delay there, but we'll try to manage it. Atheist
Your program's
Bulldog.
been weird.
It's just a weird day. You know, I should have restarted my computer this morning. It's been live for a couple days now. I need to get in the habit of restarting my computer every day and just starting fresh, you know? Dugald, my friend, says, hey, friend, I'm in TikTok chat doing mod stuff, but I have a little extra dollars again. Have some. Well, hey, thanks you, Dugald. I really appreciate that. And y'all, if you're not following Dugald, I do implore that you do. He's a good friend of ours in the community who's doing good work. So make sure to send him his appreciation and drop in a follow. And Lynn, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says 2 kitties on the shelf are worth 1,000 Philbros on the stream. I can't always catch you live, but tonight I'm enjoying the cooking. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And hopefully we're going to get some theists to talk to. Friends, I do love talking to some non-believers or people that are deconstructing, but you got to remember this is a debate. So if we get opposition, obviously we're going to spend our time talking to the opposition. All right, let's call Smile up from the queue. See if they can connect. It's doing the doom loading symbol again. I am not smiling right now if this doesn't connect. Oh well. Maybe. Gemma J says Dalton is barely recognizable. Get it? Anyone?
All right.
I do, but aren't bears hairy?
Well, I
They are
send
actually.
bears now against
Oh.
people.
That bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm currently editing this bear video so that Doug descends from the sky before the bears come.
Jay says, have you two hung out? We haven't because we live in opposite parts of the country, but I am working with our friends in the Deconstruction Junction to put together a Midwest meetup. So look forward to that. Mike says, consider calling it your ministry rather than your channel. Would be funny as fuck. I should start. This is a really good idea, Mike. I should start calling this channel a ministry. Okay. An atheist ministry. I like that.
Get that 501(c) money.
Yeah, I need to put Reverend Deconstruction Zone. Oh, they dropped. Oh, okay. Well, no opposition. This is a crazy night. Probably because we started out with some audio issues and now we don't have any opposition.
Just streamline it and go with Deacon.
Yeah, Deconstruction would be nice. Actually, that would be really nice. Friends, we would love to talk to you about your God if you're watching on YouTube. The link to join is on the screen. It's tiny.cc/DZ live. If you're watching on TikTok, you don't have to use any links. You can just hit the guest request button. If you don't want to type that into your phone or your computer, there's a clickable version of the link that is in the comments of the video. You can just, or not the comments rather, but in the description of the video, you can just click that link. In fact, now that it's left my mouth, let me put it in the comments. Let's see, https ://tiny.cc/dz live. Boom. All right. Well, we got one guest possibly here on TikTok. Although I think I've talked to this guest recently. I could be wrong. JD, is it JD? JDJX is the name?
Yeah, JDJX.
Yeah. Welcome in, JD.
Yes, you have to.
JD?
I'm 19 and I'm not a Christian, but I want to ask you about in verse Isaiah 53, God calls Israel, calls the servant righteous. Okay. But he never calls them that ever again. So
He does in Zephaniah.
couldn't
He does
be
elsewhere.
talking about a special? Where is one?
Zephaniah chapter 3, if I remember correctly. So you got to remember that
3:13.
Yeah. So the nation of Israel, when we talk about the nation of Israel being the servant, you do have to recognize as well that we're not specifically saying that every individual in the nation of Israel this is targeted to. This is for the righteous remnant of Israel, right? So there's a group of people specifically that this is targeted to, not in fact the entire nation. Because as we've learned, some of the people in the nation they weren't good. In fact, that's why they had to get punished, right? But we have lots of texts from the Hebrew Bible demonstrating that finally, when God sends this last group of people into captivity, there will be a righteous remnant that emerges, a remnant that actually will do what God commands. And so that's what the target audience seems to be.
Does it say that in the Bible though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Zephaniah
Can you just
3.
give me the verse and I'll just... Oh, okay. I'm gonna go and look it up, thanks.
Yeah, there's a
Verse
bunch of them,
13
dude.
specifically.
Yeah. There's a bunch of... Just read all of Deutero-Isaiah, and then you'll find tons of references to this particular idea. It's all over Isaiah. I mean, it's such a common theme in the Hebrew Bible. Like, I learned about it, the righteous remnant. I learned about that as a freshman in Catholic school. Like, it was like even the Catholics talk about it. It's such a common thing. But yeah, so that's that. Carlos is with us finally tonight. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for sending out 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Also, for those who are members on TikTok, I I took down all of the emojis, all of the stickers today. But I did redo them all afterwards. I took them all down and then I put them all back up again. So if you are a subscriber / member on TikTok, please let me know if the emojis are finally working. I tried to fix them on multiple occasions thinking that they were working, and then it seemed like they weren't working again. TikTok had a weird glitch where everyone's emojis got screwed up. I think they're working now. If you have access to the emojis, throw them in the chat. Let me know if they're working, or send me a message if they're not working, and I'll go back to the drawing board and see if there's a reason why they are or are not working. And we're going to get the chosen Jewish apologetics in here in just a second. Jesus had no loincloth. Wagon is amazing screen name, by the way. Oh, I see people putting the emojis in. Good. My church growing up insisted on waiting for someone to interpret the tongues. It was a local grocery store worker who was also a prophet, apparently. So this is the case. Typically, the people who come up with the interpretations are typically the same person. It's not like a whole varied group of people, but isn't it interesting that it always seems to be like the same people over and over again that are doing it? I see people in the chat saying, "Oh my fucking God, not chosen again." I assume chosen has a bad reputation. Is that what I'm gathering? I've never spoken to chosen, but it seems like
he was on my show earlier this week, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, should be fun.
Hello?
Hey, welcome in, chosen. Are you at least 18? And are you Christian or Jewish?
I'm Jewish and I'm 19.
Are you Messianic Jew?
No, Orthodox Jew.
Awesome. That's what we need to know. Okay. So what do you think is the best evidence or the best argument for your God existing?
Well, there's multiple arguments. One of the most fundamental ones is the fact of the transmission that we have from Sinai till now, which we can discuss, but I want to ask you a question about your belief. So when you say you deny God, or that God is imaginary, are you denying the possibility of a deistic God? What are you exactly denying? Religion?
No, I think the deistic God is also imaginary. I don't think there's any evidence for it. But I would say in terms of like debunking God concepts, the deistic God is probably the more difficult concept to deal with. That being said, my inability or say my lack of strength with the deistic God concept will never be proof that the deistic God does indeed exist. But as it turns out, you don't believe in the deistic God, so.
I don't, but I want to understand what you have a problem with. Like, do you have a problem with God being active in humanity? Would you have a problem with a God that disrespects
I don't have a problem with God. I don't think it exists.
So you would deny that there's any sense of order to the cosmos? There could be a design. You deny that.
I have no reason to believe that anything in the universe is designed. If something designed everything intentionally, then they're an absolute dunce. To put human beings on a planet where 97% of the water is undrinkable, to have diseases that cause babies to claw their eyes out or to be born with bone cancer. These are all like really silly things. In the deistic worldview, you can make sense of that because you could be like, well, we're just a big fucking experiment. God sneezed and here we are. But in the theistic worldview, we actually have to have an account for this kind of stuff.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So I'm going to give my theistic argument, but considering that you just said that would be fine in the theistic view, then you could say that it could be possible that there is a deistic God, correct?
I've never denied that the deistic God is impossible. I have no idea why you're stuck on this.
I just want to clarify that. I want to understand what your objection is to the figure of God. So let me bring forward
my
that argument.
objection isn't to God. My objection is that there's no evidence that would warrant a belief in any of these entities.
Okay, so let me give you my argument. So first of all, in Judaism, 10,000, and I'm going to use 10,000 as the number because it's actually much smaller than what the number actually is, but I'll assume 10,000 for the sake of the argument. Over 10,000 people testify every generation that they received from the generation before them the Masorah, and the information from Sinai and the events that happened at Sinai, number one. They also testify that the people they received it from were righteous and pious individuals. So they didn't receive it from random people, they received it from righteous and pious scholars that received this from their generation. Now that generation prior to them testifies, and the generation before them did the same thing. Gave them the transmission of the Masorah from Sinai and about the events on Sinai. And every generation testifies that this chain goes back to Sinai. Now, even with historical data, we know that, and not even accounting for the Bible, we'll just talk historical data, that there was more likely a group of Israelites that existed in Egypt. We have evidence for that, and it's very much possible that there's this group of them that we can even put in the number of 1,000. Like I'll stick with 10,000, even though there's a higher probability, there's a lot more. That they migrated towards Sinai, had some event, and the religion started. Now, if it is true that these people testified every generation, and they received from their fathers, who were 10,000 people that testify the same exact thing, you would have to show me where, historically in time, one of these 10,000 people in these generations lied. When they decided to lie
This is a
and
weak ass
fabricate.
argument.
This is so bad.
This
The
may be the worst
Kuzari
argument I've ever heard.
fails.
Again, you can say it's a weak ass argument.
This is trust me, bro, on a telephone.
Yeah, this is
bro,
like
except it's
3,000 years of trust me, bro. Okay, so one of the things that you would need to demonstrate is that if somebody, I don't know, one of your 10,000 people, can you name one of them?
One of them, yeah. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rav Kaduri, the Vilna Gaon,
the Rebbe?
the Baal Shem Tov.
None of them were present
Yes,
at
the Rebbe
Mount
is
Sinai.
a modern day righteous,
Okay,
pious
so-
individual that received the Torah from his
So you
master,
think
yes.
that the Rebbe was given the Masorah orally by God?
No, when did I make that?
You said that 10,000 people a year received the Masorah. Is that what you said?
Where are they receiving it from? What I said is that every generation, 10,000
Where do they get it from?
Yeah, from the previous generation.
So
every
you just
generation.
talk about oral
10,000
transmission.
Well, not just oral transmission. You understand what I'm saying. So 10,000, which we can even include it right now, attest that the generation that they received the Masorah from the generation before them, that were 10,000 individuals, that were righteous and pious people, that they received the transmission from. And that generation prior to that attests to the same thing, that 10,000 before them were righteous and pious transmitted material. So you'd have to show me where the 10,000 lied. So where in history that happened.
No, I wouldn't have to
And
show
please
that.
do.
You would have to demonstrate that the 10,000 received it. So what you're positing is that there is a link of transmission going back from the origin point all the way to the present of these generations one at a time. That's an unsubstantiated claim. So first of all, give me the approximate, say, century when you think the first transmission happened.
I mean, we can give. You want the dating of the historical dating of when the Sinai event probably happened?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a range, but if you want, I can provide it for you. Here.
Wait, how is it a range if you know every generation going back with 10,000 assured, avowed testimonies?
Yeah, because it's not a
How is it a
range.
range of anything?
Yeah, which means that the exact date it was given, we know according to Torah. However, according to historical data, we don't know the exact specific date, like the exact year. But we have a range of time where it was very highly likely to be given at that time. For the tradition to start there, and then to transmit.
Was it during the reign of Ramesses?
That's what history says.
Was it during? No, it's probably after. I mean, it's after they fled Egypt.
After.
If
Well,
it's
it's after
after, you
they
got a
fled
big problem in
Egypt.
the Bible.
No, it's after they fled Egypt. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, we
So it's
agree
not
after
like-
they fled Egypt. We're asking, who was Pharaoh when they were in Egypt? Was Ramses there?
Most likely Ramses, but again,
Yeah, because Exodus chapter 1, verse 11 says that they built the storehouses of Pithom and Ramses, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we
But again, we don't know.
So we would conclude that at some point while they were in Egypt, Ramses II, who was known for his storehouses, we know that those storehouses actually got built during his reign. We would conclude that they were in Egypt at some point during his reign, correct?
Well, yeah, we have documentation of Israel being in
Okay.
Egypt at that time.
I'm sure you do. So
So
the problem that we have is that the Bible says otherwise. In 1 Kings chapter 6, it says that they were released from Egypt. They left Egypt in the 480th year prior to building the Solomon's temple, which is about 960, 970. So what that means is that according to 1 Kings chapter 6, the Exodus must have been in the middle of the 1400s BCE, but that's almost 200 years prior to Ramses II.
yeah, but you just said the Torah said that they left during the reign of Ptolemy and Ramses.
No, I didn't say that. So what I said was history, archaeology, our best timeline outside of the Bible, and also Exodus chapter 1 states that Ramses was in power at some point while they were in Egypt, which means if they left during the reign of Ramses or after the reign of Ramses, they have to have been there during the 1200s. He was Pharaoh from like 1279 to 1225. So the problem
agrees that they were under.
The problem is that 1 Kings chapter 6 says that they left Egypt almost 200 years before Ramses was ruling there.
Yeah, so this is 1 Kings chapter 6. Now, what verse is this? And we'll go over this. You can actually look at the historical data on this. 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 1. Let me pull this up, okay?
I expected better of somebody who's a practicing Jew. I expect the Christians not to read the Bible, but my Jewish friends should be usually pretty good at this. We can't hear you when you're away from the app, by the way. Anything?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of pulling it up, so give me 1 second.
It's on the screen. Can you see the screen?
It's on the screen, yeah.
Let's see if he knows when Solomon lived.
Right. I guess he's not one of the ones that got the oral tradition. I figured he'd know this.
Maybe he's not.
Or he's looking up some apologetics.
That's what it is. He's going. Are there like Orthodox Jewish apologetics websites?
Yeah. So the historical. First of all, so I agree of when it assumes the timeline started. However, they have different, and it's pretty slightly different actually. The historical dating for when they most likely left compared to what the Torah says. They just start the process at a different time. Now, again, that would not conflate, which means the process of leaving,
They left in
which
one
means
night.
when did it, which means when did it exactly start happening and how is it dated? Now, again, even if
they left in one night.
1 Kings chapter 6 tells us it was 480 years before the time when Solomon built the temple. So do we know when Solomon built the temple?
Yes.
Which is when?
Which was when?
Yeah, I'm not denying when it's dated. It's not an issue. What I'm saying is
that... here's the problem. If you take Solomon's temple, which was around 960 to 950 BCE, and you subtract 480 years from that, you get to around 1400 BCE, which is 200 years earlier than Pharaoh Ramses.
Yeah, so even if we assume that the historical data is conflating with what is stated here, that's not the argument that I'm presenting. The point of the argument is that even if we can say that the Israelite tradition or the Exodus happened 1400 BCE, let's say, and they arrived at the mountain and they received we can call it the 10,000, received that tradition and received the Torah and received that. Again, that doesn't take into the fact of what it's testified.
I think you're missing the point. If the Torah says that they are building the storehouses of Pithom and Ramesses 200 years before Ramesses was even born, This is a anachronism.
Yes, you're not hearing what I'm saying. Is that even if we take this into account, the historical dating is different from what the Bible was talking about, or in First Kings.
What you mean by that is even if we ignore it.
Not ignore it. What I'm
You're
saying is that
ignoring it.
if we hold it to the historical view, let's say, for the sake of the argument, that it's 1400, or that the exact historical dating, it doesn't change from the fact that the historical consensus is still that there were thousands of Israelites that most likely gathered, and they agreed there was an Exodus, and those Israelites.
No,
That's the historical consensus?
Yes, that is
the
the
historical consensus is that the Exodus never occurred. That's the consensus of the scholarship.
So that's not true. I mean, do you
That
want me to
is
show
true.
you? Do you want me to show
No
you?
serious biblical, no serious Egyptologist or a biblical scholar would consider the Exodus a real historical event.
No, hold on. The Exodus in what fashion? You're referring to the miraculous Exodus? Then yes.
The Exodus of the Book of Exodus.
2 million people leaving Egypt overnight.
Yeah. So again, so if we say the miraculous Exodus, then I agree with you. It's not an historical consensus. What I'm saying is that there is a consensus that that groups of thousands of Israelites left Egypt.
Well, I don't know if that is a consensus, but it is something that I have long agreed with. I've long agreed that there was probably a small contingent of Semitic-speaking people that left Egypt that mixed with the Midianites. I believe in the Midianite hypothesis, and they waited to take control over the foothills until the Bronze Age collapsed, and then that's where we got the tribe of Judah from. And then when the Assyrians came in and wiped out the northern tribes, a lot of them moved south, and then they had to merge their two mythological stories into one. But none of that actually addresses the problem. So the problem that I'm trying to demonstrate here, right, is you want me to believe that God has been faithfully giving people oral transmission, but in the book, which we have an oral and a written transmission, this book isn't even right. Right. So if God can't get this book right, can't figure out when this Exodus actually happened, why in the world am I going to believe in an oral tradition, especially knowing what we know about oral traditions? We know that oral traditions don't bode well over time. And even written traditions, if you compare the Bible, especially the Hebrew Bible, with the Babylonian literature, so like the Epic of Gilgamesh, you can see that it does the same thing that the Epic of Gilgamesh does. Over the course of time, they add to the story, making it more and more mythological in nature, right? So I don't see why I would trust this supposed oral tradition any more than I would trust the Bible, knowing what I know about the Bible.
Yeah, well, first of all, we know historically that, I mean, obviously you admit that the oral tradition exists. However, the point is very simple, is that if we take those, I can show you how it does not actually conflate, and that you require oral tradition to even understand what the Bible's actually saying.
I don't think you know what
I can show that
means. I'm not conflating anything. What
I'm
saying is you're claiming there's an oral transmission. You don't. First of all, you don't have any evidence of the oral transmission. This is a claim you haven't supported
that's
yet.
Wrong.
But what I'm saying is, even if there was an oral transmission, I'm asking why would I trust that the oral transmission is reliable?
Yeah, well, first of all, because over 10, and I can still give this as evidence, but you first of all, you deny the oral tradition. So I want to understand, if you deny the oral tradition, I can give you 40 examples around it. Great. So first of all,
prove to me that there was an oral tradition that was actually handed down from Sinai. So like I know what you want to do. Yeah. Like you're going to point to the Talmud, or are you going to point to like Pirkei Avot, where it talks about the tradition being given to the elders, or do you have actual proof from the time period?
Okay, great. Let me respond now. So I'm not going to use obviously the source to prove to prove the oral tradition. That doesn't work in an argument. What I'm going to show you is a couple things. Is that number one, the Torah relies and implies an oral tradition, first of all, to understand the law. And I can show you 50 different examples where you cannot understand the text itself without the oral tradition, number one. Number two, I want to show you
maybe you can't understand it without tradition.
No, I can show you that you can. That you literally would not be able to know how to do the actual stuff that's instructed, and it actually implies an oral system, number one. Number two, I'll show you that.
Is this going to presuppose that the Torah is a singular source from one singular source, or is it going to take into account the consensus of the scholarship that the Torah is actually a compendium of 4 different traditions from the Israelites, the J, E, P, and
Mm-hmm.
D sources.
Yeah, I have no problem with doing it like that. If you want to hold to 4 different successive traditions, it's not a problem for the sake of my argument. But the
I
point,
think it is
the point,
because
like,
if the documentary hypothesis is correct, and then what that means is that some of these strains don't even agree with each other.
well, first of all, I can show you with the earliest source that it implies an oral tradition. But again, you're asking me to show you that an oral tradition exists. So let me provide you with the proof of that.
Well, we know an oral
Specifically,
tradition
an oral
exists.
tradition from Mount Sinai given.
What we're
from Sinai.
What we're
From
asking
Sinai.
is whether or not you can demonstrate that the oral tradition goes back to Sinai, but I know that you can't do it.
Yeah. So first of all, again, you have to really give a good response to my argument, which is that if the historical consensus,
my response is that I need you to support the argument, right? If I said there's an oral tradition that goes from Dalton all the way back to King Arthur, you would rightly ask, well, what's the support that oral tradition exists, which is what I'm doing. I'm asking you, what's the support that there was an oral tradition starting at Sinai that went from Sinai to today unaltered?
Great. So now let me respond to you. So again, once again, it's a fact historically that there was an exodus in Egypt where, well, it is. It's an historical consensus. I mean,
it's not the consensus.
You're saying it's not.
It might be the consensus amongst fundamentalists. It might be the consensus amongst fundamentalist Jews and Christians, but amongst serious scholars in the biblical academia, no one considers the Exodus a historical event.
Again, when I'm saying Exodus, which I'll clarify one more time, being that a group of Israelites in the thousands left Egypt. That is what I mean by an Exodus, not the miraculous.
We don't know. We don't consider the Semites to be Israelites. That's the problem.
But okay, yeah, so that's one problem. But I just want to make sure real quick you understand the nature of our disagreement here, right? So I already told you, I think there probably is a likelihood, we can't prove it, but there probably is a likelihood that there was a contingent of Semitic-speaking people that left Egypt, because we have evidence that did happen. The Hyksos expulsion happened in the 1600s, and I don't believe that 100% of the Hyksos left. Some of them probably left later. Maybe they were part of the contingent that left. That's not my contention. My contention, and I'll illustrate it here, right? You're agreeing with us, well, at least you're agreeing with me, that the way it happened, whatever you want to call the Exodus, it didn't happen according to what the Bible says, correct? The Bible says that 600,000, hold on. The Bible says that 600,000 fighting men left Egypt in the Exodus, which means there were about 2.5 million people based on population statistics. Now, you've already agreed and said, listen, the way the Bible tells it, it's not completely accurate. It's like embellished, right?
No. Well, first of all, with the historical data we have, we cannot prove that claim with the historical data. But that's not my argument that I'm presenting to you.
No, I'm trying to make sure I understand your argument first. So this is important. I need you to actually focus.
You're not saying.
So you've already backpedaled a little bit and suggested that the Exodus isn't as the Bible described it. It's the Bible's version of the Exodus is like built on top of a smaller kernel of historical truth, right?
No, what you're doing, first of all, is that you're presenting a different argument that I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is that even if
I'm not presenting an argument, I'm asking you to clarify your position. And if you actually listen to me, you've done it right now, and we can move on. So if you actually listen to what I'm saying, you can give us our clarification, and we can move on. So I asked you 3 times already. Do you believe that the biblical Exodus story is embellished or accurate?
Great. So now let me respond. So again, in my belief, my personal belief, I do. Yeah. So
do you think the Bible story is embellished?
Great. So let me speak. Okay. Great. So as my belief, I believe that the Bible itself and the Torah and what it describes is true. However, I'm saying that even if we hold to the secular scholars on their evaluation of the historical data, even if you hold to that there was a group of thousands of people that, whether you believe were Israelites or became Israelites over time, that went to Egypt, and they lived in Egypt, and they eventually fled, and they left Egypt, and they left through the Sinai. Now, the point
what you're saying is you don't agree with the scholarly consensus, then, right?
Okay, but that's not my argument. You understand?
I didn't say that was your argument. I'm trying to figure out your actual position. That's the
Yeah, so let
point.
me give you my
We don't
position.
know.
I
We
don't
can't
think you
do
understand.
anything with your argument until we actually know what your position is. So is your position
this
then
is my
that you
argument.
disagree with the consensus of scholars who don't think that the biblical story is true?
That's not the argument that I'm presenting. Which means,
I
yes,
didn't say it's an argument. I'm asking for your position. Is
So
your
how about you respond to
position
my argument?
that you disagree? I'm not responding to your argument yet. I need to know your
I
position.
know, because you can't answer it.
So we'll try this again. Is your position that you disagree with the consensus of scholars and you think that the Bible story of events is accurate?
For the sake of the argument, I will hold to the consensus and the discoveries by the historians.
I'm not
That's
asking
what I will do
you.
for
I'm
the
not
sake of the
asking you
argument.
about the argument. I'm
I know, but
asking
you're
what you
ignoring
actually
my
believe.
argument.
I'm asking what you actually believe.
So if I tell you what I actually believe, are you going to
It's
still address my
amazing
argument or
that
go on a
theists
tangent
will
to
get
something
up
else?
here and not actually tell us what they believe. It's the craziest thing.
I'm
All I want to
fine with
know
what I
is,
believe.
do
I
you
believe in the
believe that the
Torah.
biblical version of events is accurate? Yes or no?
Yes. However, that's not my
Okay,
argument.
there you go. Now, give us your argument for whatever you were going to present. We're looking for
So
the
for the
argument
sake-
that substantiates the oral tradition, I believe.
Yeah, so let me give my argument. So first of all, to substantiate my argument, we're going to hold to the historical data that has been collected and what has been observed, which is that there was a group of Israelites, likely in the thousands, that have left Egypt, went through the Sinai, Judaism started over these years and was comprised, and etc. Now, the point is very simple, is that in Judaism, and explicitly with Jews, 10,000 every generation, including this one, attest they received from 10,000 before them that
You've
were
already said
righteous
this.
and pious individuals. Yeah, again, but
Right,
you forgot to respond to it. So I'm going to give it again. So
I already responded to it.
So
Did
you
you
keep
hear my
interrupting. You keep
response?
interrupting me. Again, you're saying substantiate and prove it goes back to Sinai. So that's
Yeah,
what I'm going to
can
show
you
you.
do it?
Okay. Yeah. So historically, and we can talk about this, when did the religion of Judaism start historically?
Well, historically, the religion of Judaism seems to have started sometime shortly before the Babylonian crisis. In fact, I would pinpoint most likely between the Assyrian crisis and the Babylonian crisis, but I'm sure you disagree.
Yeah, I do.
And I would place it during the Hellenistic period.
Because the generations of the Babylonians testified that they heard 10,000 before them. So that would not work in that argument. If the 10,000 of that generation heard.
Whoa. Who said? What source do we have prior to the Babylonian exile that makes this claim?
Yeah, well, first of all, we have the most obvious one, which is the Torah. Second of all, we have
the Torah is not the Torah doesn't predate the Babylonian exile.
Yes, it does. I mean, you see,
no, it's from the 6th century.
Yeah, actually,
6th century BCE.
I don't think that the Torah predates. In fact, I think parts of Genesis predate the exile, but in like snippets, not the entire compilation. Because again, I believe in the documentary hypothesis, which means it was in fact, my specific strain is the fragmentary hypothesis, which means that I think there were fragments of text from different time periods that were eventually compiled and then built upon by the 4 schools of redaction, right? So to say that the Torah existed prior to the Babylonian exile, to me, is something that doesn't make sense. And one of the reasons why I agree with the scholars on this particular matter is even in the early prophets, if you look at Amos and you look at Hosea and things like that, we don't really find quotations from the Torah. We don't get solid quotations from the Torah until we get to Ezekiel. So it's really difficult for someone like me to believe that the Torah existed prior to the earliest prophets, since they largely ignored it.
You're saying we don't get quotes from Hosea? Are you serious?
What I'm saying is the major prophets prior
is that your claim?
the major prophets prior
the
major prophets prior to the Babylonian exile say almost nothing in terms of quotations from the Torah.
Yeah, like Hosea.
Ezekiel quotes the Torah all the time. Hosea comes before Ezekiel, and while Hosea is aware of a law from God, he does not at length quote hardly any of it. He quotes the tradition. He quotes the tradition. He doesn't quote the individual laws. The individual laws begin getting quoted during the time of Ezekiel, and they get even more quoted during the time of Jeremiah, which is why we see crossover between Deuteronomy and Jeremiah.
So are you saying that laws like sacrificial laws, etc., that are prescribed in the Torah are not, and specific laws actually, are not quoted by Hosea? So I can give you
No,
14
I
examples.
didn't say that.
Specifically, I would point out what Justin constantly points out, that in the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah's not even aware of the fact that sacrifices were offered like right at the start of the Exodus.
Yeah, Jeremiah 7:22.
Jeremiah, yeah, say it one more time.
Jeremiah 7:22.
Jeremiah chapter 7 verse 22. Jeremiah, yeah, he's unaware of sacrifices that were offered and commanded at the beginning of the Exodus.
Yeah, do you want me to show you where Jeremiah affirms that sacrifices were given as a commandment during the Exodus? Because I can show you that in specific verses.
So the problem of the actual point of Hosea is that Hosea is fully aware of the Exodus tradition. He's familiar with the Exodus tradition. What I'm saying is he doesn't go at any length quoting from the individual laws. That's something that we find later.
Yes, he does, though. No, but he does. So, like for example, would you believe that sacrifices, especially of bulls, is a law given in the Torah, Leviticus?
It's a law given in every culture. So
no, in Leviticus
talking about the sacrifice of bulls is not something that's unique to the Torah.
No, it is in the sense that how it's
it's not.
And it's
literally every culture at that time period were sacrificing bulls. Every last one of them.
Again, okay, great. You have to let me respond now. So first of all, I'm not saying that the sacrifice of bulls.
He talks over me, and then it's like you have to let me respond as he's talking over me.
Yeah, because what you're doing is you're saying a whole lot of stuff, and you're not letting me respond. So let me actually respond to what you're saying. First of all, what you said about Hosea is incorrect, because although sacrifice, yeah, let me do it. So even though sacrifices of bulls itself were not intrinsically a practice by the Israelites on their own, however, the method of what sacrifices are used for, especially commanded by God, and how they're related to prayer in exile are. Which means when Hosea is discussing, yeah, for example, Hosea 14:2, when we look at how Hosea describes sacrifices, he describes them in a way that God describes in Leviticus as for atonement, which is eventually replaced in exile by prayer.
So this is where you're really confused. Hosea 14:2 says, take words with you and return to the Lord and say to him, take away all guilt, accept that which is good, and we will offer the fruit of our lips. Did you read this verse?
That's not what it says. So you're mistranslating it. Yeah, so you're
I didn't
not only
mistranslate it. I'm reading it. I'm reading it.
are.
I'm reading it in the translation that's provided by the NRSV. Do you have a better one?
Yeah, what's the Hebrew word there? Yeah, what's the Hebrew word there?
I told you I'm looking at it in English. You tell me.
Yeah, so the word there is parim. Now, fruit is peirot. Parim is cows or bulls. So that is a Christian translation, and the reason why that is not the actual Hebrew translation is they're trying to defer from the fact that you can give sacrifices in exile through prayer, not through, like, they believe in a final atonement that is needed for blood.
I'm getting strong vibes from you. Are you by the way, I gotta know, are you a convert to Judaism?
No, but I think you're side noting. Again, like what I'm saying is that
I was just curious because you act like a Christian. That's why I was asking. But anyways, go back to it. What you're saying?
Yeah, funny. So keep it up with the insults. So
that wasn't
first
an
of
insult.
all, with regard,
I think you're really confused about what's happening here. He didn't insult you. He's asking whether or not this is actually the faith that you grew up in, or whether or not you came to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the word for sacrifices in Hebrew, specifically for cows and bulls?
Well, there's actually quite a lot of them. Like olah would be a common one, like a whole burnt offering.
Is peirot ever used?
And by the way, the meaning of this Hebrew text, even by Hebrew scholars, if you read, like, for example, the revised JPS from 2023 in the notes, will tell you the meaning of Hebrew is uncertain.
So that's wrong. We know the translation of Hebrew words.
So the Jewish scholars who translated the revised Jewish Publication Society translation are wrong when they write the meaning of Hebrew uncertain.
Yeah. So for example,
to be clear, the JPS Tanakh says that the meaning of the Hebrew is uncertain, but you're saying that the translators at the JPS are wrong.
Yes, the translation here is incorrect, as we never see
by the JPS.
parim ever. So find me one place where parim is used for fruits ever in the entire Torah. Please do.
Listen, I've been very clear
you can.
here. I've been very
but
clear
you're
here.
just lying.
It's
So,
crazy that
I
he won't
don't-
let me actually respond. Do you want to hear my response?
Yeah, so please tell me, does parim mean fruits? Please.
I'm not saying that it does. If you'd actually let me talk, you'd understand what I'm going to say. Okay, so
Great. So you
my
can see that this is
argument,
incorrect.
my argument has nothing to do with whether this should be fruit or whether it should be bowls. It's irrelevant. If the text literally is translated, we will offer the bowls of our lips. That's fine. That still doesn't mean anything. So what we have in the ancient Near East, we've got thousands of documents of individuals and cultures describing the sacrificial system. Part of that sacrificial system includes bulls, lambs, sheep, so on and so forth, oxen, for the forgiveness of their sins. Most of their purification rituals are identical to what we find in the Hebrew Bible. The Day of Atonement ritual in Leviticus 16, not unique. It already existed outside of Israel. The Hittite people already were doing this prior to the Israelites doing this. The fact that it's talking about bulls being sacrificed is not unique to the Bible. It's not proof that the Torah existed prior to Hosea in the form that we have it.
Yeah, so what it does show is that he is grabbing on a commandment, which is a major commandment of atonement in Leviticus, specifically of sacrifices,
It's
of
crazy
bulls.
that he didn't listen
and what
to
he's
anything
doing,
I said.
I did again.
So,
This is like you keep interrupting.
We'll try this again.
and I can't respond to.
So because you don't listen to my words, what I'd like for you to do, the reason why you keep getting interrupted is because you're not actually responding to what I said. You're responding to, you're just like waiting to talk, right? So what I said, which you didn't respond to, which is that every culture in the ancient Near East sacrificed bulls, and quite often they did so in a form of purgation or cleansing, right? So when we find other cultures, say like the people in the Bible, that are talking about offering bulls or other animals as some sort of ritual of purgation or even a ritual of praise, this is not unique. This is not telling me that they're quoting anything directly from the Torah. It just tells me that they're from the ancient Near East and they're doing what people in the ancient Near East are doing.
Well, so let me respond to that. So the reason why we can tell, first of all, that again, we obviously agree that there's sacrifices in other cultures. What I'm saying here is when in the whole context of what Hosea is saying in 14:2, he's referring to the destruction of the temple. And what happens when the temple is destroyed is that these sacrifices themselves are being rendered through our lips. We'll render the sacrifices through our lips. And
yes, this is the Jewish people's way of. So when the Jewish people when Jerusalem was destroyed and the temple was demolished,
that's not how
the
you
Jewish people the Jewish people had to evolve and change the way their religion functioned in order to without a temple they had to find a way for their religion to function. So the idea of substituting animal sacrifice with prayer as a form of atonement, that's just an evolution of the religion.
I'm trying to pinpoint something though that you're not understanding. The sacrifices themselves, as an act of repentance in Judaism, was what was used for atonement. So Hosea is referencing
but
the
we're aware of that
commandments
already.
given.
See, this is what we're
Great,
talking
so
about.
that-
I've already mentioned that we're aware that this is something that people in the ancient Near East are doing. What I'm asking for is what's the evidence that this comes from the Torah and not from popular culture?
Well, I don't believe that intrinsically sacrifices of animals come from the Torah. I don't believe that. But I believe that when Hosea is referencing these sacrifices here, he is referencing them specifically because they are the source in Leviticus of what is for atonement. And he is explaining and he's deriving that because these sacrifices are absent, what we now must do is pray and render them through our lips. So he is referring to the commandment in Leviticus of sacrifices that are used for atonement and showing how in a time of exile, there's a way now to render them through prayer. That is the point. I'm not saying that sacrifices
Okay, but that's not the idea of prayer substituting sacrifice isn't found in the Torah. So why you're bringing attention to this is completely it's not.
Oh,
This
it
is
is.
this is an adaptation of the Jewish people
Well,
as they are leaving Jerusalem and going into exile. They have to find a way of
okay,
coping with the
how did
fact
Moses?
that
How
they
did
no
Moses
longer
atone?
have a temple.
Hold on. So how did
I
Moses
don't know
It's
atone?
why you think.
crazy.
I don't know why you think talking. Yeah, I had to drop you for this very reason when you came on my
Yeah.
show. Is that you won't stop over talking whenever someone's talking to you.
So,
Yeah. So
like,
how
I
did
just,
Moses atone
so
for
I
the
just
sin of
want
the
to,
golden calf?
I just want to point out that like part of the frustration that's being had right now isn't because like we don't like you. It's not anything like that. It's because you're not actually addressing anything that we say. Like we're responding to your claims and then you're not addressing our rebuttals. And also you keep talking over us, which lets us know that you're not interested in hearing the rebuttal, right? Because you're not interested in responding to our rebuttal. Now, listen, I get it. Maybe we talked over you a little bit and we should do better. I get that, right? But the point is, like, if you want to actually have a productive conversation, you do at some point have to respond to our claims. And I've already made this statement 5 times, and Dalton was adding on to it, that listen, we already know that the ancient Hebrews had a sacrificial system of some nature. We've got archaeological and material evidence that there were ancient people in the land of Israel doing ritual sacrifices. We know this is a thing, right? The problem that we have is we can't tie this passage in Hosea specifically to the Torah because they were already doing these sacrifices prior to the existence of the Torah, as was all their neighbors.
Great. So let me respond to that. I'm not saying that sacrifices are unique to the Jews. However, when Hosea is referencing sacrifices as a commandment for atonement themselves, which is given in the Torah, by the way, in Leviticus, for how to atone for sins with sacrifices, and was especially practiced at the temple, which is well known, because of the lack of the temple, which served as how to fulfill those sacrifices once arriving in Israel or in the land of Judah. He is referencing now the sacrifices that are commanded because it's a commandment and must be done as now being fulfilled through prayer. Now, again, Bible Guy made an argument and he said that atonement through prayer is not found in the Torah. That is wrong. And
No,
we know
I mean,
this because we have more.
listen. First of all, hold on. You don't have to argue that point because we're not on that point yet. First of all, I'm not interested in that. We still haven't moved on from Isaiah 14:2 yet. So again, you failed to draw the distinction. You failed to draw a link to why Hosea 14:2 is quoting anything specific from the Torah, because it's not. Because again, if in fact they already have a sacrificial system that's not part of the Torah, it's just part of their culture, right? We would expect that when they go into exile, they're going to do exactly what they would do if in fact it did come from the Torah. There's no distinction there, right? So if they already have a sacrificial system, they're going to go into exile. What that means is that they're going to do something different while they're in exile. You still haven't given me the link that links this back to the Torah.
Yeah, so what type of sacrifices is he referencing here? Is it sacrifices at the temple?
A sacrifice of a bull, which again, everybody was already doing.
No, at the temple though, correct?
Does he say the temple?
Where are the sacrifices given?
All over the place. If you actually look at the archaeology, they were giving sacrifices all over the place. In fact, even in the Hebrew Bible, they're giving sacrifices all over the place. They're giving sacrifices at Bethel. They're giving sacrifices on top of the high places. They're giving sacrifices all over the place. We've even uncovered a temple in Arad where we've discovered that they were worshiping a female deity alongside of Yahweh, and they were giving offerings and sacrifices in that temple as well. There were lots of temples and lots of altars where they were giving sacrifices and offerings. This is a complaint that we actually find in the Hebrew Bible. And this is something that we know for a fact that was happening. Again, the problem that you have is you can't demonstrate that Isaiah 14:2 is quoting anything from the Torah.
Yeah, find me where.
When you say according to the law, the problem here is that during the time when the book of Hosea is written, the 5 books of the Torah as we have them today did not exist, because this is prior to the exile.
Great. So you can say they don't exist, and if you do say they don't exist, then would you then? I just want to understand how you believe this. Then you would believe that there's kind of just oral transmission of the events that happened. Would you believe that?
So, which
No
events are you
events that
referring
happened,
to?
no.
Like, for example, the Exodus.
Yeah, I think the Exodus was an oral tradition for the large part of its history. I don't think it was written and down until like well after the supposed divided kingdom. And I don't believe that the Torah is as early as the Exodus tradition. I think the Exodus tradition is probably the earliest substrata of text in the Torah.
So, like when Hosea, for example, says that, and he's quoting God, says, "Out of Egypt I called my son."
Yeah, Hosea
So
11.
you would just, yeah, so you would just refer to that as being an oral tradition, correct?
No. Listen to what I'm saying. First of all, it is an oral tradition. Yeah, because it's only a loose quote of Exodus chapter 4, verse 22. But that misses the point, right? What I'm saying is the law code that we have in the Torah doesn't seem to show up within even the text of the prophets until when we get closer to the Babylonian period, somewhere between the Assyrian period and the Babylonian period. So the Exodus tradition, I'm saying, is the oldest part of the Torah, which is why that's the only piece that seems to show up in the early prophets, is this idea that there was this Exodus and God freed you from Egypt. It wasn't until later after that that we see a development and a quotation of the actual laws within the Torah. And this is not something I've made up, by the way. There's a scholar, Sam Meyer, at Ohio State University, literally wrote a book on this. He wrote a book on the shifting of the tradition. John J. Collins mentions this in a book called The Invention of Judaism. He details this. I'm not making this up. This is just what scholars have noticed.
So I'm saying when you say that this is not intrinsically for a Jewish commandment, but you can admit though that in Leviticus that the commandment to give sacrifices and the sacrifices that he's referring to are, especially because atonement offerings were intrinsically given at the temple, according to the law.
No, I disagree.
And he's discussing, no, according to the law
According
itself.
according to the Deuteronomy source, yes, but not according to the
Yeah, so-
J, E, and P sources.
No, but you could agree though that when he's referencing a lack of being able to give sacrifices, he's referring to that because of the destruction of the temple. Because previously in the chapter he's discussing that because the temple is not. You disagree with that? That he's referring to a lack of sacrifices at the temple.
I'm disagreeing with that. He doesn't mention the temple.
So if I show you where he's referencing the destruction of the temple, and how because of that destruction that the offerings cannot be given, are you going to concede this is a law that's given directly from the Torah or no?
No,
again,
it's
from
not
the
from the Torah.
Perhaps from the Deuteronomy source.
Again, so you don't think it's from the 5 books of Moses? I'm going to clarify that.
So,
you don't think that the commandment to give...
To be clear, what I'm going to say is probably not how you're using it. When I refer to the Torah, I'm referring specifically to the law code. I'm not referring to Genesis. I'm not referring to the legend of the Exodus. I'm using it woodenly just to refer to the actual law code. I'm not referring to the first 5 books of Moses. There are early parts of both Genesis and Exodus that predate the actual law code development.
Well, commandments of sacrifices are given in Exodus. So
I'm aware.
Great. So then you can agree
I think Chosen. I think your biggest stumbling block here in this conversation.
No, so I'm saying that you agree though that
before you have a conversation about the nature of the Torah, you need to better understand the documentary hypothesis and what scholars have to say about it. Because without it, you're just missing a whole huge factor about this whole conversation that me and Justin are having with you.
That's what I'm saying in regards to the fact that predating. That because you again claim that Exodus is the first or the earliest part of the 5 books that we have.
No,
so,
the Exodus tradition.
No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that the book of Exodus is the earliest.
That.
What I'm saying is that the tradition of the Exodus story, the leaving Egypt, that mythology is the earliest piece of information we have that pops up among the prophets. It was an oral tradition. I'm not saying that the book of Exodus was there. Clearly, the book of Exodus
But what
was
about the
something that
sacrifices themselves?
came later, which is why we don't find it in Hosea. We find only this vague tradition of leaving Egypt. What we don't find are any of the laws given within the book of Hosea. And again, Hosea doesn't have anything to do with the destruction of the temple, because Hosea is predicting the Assyrian captivity. The Assyrians didn't destroy the temple, the Babylonians did. The temple remained standing even after the Assyrian invasion.
I understand. I'm saying that the sacrifices themselves are commanded in the Torah, and you know this. So in
I know
reference
this,
to a lack,
and Hosea doesn't quote it.
great. So in a reference of not being able to give sacrifices, he shows how atonement.
He doesn't say that.
Which is no, he does say that.
He does not say that. He doesn't say anything about the temple being
Yes,
destroyed.
He does.
He does not.
So in
Hosea is
regards to-
predicting
okay, so for
the
example-
Assyrian Empire coming in and wiping out the north. He's not predicting Judah being wiped out by Babylon.
Great. So are you allowed to give, which I want to give, but to atone without sacrifices if there are sacrifices? Which is in the sense that if you're able
you
to
can
give the
have
sacrifice-
atonement without sacrifice,
hold
and
on,
we find it a
Hold on.
bunch in the Hebrew Bible.
I know. I'm saying in regards to the offerings themselves as commandments, are you allowed to not give those offerings if they are there? Which means
According
that
to
if you're commanded
who?
to give an offering in a certain, which means according to the Torah, when it commands, for example, that in this specific date you have to give this offering, which it does multiple times for specific dates of atonement. Are you able to just not listen to the commandment? And is that okay according to the Torah point of view?
I think your biggest problem is here is that you are taking the commandments of the Torah and thrusting them upon the shoulders of Hosea and the people of his time, but there was no system and systematized 5 books of Moses during the time of Hosea, and in the structure of temple and worship and sacrifice was a lot looser during this period in Israel's history.
So again, so who do you consider the earliest prophets, or which prophets are considered the earliest historically?
Typically, Amos
that we
is
have
listed.
written is
Typically, Amos is the beginning of the crew, and then you get like the Assyrian prophets. So you get like Isaiah, the first 39 chapters. Although there's some debate whether or not chapter 40 and part of the 30s come later. Then you've got some of the other prophets like Hosea and whatnot that get mixed in there. We have some early prophets, and when you read through the early prophets, they just don't quote from the law code. They don't do it because the law code came after. That's why when we find Hosea chapter 14, he's not talking about the loss of the temple. He's talking about what the Assyrians are going to do. The very next verse tells you that, verse 3.
Yeah, I'm not on a problem with that. So I'm saying if I show you where these earliest prophets, again, because you will say sacrifice is a little more vague, give a direct link to specific commandments. And you'll concede?
Again, I've been asking for you to do it for 20 minutes. Please show me why I would link Hosea chapter 14 to a specific commandment that wasn't already part of their culture prior to the Torah.
Again, I would say that, so again, because sacrifice is more of a broad example, it's going to be harder for me to prove that to you directly. However, I think
I know you can't do it. That's why I asked.
provide you. No, I'm saying I can, but it would be me saying that Hosea would have to be referencing sacrifices in the idea of atonement done by sacrifice, which he is. That's why they're being rendered through the lips to atone for sins. But I can show you, though, a more direct example of specific law that is less broad than the sacrificial system itself.
You mean you're going to abandon Hosea 14 is what you're saying?
I'm saying, are you okay with me doing that? If you're not, we can stick to it.
Yeah, you
Say,
can
I
seed
think I could give you a more specific
You can
example.
seed Hosea 14, yeah.
Okay, fine. Let me pull up the exact verse I'm going to talk about in Isaiah.
Twice in 1 week for me with this guy.
Right. Imagine being 19 still and knowing
If I had
everything.
hair, you'd see how gray it is. I think his, like I said, I think his biggest problem in this conversation is he just doesn't understand the scholarship surrounding the law of Moses.
No, he has no idea.
He's looking at it purely through the lens of Jewish oral tradition and not based upon like the consensus of biblical scholarship. And as a result, he'll think things like, oh, the only valid temple of ancient Israel was Solomon's temple, and there weren't other temples that the Israelites were sacrificing at, which would be contrary to the archaeological evidence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a reason why you don't find people heavily quoting from the Torah until close to the Babylonian period, because either they didn't have it or it didn't exist. One of the two.
Yeah.
Now, I'm intrigued. So, Dalton, you know that Jeremiah's father is Hilkiah.
Isaiah 5:8. Like you're familiar with the prohibition in Deuteronomy for permanent consolidation, correct?
What do you mean by permanent consolidation?
Like how the land is returned to the ancestral owners. Like, for example, like Leviticus
25. Yeah, the Jubilee. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It says, woe to those who join house to house, who add field to field until there is room for no one, and you are left to live alone in the midst of the land. That's not a quote from Leviticus.
Well, he's referencing violating the Jubilee law.
No, he's not.
He's referencing the violation of that.
Not even
yes,
close.
He is.
No, he's certainly not.
Yes, you want to read that again?
No, what he's doing
those
is
who join house to house, who had field to field until there is room for no one. Yeah.
Again,
accumulating wealth until there's no room for anyone else.
Yeah, so what he's doing is condemning wealth, and you would know this if you read the entire chapter and understood the context, right? Just read the rest of the verse. Woe to those who join house to house, who add field to field until there's no room for no one, and you are left to live alone in the midst of the land. The Lord of hosts has sworn in my hearing, surely many houses shall be desolate, large and beautiful houses without inhabitants. This is similar to the warning that Amos gave that said that their houses are going to be laid in ruin. Even their summer houses, because the women are like the fat cows of Bashan, storing up wealth for themselves. The same accusations of storing up wealth for yourself while those are in need are the same accusations we find both in Isaiah and in Amos. And again, this is not unique. This is not unique to the Torah. We find similar commands in the actual Babylonian law codes. Like, there are other commands that we find in the culture where building up so much wealth and not allowing other people in your community to own land, property, or survive is considered wrong. In fact, even in Egypt, we find this in Egyptian literature.
Yes, you can agree this is applying to real estate, correct? Because it says from house to house.
Yeah, it's about social injustice.
It's about social injustice.
Until there's no space left.
About social
real
injustice.
Estate, correct? From house to house. So not real estate.
It's about social
it's about people
injustice.
Who consolidate so much real estate that there's no place for the poor and for small householders. It's about social imbalances and social justice.
Yeah.
The Torah was given in response to social injustice in the land, not the other way around.
Well, it's showing that one place is displaced, one group of people is displacing another group of people.
Yeah,
which is exactly the prohibition.
The wealthy are building up
the prohibition in
the wealthy are building up money and displacing the poor people so that they can't survive in the land. Again, something that was routinely condemned prior to the giving of the Torah, not just in the land of Israel, but in their surrounding lands. This was just considered one of those things that was wrong to do.
Yeah, which is the commandment.
I know, and the commandment's not being referenced here. If it had the commandment, it could have quoted it, right? So what you're pinpointing are, look, here's something in the prophet that sounds vaguely familiar to a commandment. He must be referencing it, but that's not how that works.
Well, it
To
seems
be a
like poetic. Well,
quotation,
first of
you
all, you can
actually have
agree
to
that
find something in it that's a quote. And also, Apostle Logic is already crying in the comments because his brain doesn't work. Why am I running? I'm not running from you, Apostle. I'm talking to another guest. Like, I don't know if you know this, but you're not special. Like, I don't drop guests when other guests show up. You're not even in the guest box, you coward. All right, go ahead, Chosen.
you agree, right, that the prohibition itself is displacing one family from another, and you can also agree that the prophets
No, I
themselves are
didn't
meant to
say
be
that.
poetic language.
I didn't say anything
Well,
about
well,
that. I
hold on.
said that this
It
is a
says from
prohibition
bodies to
against
bodies.
building up wealth so that the poor are even more disadvantaged and then they don't have anywhere to live. Which again, if you were listening, was a common prohibition in the ancient Near East. This is not something that's unique to Israel. And if he was quoting specifically from the Torah, from the law code, he could have actually quoted it, but he didn't do that because this is just a
so
general
first of all-
principle that people in that time period adhered to.
So first of all, Isaiah 5:9 is explicitly referencing the actual curses that come with displacing others, as referenced in the Torah. Also, I'm sure you can agree that
It's not.
the prophets are well, it is. You can read it if you want to pull it
If
up.
there,
I
if there
reread
are
it.
any
There's no curse
similarities
here.
between the works of Isaiah and but even if there was, this would just prove that the people, redactors and editors who would compile the Torah during the Babylonian exile were familiar with the works of Proto-Isaiah.
So again, you're assuming that.
No, we're
It's
not,
not an
we're not
assumption.
assuming that.
That's
It's
assuming the
all
law
the
is derived
evidence.
from it.
This is based on the consensus of scholarship, based on the evidence.
You're saying the consensus of scholarship is that the people looked at the prophets and wrote the Torah based on what the prophets said.
No, I
In
didn't
part.
say that. And neither did Dalton. Dalton said it's inspired by
Well, you
what
just
was
said in
happening
part,
in the
but-
culture. And what was happening in the culture was both what was happening in the rest of the ancient Near East and also what the prophets wrote about. There's far more
Is
evidence.
mixing meat and milk part of
There's
the
far
prophet?
more evidence that, like, the prophet Amos and the prophet Isaiah, at least first Isaiah, came prior to the giving of the Torah.
Yeah, is mixing meat and milk part of a previous culture that is forbidden to do?
Mixing meat and milk
Yep.
is not forbidden in the Torah.
Yes,
Only
it is.
boiling a young goat in its mother's milk.
Yeah,
Again, because
and
you're
we do
assuming
have
you're assuming that's
an
liberal,
Ugaritic
but-
we do have Ugaritic prohibition against this, by the way. So
Yeah, so
here's the
please show me
Chosen.
that.
Here's what you need to understand. Okay.
Okay.
Like, I realize you heard these arguments and they were really compelling to you. I get it. They're really compelling to you. The problem that you have, you don't know anything about the history of the ancient Near East. Nothing. You don't know anything about the extra biblical literature from the ancient Near East. You don't know nothing about the ancient culture. So you have to understand that while these are really convincing arguments for you, they're really weak for us. I've studied the ancient Near East. I know what kind of laws they were following. That's why I agree with the scholars that say that we don't find evidence of a written Torah until after the Assyrian conquest.
Yeah, can you please search it up for me? I want to see that. Can you search up did the Torah exist prior to the Assyrian conquest?
Yeah.
Or prior
Here we
to
go.
Babylonian
Here's your citation, bud. Right here.
No, I
The
can search up
composition of
myself.
the composition of the Pentateuch by Joel S. Baden. This is one of the epitome of biblical scholarship on the documentary hypothesis. You ain't gonna get anything better than this right here. Epitome.
I mean, he could have just asked ChatGPT. Even ChatGPT, which isn't a real source, says most scholars think small, discrete texts were already written and circulating, which is what I said. Very small, discrete portions of the story were circulating, like the Exodus code. In fact, they point specifically to that. It says there were also early poetic traditions, which I agree with. The Song of the Sea, the Song of Deborah, and there are other songs in the Hebrew Bible that I think are quite early. So we don't have
you agree, though,
evidence
that
the actual law code was given prior to this, especially because we see that it specifically borrows from the Middle Assyrian law code, bar for bar, some of the wording. Why is it borrowing from the Middle Assyrian law code?
So then you would say that there's a oral tradition at that time, and it's eventually written down in the Babylonian period. That's what you would say?
I didn't say that. No, this is crazy. Like,
I'm saying
I don't
oral
know
stories
if
or parables.
this guy has got
like
like
the
bad
Exodus, for
ears
example.
or what, but what I said
Like the Exodus, like you
specifically
said.
on multiple occasions was that the story of the Exodus was a mythology that was orally transmitted. The law code was invented later as a reaction to things happening within the culture. So what that means is that it's not able to be quoted until it existed, and there's no evidence that it existed until after the time of Hosea, sometime between the Assyrian conquest and the Babylonian conquest.
Great, but the people at the time of the Babylonian or the Babylonian period are still attesting that the generation before them is saying that they received that the generation before them. Yeah, you're saying they're not attesting to the Exodus story. You're saying they're not attesting to that.
Of the idea of a passed on tradition from Moses at Mount Sinai. No, we don't have. You would have to show us some documented evidence of people making this claim during the Babylonian exile.
Yeah. So which generation decided to fabricate it? Which one of them?
Well, it depends on which part. So typically, the Levitical law code is a fabrication by the priestly editor. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. It's so weird that it's just like randomly quitting in the middle of the stream. What a weird glitch today. And this never happened until prior to today. There must be some piece of software right now running on my machine that's fucking it up. Anyways, my point chosen has been very clear the entire time. We have no evidence of an actual written law code until after the Assyrian invasion, and most scholars point to different time periods for each section. Deuteronomy being the latest. Deuteronomy was most likely invented during the reign of Josiah, which is why it was suddenly found, and then they had to put it into practice. It was just, golly gee, we found this law code. And isn't it weird that the person who found it happened to be Jeremiah's daddy? Like there's so, and Jeremiah's work has a huge crossover with the themes that we find in Deuteronomy. The reality is, they're saying that the YouTube video is lagging again. Fucking A.
The Exodus story itself, though, that you were talking about, that prior to the...
Here, I'll put this in really simple language for you, Chosen. Prior to the Babylonian exile, long time ago, there was a small group of Semite people. They weren't Israelites, but they were a Semitic group who traveled and joined the Midianites, who all brought their religion up into the land of Canaan. Over generations, this tiny kernel of a story builds up until it becomes the myth of the Exodus as you understand it. And
did the Midianites believe in polytheism?
Yeah, just like the ancient Israelites.
Yeah, so according to the Torah, Genesis, and the Babylonian period, I mean, it's pretty clearly one God.
No, Deuteronomy 6:4. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad is hero Israel. The Lord is our God, the Lord alone. But
No,
it
the Lord is
doesn't
one.
deny the existence. No, the Lord alone. It's like in
No,
it's like in
Echad
the
is
book of
one.
Hosea. No, Echad here means alone. Most scholars would
No.
even the new. Do you disagree with the Jewish scholars who translated the new Jewish Publication Society translation, because they translate it correctly as the Lord alone?
I'm saying Echad itself, in Hebrew, especially in other places, means one. One.
Well, no, because
I understand how
in the
one.
book of even in Zechariah 14, we see examples where it says Yahweh Echad Ushmo Echad, Yahweh
And his
alone
name.
and His name alone.
And His name is one. He is one.
And
His
His
name
name
is one.
alone. That doesn't
No,
make any
His
sense.
name
His
is
name is
one.
one.
It does.
It means His name alone, to the exclusion of other deities. This is
No,
again.
and His
This is the
name is
consensus.
one.
This is I know that's what your tradition tells you, but
Not the tradition, it's the Hebrew.
even Jewish scholars in the field of biblical studies agree with me on this point.
Echad means one.
Micha mocha be'elim Adonai. Who is like you, O Lord, among the gods? There's just a presupposition amongst the people who write the Torah, the compilers and editors and redactors of the Torah, that there are many gods, but the only one you're allowed to worship is Yahweh.
No, the idea of there being other gods does not mean that those other gods are real. What it's referring to is that the other gods by the nations
There we go.
that
We
are
got the
being
words
used
don't mean words
and
now.
worshipped. And
No,
first of all, the idea
I
that
actually
Echad is not
disagree
one is incorrect.
because in Exodus, God
Echad
says
in Hebrew
He's
means one.
judging the gods of Egypt, right? We've got all this indication in the Hebrew Bible that they were henotheistic, and this is what most scholars
What verse?
believe,
What verse?
even Jewish scholars.
Yeah, what verse is that?
Exodus 12:12.
Let's pull it up.
And then after you're done with Exodus 12:12, I got one from Psalms.
Yeah, Psalm 82 is a doozy. Also, Sean, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Really appreciate that, friend. Big W. I know that TikTok is lagging again. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with TikTok today. We've just been having all kinds of glitches. When we're done with this guest, I'll restart TikTok again and we'll try from the beginning. I have a slight suspicion that the problem is I was switching from my previous browser to Safari. And I think Safari is doing some weird permissions. I think it's trying to steal my mic and my camera permissions and disallow other applications from using them, and it's just fucking everything up. So I'll get rid of Safari on my next stream and go back to my previous web browser. Chosen? Chosen. Hola.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Elohim, first of all, the word is Elohim.
It's
itself,
Elohim. It's the letter Hey. We speak
Yeah, I
proper
say-
biblical Hebrew here.
I
We
say-
don't
I
speak
s-
modern Hebrew.
Yeah, first of all, it's not modern Hebrew. I say Elohim because I don't pronounce the hey. Not like any specific advantage I'm trying to do on you. But I agree it's spelled with a hey. You say Elohim. But Elohim itself, even as a term itself, can be referred to rulers of the land. And specifically in this case, we can tell that.
Oh, he's reading Psalm 82?
Hold on, that the
Wait,
Exodus
are you in
12:12,
Exodus
that the
or
gods
okay, you're in
hear-
Exodus. Gotcha.
Exodus. That the gods hear themselves, first of all.
Words
they're
don't
obviously
mean
not.
words. The ancient
Yeah.
words don't mean
No,
words.
I'm not
Elohim
saying
doesn't
that.
mean gods.
Yeah, I'm not saying. So first of all, I can give you like 13 examples where Elohim does not mean gods, but that's not my argument. I'm saying
Well,
that
no,
it does mean
that's a
gods
modern. That's a later apologetics
No, I
created
can
by the
prove you
Jewish
that.
people in order to take away the references to other deities within the Hebrew Bible. But no,
Yeah, is the angel the Lord
Hebrew
God?
word Elohim, Eloah, Elohim refer to gods.
Yeah, is
That's
the
what
angel
that
the Lord
word
God?
means.
Is the angel the Lord God according to the Hebrew Bible?
No, I guess you don't know much about ancient Near Eastern, like the way it functions. No, the angel of the Lord is the agent of God.
Yeah, that's the point. That's what I'm
So,
making. So if I show you where
in
it's referred to as
Elohim,
Elohim,
just
are
for
you going to say it's a
clarification,
god?
an Elohim is always a divine being, right? So, for example, in the tradition, we would consider like the angel of the Lord, like we might call him an angel, comes from angelos in Greek. But even
That's
that
wrong, though.
carrying the idea that it's a divine angel, not like a mortal
Moses
angel,
is called
right?
Elohim. Is Moses divine?
It's crazy that he doesn't want to hear my response.
Well, actually,
So the reality
prophets
is,
are quasi-divine.
They're not divine.
also,
No,
Moses
that's not
wasn't
true.
called an Elohim, by the way. He says, you will be like an Elohim. He didn't say you will be an Elohim. This is where reading comprehension is really important. He's like an Elohim to you.
Yeah. So, first of all, we can pull up that verse itself, but
So I think this
I
happens
don't
when you've
disagree
read
that
apologetics, but you haven't read the book.
Well, first of all, again,
Yeah.
he already conceded
Then
that
and
the angel of the
then
Lord
further,
itself is not God. So it being called Elohim is not God, and we can agree
well,
with that.
that's because the word Elohim can be abstracted to refer to the concept of deity itself.
Great,
So
deity,
you know
great.
you can
So
have
So is
deity.
is
So the angel of the Lord, yes, deity, I know. As a modern day Jew, and you have the same problem that Christians do, that you see divinity as a binary, where divine is God and everything else is not divine.
no, I
But
don't. I
your
don't.
ancestors, the ancient Israelites, and people within the ancient Greco-Roman world as well, saw divinity as a spectrum, where the supreme deity is divine. But guess what? Angels are also divine.
Yeah, I agree
Kings
that in that
are
verse.
seen as divine.
I agree in that verse, by the way, that means gods. However, what I'm saying is that this is not actually literal gods; it's the false gods
It
of
is.
Egypt,
It is.
and I can
It is.
prove that
Well,
to you. Hold
false
on, I
gods
can
of
prove
Egypt
that
are
to you.
just other gods. The ancient Israelites
No,
believed in the existence of other gods. The
no.
nations had their gods, and then Israel had their god. They were all really gods. The only difference
No.
is our God is Yahweh, and other nations have their gods.
No. Well, first of all, they believe other gods are false gods. Number one, and number two, this is
Where
obviously
does it ever call them false?
yeah.
Check here.
I'll give you multiple examples of that.
Because I have God
Genesis,
saying to
Deuteronomy,
the because I have
the
God saying
prophets.
to the gods, because I have God himself saying to the gods, Ani amarti Elohim atem uvnei elyon kulekim.
Okay, doesn't mean that those are actually other gods that exist.
So he was lying.
No,
God
not
was
that
lying.
he was lying. Let me explain to you what I mean by that. Gods, again, let me explain to you what I mean by that. We obviously know that when it says, for example, in Exodus 12, that he smite the gods, he'll come and smite the gods of Egypt, that he didn't actually, because there was no fight between gods in
Yes, there
Exodus.
was.
No, there wasn't. That never happened.
Yes, there was. The plagues.
The plagues are not gods. He sent the plagues. He caused the plagues. What are you talking about?
Oh, is your mic muted again, bud?
Oh, that time I actually physically muted. You can hear me now, right?
He caused the plagues. The plagues themselves are not gods.
So the point that you're missing with what Dalton said is in Psalm 82, he tells you that they're not mortals.
Wait, why are we jumping? Why are we jumping? Hold on a second.
He said Psalm 82.
No, he was talking about. We were talking about Exodus 12. So
yeah, you made the claim that they were false gods. I said in Psalm 82, God literally says, "You are gods."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So who's he talking to here?
Psalm 82.
The gods of the nations.
Divine council.
Yeah. Psalms 86 verse what?
82:6.
Verse 6.
And is he talking to angels here or gods?
It starts at 1 to tell you who he's talking to.
Right.
I'm saying, but who's he speaking to here?
The gods.
The divine council.
Yeah,
the heavenly court.
Yeah.
The divine council.
Yes.
Not
So-
your concept.
so-
Not your
so if I show you-
concept. Not your concept of the heavenly courts. The ancient
No.
Near Eastern.
Yeah.
No, the
So
ancient.
if I show you,
I don't know. Okay, no one can hear you while I'm talking.
That's just a mistranslation.
Not your concept.
Yeah, now
And
it's a mistranslation
because I can read the Hebrew.
Yeah, it is. Are you denying Elohim is used for angels?
A dot L.
Are you
What does
denying
a
that?
dot L mean? What does a dot L mean?
Depends on the verse, but sometimes a dot L can mean knowledge of God. A dot
No,
itself.
not dot. No, not dot L. A dot L.
Yeah, a dot Elohim.
But a dot L. That okay. Mitzmor le'asaf Elohim nitzav ba'adat el bekerev Elohim yishpot.
The Karev Elohim Yishpot. Yeah. So first of all, yeah. So
here, a psalm of a psalm
yeah.
or
I'm not, I'm
Asaph.
saying who is he
God
speaking
sits
to?
in the council of God.
Oh my God.
In the midst of the gods, he judges.
Not the gods, the angels, and I can show you how Elohim.
Not
Again, I can show you how.
Malachim. Not
Oh my
Malachim.
God.
It doesn't say Malachim. It
You-
says
You want me
Elohim.
to show you where Elohim is referred to as angels multiple times in the
So
Torah,
I
especially in regards to the
actually,
heavenly court?
I actually
So,
don't
like,
think
it's not a good
that
argument.
this is a distinction that matters, because in verse 6, they're giving you the distinction that does matter, which is that these entities are not human. It says, I
agree they're
say
not
that
human.
you are
They're
gods,
angels.
children of the Most High, all of you. Nevertheless, you shall die like mortals and fall like any prince. So they're saying you're going to die like mortals, even though you're not mortals. And this was common in the ancient Near East. It even shows up in the book of Sirach, chapter 17, verse 17. The
They're
idea
not gods.
that
They're angels.
Yahweh, or whatever your God was, El, had 70 sons. And those 70 sons were tasked with looking over the 70 different nations. And in the Hebrew history, they had to fix that at some point. They started to conflate their new religion with their old religion. And how do you get rid, or how do you judge these other gods based on the fact that things aren't going the way that you expected them to go? Well, you judge them and say, hey, listen, you're going to die like mortals, even though you're gods. And it even taps in this idea of an angel in the Hebrew Bible typically are referred to as the sons of God, the B'nai Elohim. And what this refers to is an ancient Ugaritic concept, which is, again, why I keep bringing this up. If you had a handle on any of the archaeology and any of the ancient texts that predate the Bible, you would know that the B'nai Elohim is a common stock phrase that refers to the actual physical descendants of the god and the god's consort, typically Asherah or Atirot, from the text. But you don't have this. What you have is
so
just this
if I show you
tradition. What you have is this tradition that was handed down to you, and you think that their tradition is true, but you don't know what predated your tradition. And so what you want us to do is believe that you've got a tradition that goes back to Sinai. You have no way to link the current tradition with the ancient tradition. However, I have evidence that links real Israelite history, real Hebrew history, to artifacts that contradict what you're bringing up, namely the fact that we have documents talking about Yahweh who had children and had a wife. Kuntala Ajrud, we've got pottery, we've got Astrakhan that literally depict Yahweh with his wife Asherah. From just south of there, we've got letters that are lettered to Yahweh and his Asherah. We have depictions of Yahweh with his son Baal. What we have from actual historical archaeological remains from prior to the time of the Assyrian conquest is evidence that Israel was heavily not monotheistic, but henotheistic, and that there were multiple gods in the land, and it didn't get conflated into some form of monotheism until long after. That's what archaeology tells us.
Yeah, so first of all, I'll just address all of that. It's a lot to address. But the first thing you said is now you can agree, though, that according to the Torah, there's multiple instances, especially in regards to the heavenly court, where Elohim is referring to angels or divine beings, correct?
I never said it wasn't. I don't know who you're trying to quote here.
Okay, great.
But I've already told
don't-
you that the phrase Elohim refers to divine entities, not to human entities.
Yeah, so I agree it's divine entities, like angels, for example. However, doesn't mean if that they're angels.
What's the difference? What is the real difference between an angel and a god, besides the name?
Angel is a spiritual being that is a messenger of God that works for God.
Yes, spiritual being, a divine being.
God in the other religions. Hermes was a messenger god.
No, not
who
son
was
of God,
between the gods.
because God does not consummate or do anything to produce these angels. That is a literal act of sleeping with another.
And you'd be wrong, because in the ancient Near Eastern tradition, he
No,
does.
I won't.
The Elohim, or El,
Torah.
in the ancient Near Eastern tradition, has 70 sons. It's in the Ugaritic tablets. Just read the Ugaritic tablets. Listen, what you need to do is you need to actually... Well, we know that in history prior to the Torah, this is what I keep trying to point at. prior to the existence of the Torah, we have written documentation that the god El, who is later referred to as Elohim, had a wife. They had 70 sons. In their literature, the 70 sons were referred to as the Elohim and the B'nai Elohim. So when we get to the period of the Hebrews after the fall of the Ugaritic Empire, and this word is already a stock phrase on everyone's mouth, we have no reason to believe that they thought that it was anything different until until post-monotheism. Prior to any evidence of monotheism, there's no reason to believe that Israelite culture was substantially different than the culture that was there before them. And Dalton's, in fact, got one of them up from Kutnala Ajrud.
Yeah, this is an image. This is an ancient Israelite image of Yahweh and his consort Asherah. And above it, it says in the ancient Paleo Hebrew, Yahweh and his Asherah. In fact, just a little something right there between Yahweh's legs. He's got a big old god dong, okay, and that's what he uses to mate with Asherah and have his children, which are the 70 sons of El.
I'm not questioning that Israelites could have gone astray and done these things. However, in the Torah itself, there is no mentioning ever of God having a wife of there being other gods that actually exist.
The edited.
And
that's why.
Did you hear why that happened? Were you listening to what I said? I said that's because this was written later. They had to conflate their God with the God that came before them to enable to solidify the kingdoms under the same deity. That's why I have Exodus chapter 6, which is a clear conflation of a prior Ugaritic deity that is conflated with the Yahwistic deity. And again, this is not something we've made up. This is what is consensus in the field of this study. This is something you'll even find on Torah.com. This is not something we've made up. You are wholesale unfamiliar with any scholarly literature on this. All of it. You've not read a singular scholarly piece of literature on this topic. And we've now wasted an hour and 25 minutes, and you haven't done a single thing that would provide a link between the revelation at Sinai and anything happening today. And I don't have any confidence that in the next hour, you're going to provide anything either. So what I'm going to do is end this conversation now, because we're not going to make any more progress. What we're going to do is give you a free education for the rest of the live stream if you stay up here. And I'm not really interested in doing that. You can go read some scholarly literature, and you can learn that your Torah isn't as old as you think it was, and the oral tradition is not something that you can point to as evidence for your God being
I mean, you
real.
just kind of interrupt me.
Wow. It's easy to think
Hopefully
you know
they'll do some
things when you
maturing,
have
too.
no education and you've read no literature. Oh well. Friends, I'm going to restart TikTok real quick because TikTok is glitching again for some reason. Hopefully it won't do this again tonight. I don't know. It's a weird night, having a little bit of computer glitching tonight. But we'll be back on TikTok in just a moment.
and
Then we'll get
I'm
Apostle
probably-
Logic again.
And I'm probably gonna go and do some more edits for you. So, hey, you have fun. Keep cooking them, bud. And
Thanks,
I'll see
buddy.
you. I'll see you another tonight.
Cheers, friend. W. Dalton. All right. TikTok is getting restarted right now. Give me 1 second. And it should be live again. There we go. So TikTok's live again. Hopefully MacLuster comes back. Looks like it's coming up. Let me double check. A bunch of people are live tonight. AR's live tonight. Polypolitics is live tonight. John's live tonight. All right, now I'm showing up. All right, we're good to go. All right, friends, I'm going to grab, thanks for your patience, by the way, friends. I'm going to grab just a couple of super chats, and then I'm going to get Apostle Logic back in here for what I can only assume is going to be a whole bunch of semantic pettifogging and running away from arguments. Ian2, thank you so much for the $50 super chat, my friend. That's humongous. Big W says, thanks for listening to my rambling. I forgot to add some things because I was nervous. Don't worry, it happens. Gay for Justin, Dangling for Dalkin, Rock Hard for Doug, Simply Wet for Sharon, Alpha Justin, the Slayer of Gods. Well, thank you, Yantu. I really appreciate that. I think it's a hard I, so it's Yantu, if I remember correctly. I appreciate your correcting of my pronunciation so that I can get it right. And Sand Sensibility, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says allegedly Ian has a book club, 117 at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Come join us. Reading Knowledge, Reality, and Value, a mostly common sense guide to philosophy. I like the sound of this. Stone, lava, and salt. That is the trinity that we need. And I do love me some philosophy, but I don't think I'll be there on the 17th. I'll probably be. I've got something on the 17th. But friends, if you want to learn philosophy with one of the goats, definitely check out Ian's Discord. Would be awesome to get a lot of people learning philosophy in the community. And Rock Hard for Doug, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. That's humongous. My friend says, at a holiday party this year, I stepped on a broken shot glass shard. Oof. Was too busy to deal with it and now is deep in my heel and hurts. Ooh, was sad until now because I'm starting my own prophecy fulfillment. Genesis 3:15. You did. You nailed it. You nailed it. Yeah. That is the bruising of the heel, obviously, is a fulfillment of the typological prophecy from Genesis 3:15 and 16, obviously. And iReactor says, upon this rock, I will build this church. Pope Justin pointing at Doug Habermas. I think you mean Habermas Papam. Habermas Papam. I don't know what that means. Let me look that up. Hold on. Habermas Papam. Is that Latin? Latin for we have a pope. Oh shit. We have a pope. The deconstruction pope. That's a title I don't think I ever thought I'd wear, but I'll take it. And Chode, welcome back tonight, says, and I thought Christians were dense. I know. It actually pains me when we get really bad Jewish apologists up here because most of the Jews that I know don't engage in these types of silly apologetics. They're like super educated and down to earth typically. But what are you going to do? Sometimes you get some that are weird apologists, you know? Foul Win, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, is there an introductory book on the documentary hypothesis that you would recommend for someone to learn more? I think there are two good books on that. Joel Baden did a book recently on the composition. And also, I would say... there it is. I'm always losing it because it looks like a Bible. Richard Elliott Freeman did this book, and he also did another book. This is called The Bible with Sources Revealed. It lists the individual sources for the individual texts in the Torah. But he also wrote a book called Who Wrote the Bible, where he goes over the documentary hypothesis. And it's a really good book. In fact, it's one of the few books where even the introduction is good. I almost always skip introductions. They're usually worthless. But in that book, even the introduction is worth reading. It's a really good book. So big W for learning about the documentary hypothesis. And Tom Gregory, thank you for the $10, says, the problem you are having is because God commanded Satan to go mess with Justin. DZ debates. It's Doug. Maybe. We'll see about that. I think probably a good computer restart and then getting rid of the Safari web browser, I think will fix it. Safari so far looks like it's been fighting with OBS tonight for trying to take control over my audio source. Because like sometimes it'll just die in Safari, but it'll be working in OBS, and then later it'll die in OBS but be working in Safari. So I think the two applications are fighting for control of my microphone software. So I think in the next live stream, I'll forego using Safari as a web browser. I just don't think they've got their permissions worked out. My prior streams, I was using the Opera web browser, which seemed to not present any of these audio problems. I think that's actually what's happening. So, all right, we'll grab Apostle Logic, and then we'll get some people from our YouTube queue. Be ready for all atheist arguments to be annihilated. The king of apologetics is here. Welcome in, Apostle.
Thank you. I'm not here to have the same discussion as last time. You pretty much conceded to that debate and you lost.
I mean,
It's
I cooked
okay.
your ass and you had no idea what was even happening because you were lost in the wrong conversation.
No. I think the conversation
Imagine
was clear
having
when I told you what we're going to
the
discuss.
confidence of someone who knows literally nothing about the Bible, who just took like a couple philosophy classes. It's amazing that,
Well,
that
I
young
told you from the,
apologists have this level of confidence with also this lack of intelligence.
well, first of all, I told you what I was going to discuss. It's going to be a semantic discussion, and then you want to go off to
Actually,
a moral
you didn't.
argument
I
and
brought you in
objectivity.
and I recentered you to the actual moral argument because my video was about the moral argument. Your video was about the moral argument, and you couldn't stay on task because you know you're going to get cooked on the moral argument because I was going to make you read the Bible and you were terrified of reading the Bible. Now, tonight's your lucky night because we're not actually rehashing that entire debate. We're going to start from the beginning, which is you're a Christian, you're at least 18. I don't have to ask you those questions. What's your best evidence that the Christian God is real?
Oh, I was actually going to hear to debate the moral argument. That's actually why I came up, because I know you wanted to talk about that last time.
I don't know if you were paying attention, but we tried to debate the moral argument 2 days ago, and you were out to lunch.
No, I didn't come up to debate the moral argument. I came to debate your semantic use of the words unlawful and unjust.
Listen, I don't care what you came up to do. I gave you the moral argument, and you ran from it like a coward, so now it's over.
I didn't run from it like a coward.
Okay, then answer the same question that you refused to answer 5 times last time. Why are your God's subjective, relative morals normative for me?
They're not subjective, nor are they relative.
They are.
They're objective.
They're subjective and they're relative.
What makes it subjective?
Because they're your God's rules that came from his mind. He decided what the rules are going to be. He decided what morals are, which means they're subjective. That's a definition of subjective. If you need to look it up, you can go look it up. It also is true that you don't follow them because you're a Christian. You think they change over time. They applied to some people back then, but they don't apply to you today, which makes them relative. What that means is that you believe in subjective moral relatives. And as it turns out, that's fine with me as long as you're aware that you don't have objective morals.
No, I do have objective morals.
No, you don't.
And wait, I just want to see how intelligent you are. What does it mean for something to be objective?
It means it stands independent. It means it's completely independent of anybody's mind. And your God isn't anybody who has a mind, which means if your God gets to decide what morals are and what morals are not, that means they're subject to your God's mind. And
that doesn't apply to God.
By the way, I saw your bullshit video on the euphoria dilemma. By the way, it's euthyphro, not euphoria. If you're going to smash atheist arguments, you should start by at least getting the name of the person right.
I think I admitted in the video that I didn't say the name correctly. I think I admitted
definitely
that.
didn't say it correctly.
It's part of my English.
If you don't know something, what you should do is have a little bit of humility.
No, I do know. I just couldn't announce it. That's just part of my shortcomings when it comes to English.
Sure. What's the definition of objective?
Yeah, I asked you and you gave it to us. So you said it's mind independent, right?
Yeah, and does your God have a mind?
Okay. Yes, he does.
Okay, and did your God decide what morals are?
But that concept doesn't apply to God, though.
Did your God decide what morals are?
That concept doesn't apply to God.
Did your God decide what morals are?
Well, it depends what you mean by decide.
Did your God's mind determine what his morals are going to be?
Well, if you mean by determine, like from point 1, from point 2, he says, okay, this is a new moral law, then no, because we believe that.
Crazy that he can't say yes or no.
Because we believe that all.
He's now answering the question that he wanted me to ask rather than the question that I actually did ask.
I am answering. I'm just not answering the way you like.
The question that I asked was, did your God decide what is morally permissible and what is not morally permissible?
And I'm asking you to define decide. And I'm trying to give you an example of what I mean.
He doesn't know what the word decide means?
And you're ignoring it.
Do you know what the word decide means?
You know it cooks you. It cooks you. I'm trying to show you what I mean by it. Well, there's the lexical definition, but in philosophy,
what's it mean?
You don't often work in that definition.
I'm asking you about definitions in the English language. What does it mean to decide something?
So we're using the classical lexical definition of it?
I'm using the English language. What does it mean in English to make a decision?
And the classic lexical definition is for a agent to make a choice.
Sure. And does God have the ability to make choices?
Yes.
Okay, so if God's an agent who can make choices, that means he makes decisions, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did he decide to choose the Israelites as his people?
How is this relevant to objective morality?
It's crazy. Every time he doesn't know where the conversation's going, he tries to get out of it. Did God decide that he's going to choose the Israelites as his people?
I'm talking about objective morality. I'm not talking
I know,
about
so am I. And you'll figure
Israelites.
out where we're going if you just answer the
I
question rather
see
than
where,
being
okay,
a
I see where you're
coward.
going with this.
Actually, Mac,
Okay,
hey,
first
Mac,
of all,
did God decide that he's going to choose the Israelites as his people?
bro, I can see your plan.
I
No, you
mean,
can't.
he
It's not
did
fun.
inherit them.
Let's focus on the philosophical aspect of it. All right.
So
This is pure
we
philosophy.
are, and we need you to actually engage in the question and answer. Did God decide that he would choose the Israelites?
Yes, he did.
Oh, okay. So God does make decisions?
Yeah, I said
Gotcha.
to choose
So
is for
did
agents to
God
make a choice.
decide
Did you
what
not listen?
morals he would permit and not permit for the Israelites?
Well, he always had morals in which is permittable and
Doesn't
which is
answer my
not.
question. Did God decide
Yes, it does.
which morals are going to apply to the Israelites?
Not arbitrarily.
I didn't ask arbitrarily. I said, did he decide?
Well, it answers your questions, though, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. Did God decide? Did he
It
make
doesn't?
it? So just to be clear, Mac, when you make a decision, is it arbitrary?
No.
No.
Oh,
When
so
I
you
make a
never made an
decision,
arbitrary decision?
when I make
Mark,
a
you've never
decision,
made an
I'm
arbitrary
using my
decision before?
powers of thought to come to a conclusion. I'm
I
not
said
doing it
I
arbitrarily.
try to avoid arbitrary decisions. I use the facts of the matter.
So you have never made an arbitrary
Yeah.
decision before?
Nope, that's not what I claim. That's not what Matt
Okay,
claims.
that's interesting.
Your
Okay.
inability to actually track the argument is crazy. So my
Okay.
question
No,
is,
I'm
did
tracking
God
perfectly
make
fine.
a
It's just
decision
you're not engaging
about
with the philosophically.
which laws to apply to Israel?
See, this is okay. First of all, I got to give you a compliment.
They get so
this
lost.
Is brilliant.
They get absolutely so
this is
lost when
brilliant.
you won't
I decided to
use
have a
their
philosophical
special
discussion,
Philbro dictionary.
and then
They
you're
have
trying to
no
draw it back
idea
to
what
the
to do with
Bible.
it. They are
Let's talk pure
absolutely
philosophy.
lost, and then they complain
Let's talk
and
about
cry
pure
like
philosophy,
bitches that we bring
no
them
Bible.
back to the Bible.
Let's talk about philosophy.
Whatever you do,
came
don't
in to
let me
talk
read the
philosophy.
Bible. You must hide me from the Bible. I'm terrified of the Bible. I'm sorry, you're a Christian,
No, I
aren't
came
you?
here to discuss philosophy between objective morality.
Well, then you're in the
say I'm a
wrong
theist.
place because we're discussing the Bible God. And in order to discuss God, you get to use the
You
Bible
agreed that we're gonna have
and philosophy at the same
philosophical
time.
objective-
No, I didn't agree to that, you liar. I went to your
sure you did.
page. I said, come back and take another ass whooping. And you showed up. I didn't agree to shit. You're a liar.
You do just
So,
say a lot.
are you saying for this discussion you want to discuss the Bible, not objective morality?
What I'm saying is, for this discussion, we are going to use the Bible because it's part of your worldview. So what that means
you're gonna make an internal
is
critique of
whatever
Christianity.
your conception of God is, your conception of God must match the Bible. So if I make an argument for a God that I don't believe in, the argument's invalid. If you make an argument for God and your God disagrees with the Bible, what that means is either the Bible is wrong or your argument is wrong. One of the two. They have to agree.
Okay, so you're going to make an internal critique of the Bible to see if it's truly objective. Is this where you're going with
I
it?
love this. I love this that he can't track.
It's a yes or no question.
What is the point of that question?
Yeah, he has no idea.
I just want to make sure
what he's
we don't
doing.
have back and forth.
He's so lost right now.
I just want to make sure we're not going back from an internal critique of Christianity and Christian God.
He literally came
and then
into
your personal
it
assumptions.
concussed. He's concussed already.
What? What are you talking
Said you're
about?
concussed. Do you need to look that one up too? Dazed and confused. You've got a head
Are you going to
injury?
answer my question or are you just going to keep running?
Little CTE.
Are you gonna keep running, or are you gonna answer my question?
Clearly, I'm not making an argument yet. So an
Well, yeah, I didn't
argument
say you
is
were. I
going to
said
be
answer the
based on an
question.
internal critique or an external critique. I haven't made one yet. We're not even at the argument.
You just
You're
said
so terrified of the
you
Bible.
just said you're gonna be judging
You
the
won't even
Bible.
get to the argument. We're not even at the argument yet.
You said
I'm
you're gonna be
asking you a
judging the Bible,
question
so it's gonna be internal critique of
about your
Christianity.
God, and you're so
You're
terrified
the
to
one who said
answer
we're gonna be
questions
judging the
about your
Bible.
God that we haven't even made it to the argument. So we'll try this
I'm just going
again.
off your claim.
I didn't make a claim. I'm asking you questions. I said, did your God decide what morals he's going to give to Israel? What laws? Did he make a decision as to what laws he's going to give?
Yes, he made a decision in which law to prescribe to the Israelites.
There you go. Fantastic. So what that means is that the moral structure of your God was a decision that your God made. Correct?
Yes, it would depend what you mean by decision, but if we understand it classically, then yes.
Okay. So what that means is that the morals you believe in are mind dependent. They're dependent on your God's mind because they're dependent on God deciding to apply them and to make them. So what that means is you have subjective morals, which is what I've told you 500 times.
No, and that's where you're wrong. And if you can actually allow me to fully explain it, I can.
Yeah, go for it. Tell me how your God decided what is moral, but then also they're objective.
Okay, so when it comes to objective morality, it's defined as something that's mind independent. So we Christian believe that that doesn't necessarily apply to God because he's a different category. Because
That's special
unlike
pleading.
humans, our mind. What?
I already told you.
Does God have a mind?
Last time we covered this, I already told you special pleading. That's not the definition of objective morals.
Okay, good. I'm
The
glad you
definition
said
of
that. I'm glad you
objective
said
means
that.
that it's
No,
mind
no, no.
independent.
No.
There's no
That's where you
carve out
messed
for
up.
your God. You don't get to carve out for your God.
Okay, that's where you messed up. Okay, so what is special pleading? Special
Special
pleading
pleading
is applying
is
a
when
rule
you
to.
have a
No,
universal
let me
principle.
finish. Don't interrupt
Special
me.
pleading is when you have a universal principle and then you make a carve out in it, thereby making it not universal anymore because you don't want it to apply to a
That's
particular
false.
situation that is
That's not the
inconvenient
true
for you.
definition.
Yep.
That's not. Do you want to let me finish?
Go for
Special pleading is applying a rule to everything else except one case
That's literally
without
what I
relevant
said.
difference.
That's
No,
literally
without
what I
relevant
said.
difference. That's the key. No, that is not what you
Oh
said.
man.
The key is without
This guy is really
relevant
not good at
difference.
this.
Do you know that? Did you know
Where
that
does it
part? You
say
probably
that?
didn't know the second part, did you?
It's not there.
Special pleading is applying a rule to everything except one case without relevant difference. So what is the relevant difference
Not there.
between God and
It's not
humans?
the definition.
Okay, look it up. Look up my
Not only is that
definition.
not the
valid
definition,
reason.
not only is that not the definition, there's no relevant difference.
No, type in my definition.
So
Let's show the
there's
chat.
no relevant difference between a mind and a mind. So if God is a
No,
mind
there is no
and he
relevant
makes
difference.
decisions
There's a
about
relevant
what
difference
is
between
moral,
human mind and
what
God's
that
mind.
means is that God makes a decision for what is moral. That means
No,
that
you're
morals
wrong.
are
You know you're
dependent
cooked.
on God's mind.
You're cooked. You just
Imagine
lost.
getting so cooked on basic definitions that you just have to strut around declaring that
Look
you've
at my
won.
definition if you're so confident then.
I just
Let
did.
me
Special
try-
pleading
let
is
me
a
try something
logical
out there. Let me-
fallacy where someone applies a rule or a standard to others but makes it an unjustified exception for their own case.
Put it on the screen put in my definition. Put my definition to see if it's correct.
I don't have your definition. I have the real definition.
Well,
Yeah, you have to justify the exception.
exactly.
How do you justify the exception?
Okay.
Saying
I'm-
he's
I'm-
God and he's different is not justifying it.
Okay, I will read the definition again, and then I would justify why there is a relevant difference
Give me
between
the
human
source for
minds
your
and God's
definition.
mind. Okay, hold on. This is basic philosophy right here. So, if
What
you
you
just
need
pull
to
this
do
from
is
ChatGPT, then
What you need is basic Bible reading.
Oh, it really is AI overview. It really is AI
Even
overview.
the wiki page says special pleading is an informal fallacy wherein a person claims an exception to a general or a universal principle, but the exception is unjustified. Mac, were you ever this confident when you were 18? I was never this dumb enough to be this confident. Like, I always had at least a little bit of like, hey, maybe I could be wrong about something and I shouldn't like just like shit on the checkerboard and demand victory.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that second
yeah,
part
I
is
have my
key.
moments of
If there
like,
is
you know,
no
a bit
relevant
of,
difference,
false
It
confidence.
didn't say relevant difference.
What's this relevant difference? Like what? I see that in like blogs.
You know what's
Like,
funny,
I put
Mac?
relevant difference in quotes, and only blogs are showing up.
After this live stream, he's gonna go back to his TikTok page and claim that he beat us.
That's cool. Make sure you tag me.
Yeah, at least tag us.
I need your 97 followers to know who I am.
Okay, so pulling up a source right now. So I think I got two sources.
The Wikipedia source lists Wayne Lamort and his book Fallacious Reasoning and Propaganda Techniques from the Boston University, and also fucking even Matt Slick, your Christian philosophical apologist, is listed as a source for this definition. Ugh.
Okay.
I wouldn't have
Can you
listed that. Also, Bruce Thompson, a philosopher, is listed as a source as well. All right, go
Can
ahead.
you go to my computer's not loading as fast. Maybe you can type on your computer. The website is called Creation Wiki. CreationWiki.org.
Creation Wiki.
CreationWiki.org.
This guy's a
Is this a
joke. He
troll?
can't be serious.
Is this like a long? Is this like is like a long joke? He's just waiting to announce the punchline.
This has got to be. This has got to be it.
Creation Wiki. Dog. Even still, like, even working with that atrocious definition.
Oh, it's so
What
bad.
is the relevant difference?
Yeah,
Well,
he's not
I
gonna
think it
find
makes
anything.
rational sense to me. Is it not loading for y'all or? Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah, there it is.
No, I'm actually moving to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy to see what they say, because I assumed, and I'm probably wrong, I assumed that you were going to use like a real encyclopedia of philosophy, and you went to a fucking creationist website. All right. So here's from an actual college website with a philosophy dictionary. It says special pleading is a form of inconsistency in which the reasoner doesn't apply his or her principles consistently. It is a fallacy of applying a general principle to various situations, but not applying it to a special situation that interests the arguer, even though the general principle properly applies to that special situation too.
Okay, so how does it properly apply to God if God doesn't have the same mind of a human?
Because God has a mind.
The definition,
but those minds
is not
aren't the same though.
But okay, subjective is not human mind dependent. It is mind dependent.
There's
so what's
no
the relevant
carve-out.
difference?
Well, I think I just disagree then. I disagree then because I feel there has to be
What's
a
the
relevant
difference?
difference between the things.
What's the difference?
If there is no relevant difference, then
What's
yes,
the
it would be
difference?
special pleading.
What's the
Like
does
for
God
example,
not make
here's an
decisions?
example where
What's the difference?
Wait, your argument is there has
no,
there
let me
has
give an
to-
example where relevant
If there
difference would
has
matter.
to be one, what is it?
For example,
No,
if I say
give us the difference.
okay, this would be an example. If I said
He's not going to give it to us.
this is the case where special pleading would matter. I mean, would count and would not count. So if I say everything that
we're
begins
asking
to
for the
exist has a
difference.
cause,
He
yes,
can never
it's
stay
by
on
an
task.
example.
No,
Yeah,
what's
why,
the
why
I'm
are we
giving
going
the-
to like? Why are we going to like Kalam?
I'm
or
giving the
something?
difference through an example.
I know,
That's what I'm
right?
doing.
We could do the Kalam. Kalam's fun. I'm asking you for specifically the difference between God's mind and our mind, in that the definition of objective wouldn't apply.
Well, I stated earlier, humans' minds are finite. They change. We grow.
So does
We
God's.
gain knowledge.
So does
God's mind
God's.
changes.
What do you mean it changes?
Exodus
changes his
32, he
mind.
changes his mind.
Yeah.
This is
verse
what
4.
happens.
And
This is why they never read their Bible.
God-
It's like literally the Achilles
No,
heel
Go-
of
God's mi-
every Philbro apologist is that they've never read the Bible. And then when you
that
read it
is
to them, they'll say,
anthropomorphic
well, these
language.
words don't actually mean what they
That
say.
is Do you know what anthropomorphic
It's
language
certainly
is?
not.
You know what
I do
changing
because,
is?
unlike you, I went to school.
Okay,
Do you
what's
know-
anthropomorphic
Do
language?
you know what changing is?
Well, what is anthropomorphic language?
Yeah, it's making a non-human thing human. Do you know what changing is?
No, that is not true.
That is. It's when you
Yes, it
depict
is.
something that's not human in human verbiage. So this is not
Okay.
anthropomorphic. Every time you see something God doing in the Bible that you don't like, you don't just get to call it anthropomorphic. Anthropomorphic does happen at times in the ancient Near Eastern language. This is not one of them.
And how can you justify that assertion?
Yeah, because the general consensus of scholarship on ancient Near East and the Bible agrees with me. In fact, there's a really good book written on this called
on that one
When
particular
Gods Were
verse?
Men by Esther Hamori. And the reasoning is, in the ancient times, and according to the Bible, the gods had actual physical bodies. Now, the Bible tells us about God's actual physical body and actually where he lives. He tells you that he lives on top of the firmament in Psalm 150, verse 1, and elsewhere. God has a physical location, which is why God's presence has to move along with Israel. God's presence is localized, it's not everywhere. This Greek philosophical max omni bullshit God is not in the Hebrew Bible. This is something y'all invented after the
Such
Hebrew
a
Bible.
disservice.
Okay,
It
so
really
you want
does,
us to use other example, but can you show where the biblical scholars say that one particular verse you pointed out earlier is anthropomorphic language or is not anthropomorphic language?
That's a specific request that is both unnecessary and also just tells
You're the
me
one
that
who
you're
made the
not
claim.
you're not being honest.
You're
which
the
is-
one who made the
No,
claim.
you
You
made
have
the
to
claim.
justify it.
No.
No, I
You're
don't.
the one who
No, you
said
are
this
going.
verse
You
is
are
not
going.
is not anthropomorphic language. So you have to justify it.
No, you are the one
Hey,
going.
why am I
you,
getting double teamed? I came here to debate you.
baby
Who is
boy,
this guy?
He's so
Who are
afraid
you?
are
all
the
the time.
one.
Who are you, bro?
What a
I did
coward.
not
are
come
the
here to be
one.
double
You're
teamed, bro.
so lucky I'm not a mod.
Do you really need another man to
You
hold your
are
hand,
the
bro?
one going beyond a plain reading, right? You are making the claim. You are saying this is anthropomorphic, right? What we have given you is a plain reading. So you are making the claim. You need to justify that claim and show how it's anthropomorphic. Because I need to tell you something. Anything with a mind can change its mind. A dog has a mind. He can change his mind. It's not human.
Well, can dogs change their mind?
Yeah, literally, they do it all the time.
Have you heard of Kant's categorical imperatives?
No, I went to school to
Yes.
So can-
study something real. Like I actually got a real education, unlike you.
Oh, so philosophy's not real anymore. Okay, that's
no,
funny.
it's a joke.
Makes sense. That's why all your arguments are fallacious. Because
Let me know when you find a job in philosophy.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Are you employed in the philosophical field right now?
What did you say?
Are you employed in the philosophical field right now?
Unfortunately, there's not many jobs, so no.
Yeah. Some of us went to school for real things.
Yeah, well, yeah. Unfortunately, philosophers aren't appreciated. But
wonder why.
But yeah, in the Christian worldview, when we say
Maybe they
like we believe that God is omnipresent, if we say God is here or God is there, I mean that's just anthropomorphic language to kind of like describe
I'm not
his
telling you
intensity,
about what you
right?
believe.
Like,
I'm telling you about what the book
What?
says.
So
Christians have
going
10,000 different
places?
interpretations of the book, so it's kind of irrelevant.
How is
Right? It's kinda
going
trivial
somewhere
what you believe it
anthropomorphic?
says. What did you say?
How is going somewhere anthropomorphic?
Oh my, bro, how small is your brain? This is God, bro.
How? Okay.
This is what I mean. This is
Some
the
genius,
type of questions
some genius
you
a few
ask
minutes
when you
ago
don't study
asked me-
philosophy.
Some genius a few minutes
This
ago
is the
asked
type
me
of
to
questions
define
you ask
anthropomorphic. What does
when you don't study
anthropomorphic mean?
philosophy. You don't even know what anthropomorphic is.
The problem is he doesn't know
some
what the
genius
word
a few
go
minutes
means.
ago asked me to define it.
Oh, he doesn't know what the word go means. That's even worse.
What does
No, you don't know what the
anthropomorphic
word go
mean?
means. Logic.
But
What
why do
does
you
it-
have another man holding your hands? Get him out of here. I'm
Logic.
here to debate
Every
you.
time,
Logic. You're so
every
bad
time
at
he's
this.
up here, he
I'm here
cries
to
and
debate
starts making
you.
homophobia type remarks. He's
What? How's that homophobic?
Listen,
I
Apostle,
would say
you
that
can
to a
come out
straight
of the
dude.
closet. I'll hold your hand too.
No, please. I don't like that.
Oh, you said it like you're unsure.
How shy he got.
I think he does. I think he does like it. The truth is out.
Yeah.
I want to go to heaven. I want to go to heaven, so I'm good.
So here's
anthropomorphic
a
is
conservative
assigning- there we go.
Christian scholar. All right, this is Eugene Carpenter. He's not a lib. He's a conservative Christian scholar. It says, surprisingly, referring to God in Exodus 32:14, surprisingly, he relents. He will not destroy his people. Why does he choose to relent? God makes decisions. He chooses to do things. And the thing that he chose to do here is a change of mind. He chose to not carry through with his threat. Buddy,
wait, who is this backwater theologian, bro? What's his name?
Eugene Carpenter, who has a PhD. He's an actual professor.
wow.
He's dead now. He studied under F.F. fucking Bruce. Are you insane
Well,
right
guess
now?
what? Some geniuses make stupid mistakes.
You've
so it doesn't
never
really matter.
heard. Oh yeah, this guy, the guy with the PhD, he got it wrong. You got it right, right?
He's just throwing. He's
Wait,
throwing
did he
out
study
bait.
philosophy?
No.
He's just throwing out bait.
Did he study philosophy? Oh no, he didn't.
No, he got a real education. Like in order to interpret the Bible,
he probably got paid for his work.
You need to get a real education. Yeah.
I got plenty of real education. So first of all, you don't know
Yeah,
what
let me know
anthropomorphic
what-
language is.
Let me know when
you
it
don't
pays
even know
off for
basic
you.
philosophy.
So Mac already
That's
gave
why
you
your
the
arguments are
definition of
fallacious.
anthropomorphic.
And second of all, you need another dude up here to help you in arguments.
Here
It's
it comes
sad.
again.
I
Every
came here to
time.
debate you.
No, it's more
He's
just to
projecting
laugh at
so
you.
hard.
He definitely
I'm not
doesn't need
projecting
my
nothing.
help. It's just fun.
I know. What do you think your definition of anthropomorphic is? Because I bet it's not going to be as good as Mac's.
My definition?
Yeah.
It's the lexicon definition. So I agree with that definition.
Give it.
Yeah, assigning human attributes to something that is not human.
He doesn't fucking know.
Are you talking to me or are you talking to Matt?
Imagine trying to browbeat
talking to me or are
somebody
you talking
on
to
a
Matt?
definition
Have at
and he
it. Let's
doesn't
have
fucking
yours.
know it.
I thought you were talking to Matt. He was the one who was talking.
He gave me
Have
the
at it.
definition. I said, give me your definition of anthropomorphic because I bet it's not as good as Mac's. Let's have it.
My definition is the lexicon definition of anthropomorphic.
Which is what? Give it to us.
It's where when we
He doesn't fucking know it.
attribute humans attitude, actions, thoughts onto God, as if they're
What? That's not even close.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Okay,
So,
look it up. Well,
God is nowhere in,
Anthropomorphic
God
is
is
when you
nowhere in the
attribute
definition.
human characteristics to any non-human entity. So, for example, I have an aunt who's got cats, and my aunt literally thinks that her cats are like communicating to her. And even this is a form of anthropomorphism because she's imbuing human ideas onto her cats, like her cats are behaving like humans would behave. Any non-human
sorry, I forgot about
subject
the
can be
cats.
anthropomorphized.
Yeah.
And here's the thing.
I feel so bad for the cats. I'm
Changing
sorry.
your
I should have
mind-
mentioned the cats.
Changing your mind is not human. Going somewhere, not human. Neither of those things are anthropomorphic.
What'd you say? I didn't hear that.
So
Going
changing
somewhere?
your mind is not human. Going somewhere is not human, as in they are not limited to humans. Other animals do it.
Well, that's where I disagree. I don't think other animals can change their mind in a truish sense.
Be wrong then.
In the truest sense?
Yeah, like in the same sense as we think of changing your mind.
You have one idea in mind, and then you change course. You change your mind.
Well, I mean, see,
I
this
don't
is
think
what
he knows
we get
what-
into philosophy.
They're not.
I don't think
This
he
is
knows
where we
what it
get
means
into
to change their
philosophy,
mind,
which
Mac.
y'all don't know.
This is the crazy
Y'all
thing.
don't know.
He's got so many bad definitions because he's never found an actual English dictionary.
Mhm.
What do you think it means to change your mind?
To change your mind is for a rational agent to change course from making one decision and then making another.
Yeah, animals do that.
No, animals aren't rational.
Why did you
Yeah,
add
they are.
rational agent in there?
Okay, why animals are rational? Rational then.
Yeah, actually, irrational isn't part of the definition, by the way, and it doesn't do anything for your position.
Well, you asked me to define it, so I did.
Okay, so changing somebody's mind is when you intend to do one thing, but then you do another. Or you believe something, and then you change to believe another thing. Happens all the time. Animals do it. Humans do it. It's just something that
Wait, did you say
brains
somebody?
do.
Did you say something or somebody?
I didn't say either of those words. I said animals do it.
Okay, I thought you said when changing
Humans
something.
do it.
Okay.
It's just when you have a change of mind, meaning you either believe or think something, and then you don't believe or think something, or vice versa. That's it.
Yeah, I think as an atheist, that would be harder to philosophically defend, but that's a different topic I not wanting to discuss on here.
Yeah, I'd
But with
avoid that
objective
too.
morality,
Whether or not all of the field of science agrees that non-humans can make decisions. So just so we're
science is
clear,
not
your
philosophy.
argument is that all animals
No.
other than humans don't actually make decisions. They're just like computational machines.
I mean, it depends what you define by make and decisions. I mean, it depends
Do
how you
think
define
that-
agency
Do you
in those
think that honeybees make
categories.
decisions?
Again, you got to define what you mean by make. You're implying agency, some level of agency there.
Do you think that non-humans have agency?
No, not in the truest sense. I don't think so. I
What do you
think they're
think-
kind of mainly
What do you
driven by
think the
instincts.
truest sense is? What's the difference between having agency and having the truest sense of agency? What's the difference?
Well, I think by having agency would mean not simply always going towards what your animalistic instincts goes towards, but having the will to kind of go the opposite way of what your instincts or your DNA pretty much tells you.
Are you aware that ants are solving puzzles?
I mean, that's great for ants.
I'll show it to you. It'll make a lot of sense here in just a second. The audio is probably blaring though. Give me a second.
In an unusual.
I was watching this. I was going to ask you if that was what this was. It's
This
such a
is
good
a video
That's like a human.
of ants solving a puzzle, making decisions individually and as a group to solve a puzzle. Ants are capable of decision making just like humans. In fact, sometimes they're fucking better than us. So ants have the capacity as agents just like we do. We have better abstract thinking concepts typically. We're better at abstract thought. But ants are doing the same thing. So this is a nonsense idea to think that only humans are agent enough that we can make decisions.
I didn't say ants didn't have some level of agency. I just said like you have to define it when you say make decisions.
You
Because
defined it.
obviously
Ants make decisions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like you said I defined it. How did I define it?
You said that agency is making decisions.
No, I said agency is where a rational individual or rational
agent. You said agent.
Agent?
Yeah, where a rational agent decides to
You
make
said where an
one
agent
choice
is
over
making
another.
rational decisions, is what you said. And we said that rational
No, a rational
isn't
agent
necessary.
is making decisions.
You didn't say that. The word rational doesn't
I repeated
do
it twice.
anything for your definition.
Well, if you think animals are rational, then you have like probably like 30,000 years of philosophers that would disagree with you. They don't believe animals are rational.
Well,
so
Why
you'd
the
be-
word
you'd be
rational
wrong.
has no place in the definition.
I mean, you can talk to Kant, you can talk to Socrates,
Oh
you
yeah,
can talk
quote
to
Kant. Quote Socrates on this.
Descartes.
Quote it.
Quote what? On how
Quote me in
animals aren't
Socrates
rational?
where Socrates says that animals aren't rational.
Okay. Hold up.
This might be the one task he can actually do since all he's ever studied was philosophy.
Wow.
Also,
I have
if
not
you
been
want to
studying
quote
all of
philosophers,
philosophy.
Plato disagrees with you on God's mind. So Also, as it turns out, I have Chat GPT too, so I'm going to look up lists of philosophers that claim that animals are agents. Oh, look at that, Aristotle says that animals possess a psyche, soul, with perception and desires and self-movement. What about that? It's almost like you don't know shit about your own subject.
Okay, so did you say
It's embarrassing,
Socrates or
man.
Plato?
Thomas Aquinas.
Aristotle.
Animals act through internal principles, sense, appetite, and estimation. Oh, he doesn't. Aquinas doesn't think that they're entirely true agents. So there's one in your camp.
It doesn't really matter. The point is there's a lot of people,
Now it doesn't
philosophers,
matter.
contended upon. What? No, I mean, you just acknowledge
And why
Aquinas
is
was in
that,
my
Mr.
camp.
Reed?
So
Because it's devastating to my case.
Yeah. Apostle Logic, you've really, how many people have been converted to Christianity so far tonight, guys, from Apostle Logic's sound discourse? Anyone? Any takers?
Might have had a few go the other way.
Yeah,
well,
might be the case.
This is literally an echo chamber of atheists. So if you're thinking you're winning people over with reason, then I beg to differ. Maybe if you have more Christian audience in here,
Actually,
that
I
may be the
am.
case.
Everyone, because we do a vote right now. Everyone put a 1 in the comments if you've deconstructed because you've been watching my live streams for the last 2.5 years. Let's put some 1s in the comments, see what we get.
Dang, nobody. That's crazy.
There's a 5-second
never
latency,
mind.
dummy.
I said, never mind. You hate scoreboards, man. They're not your friend. I can't put a 1. I've been an atheist since I was like 14.
Yeah. I get emails every single day of people who left this religion because they watched this live stream, because they watch clowns like you get up here, declare victory on topics you know absolutely nothing about, and get dog walked by somebody who actually took the time to learn about the religion. Your problem, Apostle, isn't that you didn't study philosophy good enough. It's that you don't know what's in your book. The God of your book is not the God of philosophy. They're incapable of being comparable to each other. They're not the same. What you need to do is stop being a Christian and go to like generic Platonism or some sort of generic theistic concept and get rid of this book. This book is not part of your actual belief system.
I highly disagree with that.
Okay, then explain how the Trinity is coherent.
The Trinity is coherent.
Yeah.
They're one in essence and distinct in relation.
What's essence?
Essence is like what makes something what it is.
It's the indisputable characteristics of an entity, right?
Well, I mean, it depends what you mean by indisputable. Like, you mean like they can't be questioned, or what do you mean?
The essence of something are the qualities that are necessary for it to be that thing.
Yeah. So I was looking confused when you say indisputable.
If I said, well, necessary is indisputable. If it's necessary, you can't dispute it. So if I say that this is 100% of a pen, right? But if I remove the ink, this is only part of a pen now, right?
Well, I don't think a pen is a good example because a pen is made of parts.
We'll try this again. Mac, if I remove the ink from this pen, is it still a complete pen?
No. This is literally like
obviously not. Okay, so
a heresy. A pen is composite of parts.
Listen, I know.
Yes,
I'm not asking you about partialism yet.
It doesn't work.
I'm asking you a logical question that has nothing to do with partialism yet. So what I'm illustrating is that this can't be 100% of a pen. This can only be part of a pen if it lacks one of the necessary attributes of God. So what we can determine now is that there are necessary attributes of things. What are the necessary attributes of God in your worldview?
I think a better example would probably be a triangle.
Nope.
Well, in classical theists, it's all
I'm going to
powerful,
need you
all-knowing,
to
all
answer
good.
my question, though. What are the necessary attributes of
I
your
just
God?
did. I just did.
Jesus
I didn't hear a single one.
Okay. All-knowing, all-powerful, and all good.
Okay. Can you show me in the Bible where Jesus is all-knowing?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mac was on it. He got it.
Huh?
This is where reading your Bible
the
would have
things you
come
said
in
don't
handy.
apply to Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I got to pick out my Bible and get back into my.
Especially all powerful. I mean, all powerful is like so much easier than all knowing. Like he's clearly not all knowing, but he's also like very much not all powerful.
Right.
If he was all powerful, he wouldn't have had to curse a fig tree. He would have just made figs appear.
Mm-hmm. So
I mean, we can do
Matthew,
the what if game all we want.
In Matthew 24, Jesus literally states about the day or the hour no one knows, neither the angels in heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. What that means is that there's things Jesus doesn't know. Jesus said that.
Huh?
Jesus said.
Well, you asked me to find a verse, so I'm finding it.
All right, go ahead.
I found it. John, chapter 2, 24 to 25, and Mark 2:8.
John 2?
Yeah,
it's
John
say
2,
that Jesus knows
verse
all
24
things?
to 25.
He
says he knew all the people and needed one to bear witness about man, for he himself knew what was in man.
I said all things. We're not disagreeing that Jesus didn't know things that standard mortals wouldn't know. Like he reads the Pharisees' minds when the paralytic is lowered into the roof. He's like reading the minds of some of the people there. We agree that Jesus can do like these supernatural things. My question is, do we have any evidence from the Bible that Jesus knew all things? He's omniscient.
Yeah, John 16:30, and disciples are speaking to Jesus. It says, "Now we know that you know all things."
So the disciples said that.
Demonstration.
What?
That's not a demonstration of him knowing everything.
You didn't ask for demonstration. You just asked, where does it say Jesus knows all things?
No, he said,
He
said, show me where Jesus knows all things.
So
wait, why did you quote you saying like Jesus? It says no one knows the time of the hour.
We'll just make this even.
So I'm a little confused.
The best that you can do is point to the fact that his disciples believed that he knew all things, but Jesus himself said the opposite. Jesus says, about the day or the hour no one knows, neither the angels of heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. So Jesus is saying there's something he doesn't know, only his Father knows.
Okay, what's in verse 31?
This is the discourse
of John 16.
Were you going to go back to John? I'm sorry. Are you going to address Matthew?
Yeah, John 16.
Wait, no.
Well,
are you going to address?
You asked me for the verse. You asked me for the verse, so I'm bringing it up.
No. I already read the verse to you.
No. What are you?
I'm asking you to compare it with Matthew 24, dummy.
No, you asked me for the verse where Jesus says he knows all things.
I know, and I pulled it up and I read it, and Jesus doesn't say it.
Okay, I'm asking you to read verse 31.
Okay, let me pull 31 up.
It said, Jesus answered them, "Do you now believe?"
So did Jesus say that he knows all things?
Okay, so let's read in context. John 16, verse 36.
So he's going to
now
ignore
we know
it.
That you know all things.
Just be clear,
and
Mac, he's going to ignore entirely the passage where Jesus
he did,
verbatim says that he doesn't know something.
He affirmed the statement. He says, now do you believe?
Believe in what?
What?
Believe what?
He's reaffirming the statement they made.
Believe what?
Now we know that you know all things. And Jesus says, now do you believe?
Believe what?
He's affirming their statement.
Believe
He's affirming
what?
Their statement.
I'm still going to ask you to the answer. Believe what?
Believe in him.
Yeah, exactly. Believe in him. Not believe that he knows all things.
What, bro? Are you slow?
I think you're slow, which is why you're running away from Matthew 24:36 that we've read 3 times, where he says about the day of the hour no one knows, neither the angels nor the Son.
Come on, Justin.
The projection's crazy here. So
does
Jesus say that he knows all things? He doesn't.
Oh, he's running away.
So you can declare victory all you want. Everyone here sees what's happening. Everybody watching this happen live. They're watching you embarrass yourself live, just like laugh time.
You're running away from
Jesus
John 16,
asked them,
verse
"Do
30
you
to
believe?"
31. How embarrassing!
Did Jesus ever ask them to believe that he was all knowing?
He reaffirmed their statement. If
We'll try this
if
again.
he
Did
was not,
Jesus
he would have said,
ever
"Oh, you were
ask them
wrong."
to believe that he's all knowing?
He would have said they were wrong.
Did Jesus? No, he
would have
wouldn't
said
have.
that.
Did Jesus ever
But instead,
ask them?
he says, "Do you now believe?"
Now he's making assumptions for Jesus. So did Jesus ever ask them to believe that he's all knowing?
This is basic context clues, buddy.
It's certainly
basic
not.
Reading, basic context clues.
If you had basic reading,
If the
you would have
disciple says,
understood that.
now
that this,
we know that you
that
know
this would,
all things.
Your
and he
interpretation
says, "Do you
contradicts
believe?"
Jesus' own words, dummy. This is what I keep trying to tell you.
Hey, I did my job.
If
My
you
job
believe,
shows that he does know all things.
If you believe that Jesus here is implying that he knows all things, that means he's lying, because here he says he doesn't. He says, about the day or the hour, no one knows, neither the angels of heaven nor the Son,
read John
but
21.
only the Father.
Read John 21.
John, which verse? The whole chapter?
John 21, verse 17. This
Okay,
is
I'll
Peter
make you a
Jesus.
deal.
What
I'll
did
read John
Jesus
21
say?
immediately after you address verse 24-36.
For which one? John or Matthew?
It's on the screen right now. Matthew 24-36. You address this, we'll go read John 21.
Okay. Hey, for the chat, I did my
He
job.
won't do
I
it. He'll
found a
never
verse
do
where
it.
Jesus confirms
He's
that
never
he knows all
going to do it.
things.
He's
Justin
never going to
is
do
now
it.
running.
Address it.
Come on, Justin.
I told you. As soon as you address this, we'll go read it.
This is so much fun, bro. Oh my gosh.
But here's the
I
thing
know,
about
yeah.
knowing everything.
You had
The fake
you had
confidence
one
is
mic
crazy
track,
right
bro.
now.
Here's the thing.
He'll never address it.
Posty.
Oh my gosh.
If
Okay, so
the thing about knowing everything is if someone can show
bro,
that
tell
you
this
don't.
guy to be quiet. I'm not talking to you.
He's so afraid of
The
Mac
thing
right
about
now.
the thing about knowing everything is that if it cannot be shown there is, or if it can be shown there's something you don't know.
Wait, hold on. People are
then
saying
that-
it's lagging. Is it lagging?
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah.
The thing about knowing everything is that if there's it can be shown that there's something you don't know, then that can't be true.
You asked me to find where where the Bible claims that Jesus knows all things.
And that's not what he said.
And he didn't.
Yep, that is what he said.
He said, "Show me where Jesus
And-
knows everything."
And he
So
affirmed
not only
the
was that
statement
not my
that he knows all
claim,
things,
and not only
and then
did he not affirm
asked,
the
"Do you
statement,
now
but he
believe?"
also directly contradicts it,
John,
which you're
I know
terrified to
you're a
address.
smart guy, bro.
We're still waiting for you
Just
to
say I
address
was
it,
wrong.
coward. Address it. Address verse 36 on the screen right now. I know you can see it.
Matthew. Okay, read it for us then. Read it for us.
I'm sorry, are you incapable of reading English?
You brought out the verse, so you read it.
No, I'm going to make you read it. I've already read it twice. Read it. It's been on the screen for
Okay,
the last
so you
5 minutes. I've already read it twice. I want it to come off of your lips.
That's a bitter pill. You gotta.
Okay, since you lost on that point, I'll be charitable to you. But I'm gonna show you this doesn't
Yeah,
even
it's
prove
charity.
Your
It's
point.
charity. Yeah, go ahead. Read it for me.
Oh man, this is so much fun. Okay.
I wonder if they actually believe it when they act like that.
You know
But
what?
about the day and the
to
hour.
be fair, it's hard to tell
Oh, okay,
sometimes
so I'm getting
if they
interrupted now?
believe it or if they're posturing. Go ahead, read it.
It's posturing. You can tell. He's
I just
smiling.
did. I just did, but you interrupted me, so I don't want to read it anymore.
Read it.
Make Mac read it.
Nope, you're
I read
reading
it, but you decided to talk.
Read it out loud. I got all fucking night. I'll wait here all night until you either read it or drop. One of the two.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I'll probably believe that. Whatever. But about the day and the hour, no one knows, neither the angels of the heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. For as the days of Noah were, so will be the coming day. So will be the coming of the Son of Man.
There you go.
This doesn't actually prove your point.
Is Jesus
he
the
the
son?
son?
Yes, he is the Son.
Okay. And who knows the day or the hour? Is it the Son or the Father?
But what does the word knowing mean in Hebrew?
There we go.
Why are we talking about? Why are we?
First of all, it's in
Wait,
Greek.
Why are we talking about
Also-
Hebrew?
Greek. Yeah, Greek. My fault. What does it mean? What does it mean in Hebrew?
It means the same thing it means in English.
No,
The word.
pull it up.
The
first.
word. The word "no" is English.
No, pull it up. The
So
Greek
the word.
translation.
The
What does it
word
mean?
"no" is English.
Pull it. Why are you afraid to pull up the definition? Pull it up.
I'm sorry, do
Pull it
you
up.
think
The
that
word
the English
is
translator
right there.
doesn't
Pull
know
it up.
how to
You're
translate
scared,
the
'cause
word
it doesn't
no?
need that.
It does.
Pull it up. Pull it up.
I mean, I've heard this bad one before, but I want to hear you say, what do you think the word "knows" means?
Yeah, I want
Pull
to hear
it up. Are you afraid to pull up the translation?
Tell us what you think it means, and I'll pull it up.
It means no.
It's just one little button, Hebrew and Greek. Just click it right there, and everyone
I'm
will be
waiting
happy.
for it.
It means no.
That's not the only. That's not the only definition it means.
What's it mean?
It means to either proclaim or to announce.
Does it?
No.
Yes. So Jesus is saying it is not
Are
up
we
to me to
sure?
announce. What he's
No.
paralleling is
This is gonna
when
get
in
bad.
Jewish custom,
The more you
in
lie,
Jewish
the worse it's gonna
customs,
look.
the sons, I mean, the person's getting married, they couldn't announce their weddings. They had to rely on their father to do it. So Jesus is not saying like I can't do it because out of ignorance. He's saying he can't do it because it is not in his place to do so. It's the father place to reveal the time and the day.
Unfortunately, the Ido just means to know.
Well, why are you scrolling stuff? Nobody can read this.
I'm looking for the Thayer's Greek
Is this-
lexicon in here. Hold on. They might not have the Thayer's listed.
Oh,
they might
that's-
have the other lexicon listed.
I've got Thayer's here.
Oh, you got Thayer's? We'll
Is this
listen for
Bible
both
Hub?
of them because they're both going to say the same thing.
I'm in blue
The
letter.
strong. Oh, there's Thayer's. There we go. Thayer's Greek lexicon says to know. To
Nobody can read
see or
this.
to know or to
Zoom it in.
find. I can zoom in.
Okay.
I love how when the Bible doesn't say what they need it to,
Where does it say
they
to know?
really
I don't
want to
see it.
pretend to know ancient languages. Thayer's Greek lexicon, the word is Ido. And it means to know, to perceive, to find. That's why every instance where it shows up, it's translated as know. Unless you're in Middle English, then it's knoweth. But I'm sure you know.
Is there another word for know that means the same thing? That
I'm
like
sure
means something
there's-
a little different?
There's multiple ways to
What is
express the terminology of know, but what shows up in this passage is I don't.
What is it you think it means?
I just stated it. Maybe it was in a different gospel where it was a little bit. The word know was different, or it meant different.
Yeah.
But hey, if this is like the definition of what it says for this passage, then I'm just like, okay, I'm wrong, or I just don't know enough information about it. I'll bite the bullet on that. But
Okay.
you didn't want to bite
So-
the bullet in the last one.
Well, the last one contradicts this one, which means my interpretation, if I'm being consistent,
Okay,
is
wait,
that
so
Jesus
you affirm
doesn't
the last
know
one was
all
correct then?
things, which is that
Okay,
only
okay,
his
so you acknowledge
disciples.
the last one was
it's
correct.
crazy how he won't
Jesus
actually
does
let
know all
me
things then.
won't actually let me explain it. So
Okay,
those
okay, Chad,
verses
did you hear
in
that?
John,
He admit he was wrong in the last one.
I actually didn't. I'm going to explain it to you. If
So
you
that's
have
a
to
W
listen.
for me.
The last one's meaningless.
He's so terrified of listening. It's terrifying for him. So if your interpretation is correct, you're yielding a contradiction in the text. I'm interpreting the text that doesn't yield a contradiction and is also faithful to what it says. Jesus never once says that he's all-knowing. His disciples claim that he's all-knowing, and he just merely doesn't correct them. The best you can possibly hope to do here is to put a contradiction into the text, and I don't think you want to put a contradiction in the text, do you?
It's irrelevant. You know, I did my job. I did what you asked me to do.
I know, and I did my job. I
That's what you
demonstrated
affirms.
that Jesus' own mouth says that he doesn't know all things.
See, again, what he told you was show him somewhere, show him in the New Testament where Jesus is omniscient. Not where someone says it, not where Jesus doesn't deny it. He asked him where it
Again,
is.
for the 5th time, who are you, bro? Who are
I'm
you?
your dad.
He's so terrified.
You are not my dad.
I hate that this is how
He's
you have to
definitely
find
your fucking
out.
daddy
Who are
tonight.
you, bro?
People, but I'm your dad. You're my son.
Yeah. Tell your mom not to wait up for dinner. We're going to be spanking you for a while.
You are not spanking nobody.
Yeah, you're getting a raw bun right now.
Even worse than that. Even
Uh-uh.
worse than that. We're gonna hold your hand.
Man, y'all are some y'all something else, bro. I don't know.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
Is another indispensable quality of God that he's maximal in every way?
Well, what do you mean by maximal? He cannot be maximally evil if that's what I mean by maximal.
I'm not asking if he can be maximally evil. I'm saying in his attributes which he contains, he is maximal, right?
Oh, like he's maximally all powerful, all knowing, all good. If that's what you're asking, then yes.
Okay. Now, if something is not maximal in one of those categories, does that mean that they're not identical to God?
Well, what do you mean if something is not maximal?
Okay. If one of the indispensable characteristics of God is that we'll just use one, we'll say he's maximally good. We'll just pick that one, right?
Uh-huh.
And then somebody else claims to be God, but also claims to not be maximally good, could we then conclude that they're not God?
Well, it depends on the language, on what, and in what sense is he referring to?
Jesus says that the Father is greater than I. What is it? Can you be identical to God and then also God be greater than you?
In role, yeah, you can be, not necessarily in essence.
I didn't ask you about role playing. It's a statement of fact.
Only you would come up with the role playing. That's not what I mean at all.
He's
Oh my
obsessed. He can't. Listen, I remember what it was like to be 20 and like think about sex all the time. It tickles me. It warms my
What?
heart that as an old man, you're
Who
up
said
here
it- who said it was
fantasizing
sex?
about me. It's great.
Who
Yeah.
said that? You're the one who inferred that.
We're gonna have a good time tonight. I can already tell.
No,
So
no,
when
I
Jesus
don't like the way
says-
you said that.
When Jesus says that the Father is greater than himself, in what sense is he saying it?
Enrolled.
He didn't say anything about a role. So if he meant
But
the role,
you asked me what does he mean?
If he,
If
well,
you
I'm
ask me the question, I'm
disagreeing.
going to answer it.
If he meant my
okay,
role
that's
is
fine.
If he meant my role is less than the Father's role, then what that would mean is that he would have to put that into the text. Like he would have to say that. He didn't say that. What he said was, the Father is greater than I am. That's it. It's a statement of fact. That's it.
I mean, are you making an internal critique, Christian, or external critique, Christian? If you just want to have your own
I know,
assumptions, then yeah,
he
you
runs
can have
away
at it.
every time. He runs away by asking
Because
irrelevant
I don't know if
questions.
you're using your own assumptions. I don't know
I'm
if you're using your
reading
own
the
assumptions
Bible
or the
to you,
Christian,
and I'm
or the Christian
demonstrating to you that your idea of God doesn't match the Bible. So again, Jesus doesn't say that he's equal to God. Jesus says that God is greater than he is. He says the Father is greater than I. You can't be identical to God and then not be as good as God. You must be equal to God.
You cannot be identical to God unless you are equal to God. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you're identical to something, that means you're equal to it. You can't be perfectly identical to
necessarily, not in the
anything
Christian
and not be
worldview.
equal to it. Yes. No, in the way words work.
Well, for instance, we bear the likeness of God, but we're not the same as God, right?
But we're not identical to God. I agree. If we were identical to God, we would have 100% of God's properties. So again, if you're not identical to
doesn't
God,
likeness
you don't get to be
entail
God.
doesn't likeness entail a form of what's the word you use? Dang, you just slipped my mind. Likeness entails a sense of identicalness, right?
No, it doesn't.
Does it not?
It entails
It
a
doesn't-
similarity. So, for example, in Genesis, when Adam had a son, it said that Adam's son was in his likeness. It just means that they're similar to each other. That's all.
Wait. So how is something not? How can something be similar but not be identical in some sense?
I didn't say in some sense. I said identical. So, for
Yeah,
example,
exactly. Can something be identical in some
my
sense?
son is in my likeness. My son is not identical to me. Fuck, I have an
I didn't say
identical
but
twin
he's identical
brother,
to you in some
and my
sense.
identical twin brother isn't even identical to me. To be identical to something means it's an exact
He's identical to you in
copy
some
of it.
sense, though.
I didn't say
Not
anything
necessarily.
about some
Something can be
sense.
identical to
It's
you in
crazy
some
that he
sense.
can't grasp it. I'm not asking about partialism. I'm not asking about whether or
It's
not
not
Jesus
partialism at all.
is similar to God. I'm asking if he's identical to God. If you're identical to God, that means you have 100% of the essential attributes of that thing. So if the Father is
when
greater,
Jesus 100%.
if the Father is greater than the Son, that means he's not identical to the Father.
Well, it depends. What do you mean by in terms of properties, like of being God?
To be identical to somebody or something, it means you are 100% identical to it. There's no difference. There's not a single molecule different.
Well, this doesn't work in Christian theology because there's place of origin. There's
He keeps
relational
pretending like he
distinction.
knows theology. Just to track, I'm using basic definitions. In order to be identical to something, can you be distinct from it?
Generally, yeah, you can.
No, you can't. Unless you're an exact copy.
Yes,
but then
you
there's
can.
two. Then
If
there's
you have
two
a
of them.
child, he's identical to you in some sense.
No, again, you keep saying some
What?
sense. Some sense
Yes,
implies
because
not identical.
generally that is the
Some
case.
sense means in part.
Yes.
I'm not asking, are they identical in part? Identical in part means like. I didn't say like, I said identical. And the fact that you keep equivocating the two words is embarrassing right now. I'm asking, is Jesus 100% identical to the Father in every single way?
No, not in relation. They're identical in essence. Yes.
Okay, so that means they're not both God. If God's dispensable
What?
qualities
No,
is
bro,
that he's
are
maximal
you
in
low
every
IQ, bro?
category in
No.
which he's maximal,
They
and
are the
Jesus is
same in
not
essence, but
maximal
distinct in
in
relation.
every single same category,
Oh
then what
my
that means
gosh,
is that they're
bro.
not identical. They're just two individual entities.
Bro, no, bro.
It's crazy that his
No.
puny little brain
Oh my
can't
God.
understand
You're
this.
trying so hard to make this
I
argument
can put
work.
it in
It's
a
not.
syllogism if you
you don't
think that'll
understand
help.
Christian theology and
I
Trinitarian
do,
theology, it's
and
okay. Just say
again,
that.
I'll repeat this for the second time, Apostle. Between you and me,
Oh,
only one of us has
gosh.
like any education in this book. So I know you weren't listening last time I said it. I actually went to school and studied with the scholars. I have a undergraduate degree and a master's degree in biblical studies. Whatever you think you know, I learned it when I was fucking 12. So try to track. We're using basic definitions right now. If you're not 100% identical to this other thing, that means you're entirely not that thing. You can't be a 100% identical to that thing and then be that thing. So if Jesus has a distinction from the Father, that means he's not God. If God is greater than Jesus, the best he could hope for is to be another God. He can't be 100% God, because to be 100% God means he's identical to God.
That's not coherent Trinitarian theology then. Then at this point, you're no longer making
Trinitarian
an internal critique of
theology
Christianity.
isn't logical. To be fair, I already had this debate with the Catholic AI apologist, and I made it admit live on fucking air that the Trinity doesn't follow the three laws of logic. It breaks at least one law of logic, and that's why the church classifies it as a mystery. If you knew anything about your own fucking theology, you would know that the Trinity doesn't follow the laws of logic, which is why I specifically picked it out for you, Mr. I studied philosophy.
You don't even know the difference between identity or identicalness.
I do.
So you're the one who's confused about it.
I do.
Like if you're gonna criticize Christian metaphysics, you're gonna have to assume some of the things
You
to be
haven't
true. You
studied
can't
Christian
apply your own
metaphysics.
external assumptions and then place it upon the Christian metaphysical.
You haven't studied Christian
metaphysical
metaphysics. You haven't studied it.
I've studied in part.
What's the law of identity?
The law of identity is like P cannot be P in this. Well, no. Q cannot
Getting
be
fucking
P
lectured
in the
about
same sense.
metaphysics by a guy that can't recite the three laws of logic is unfucking real. This is embarrassing. Do you have shame? Like, is this something that you possess in your body? Because based on the two conversations we've had, I'm getting the impression not just that you're uneducated, not just that you're like compensating for something, but that you really have no shame. Like, you're willing to lie and make stuff up in public on the spot and not feel any shame about it. How do you sleep at night?
I'm not lying anything.
Okay.
If I say something that's false, it's not a lie. It's just probably just.
So what's it mean to be
probably made a false
identical to
statement.
something?
To be identical to something. I mean, there's a general sense and there's a more precise way to say it. Well, I
Give
think
me
which
the
is the way you're
definition of
arguing it.
identity.
Well, strict identity is where one being holds the same property as. Well, no, they're not two different beings. They have to be the same being. One being has the same property, is the same in nature as another being.
Same properties. You can call it nature if you want to. So if you have an A and the A is missing some of the properties of B, can A be identical to B?
Not in the strictest sense.
Exactly. They're not identical because some of the essential properties are missing. So when we say that Jesus is identical to God because he's 100% God, he must have 100% of the properties of God, which means he has to know all things and he can't be lesser than the Father.
Whoa. Did you say God or the Father? Because that's the difference.
Is God the Father?
No, does God the Son and God the Father
So you got three
and
gods
the Holy
then.
Spirit?
Then you got three gods.
No, it's one God and
No, it's not.
with
It's
one
three
essence.
gods. Nope. You
You
already
would have to
told
the
me.
Father.
You already told me. You already told me that Jesus and the Father don't share all the same characteristics, which means they don't have 100% the same essence. So we already went over this.
The word God. You would have
the word
to say
essence
the Father for your argument to
means
work.
the indispensable characteristics of something. Jesus lacks multiple indispensable characteristics of the Father, which means he can be another God,
Okay,
but
now
he
you're saying
can't
the
be
Father.
equal
Before
to
you said
God.
God. So you don't even know the difference between God and
If
like
there's a
the language of God and the
distinction
Father.
between God the
You don't know
Father
the
and God
difference.
Jesus,
Your
they're
whole
two
argument falls
different
apart.
gods.
Everyone just saw it. You don't know the difference between
Everybody saw
God
you
and the Father.
getting annihilated on something you've
You
never
equivocated
studied.
them.
I didn't.
God is the
God-
essence of the triune God. The Father
God
is a relational aspect.
I know you're
of
confused about
God.
relation. So God is referring to specifically God the Father in 99% of the instances in which it's used. You can say God the Son, you can say God the Spirit, and now we know you're talking specifically about a Trinitarian concept. Because the Bible says that God is a spirit. Jesus isn't a fucking spirit. God the Father is a spirit. So when we say God, you should inherently know that we're talking about either God the Father or the Trinity as a whole. You should know by context. When Jesus says that the Father is greater than I, and I say that Jesus is not as great as God, you know I'm talking about the Father. Context clues should help you out there. So if Jesus says that the Father is greater than I, what that means is that Jesus lacks some of the essential characteristics that makes the Father God.
No, that's the thing. You're equivocating between the Father and God. You're mixing the essence and the relation. You're saying the relation is the essence, and then comparing to another relation.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yes,
saying
you
that
are.
the
Yes, you
definition
are.
of God has indispensable characteristics. The Father possesses all of them. Jesus does not.
Well, see, that's where your assumption starts
Jesus
off. Though.
does not possess 100% of the
You already assume
characteristics that are
Jesus doesn't.
indispensable to be God.
But no, your argument already assumes that Jesus doesn't have those properties.
It doesn't assume it. I already proved it. I already proved it that he's not omniscient and he's not maximal. It's like he's
so you already assumed he already has a property that
Jesus isn't all-knowing and he's not maximal, which means he lacks two indispensable qualities of God. These are qualities that God the Father has. If God the Father has them and Jesus doesn't have
you
them,
keep saying God
that means
and then the Father.
He's not God. I said God the
those
Father
things interchangeably.
I know this words are difficult for you. I said God the Father.
They're not difficult. You're equivocating.
I said it three
trying
times.
To make it confusing.
I said it three times, and you can't grasp
God
it.
doesn't have the same property as Jesus.
We can put it in I'll just put it in a
Jesus.
syllogism since you're too slow to grasp it. So we're going to say God.
No, it's because you're equivocating terms like you did in the last
necessary
debate, and you lost that one
qualities.
too.
No, you got cooked, and you're just too dumb to realize it, and that's okay. We're used to apologists not being smart enough to grasp what's happening.
Nope. No. Every
you can
confession
say no
you
all
make,
you want. Everybody's watching it happen live. You're the one embarrassing yourself. Maybe in 20 years from now, when like you're old enough and your testes descend, you'll be able to watch this back on YouTube and see what a clown you've made of yourself.
Why do you talk about testes, bro? Only you would talk about this stuff.
I would.
First it was about cuddling. Now you're talking about my testes, bro.
So I told you if you want to hold
and
hands,
then you're gonna spank me.
So premise number one, agree or disagree. God has necessary properties, yes or no? Or necessary qualities. Is it 2 C's or 1 C necessary?
Yes. I think it's 2 C's.
I'm going to put 2. Okay. So, no, it's 1 C apparently. Okay. So we're going to put a yes to that. Premise number 1, done. God has necessary properties. Premise number 2 is one necessary property is omniscience.
What?
Yes or no?
You said properties. God is not composite of parts.
I said property, not part.
Wait. You say God has necessary qualities and one new properties. What? Premise 2 doesn't follow to premise 1.
A property and quality is the same thing. Are you tripped up on words?
I don't. Yeah. Again, I think your properties and qualities aren't the same.
It is.
See, this is what I mean. You keep equivocating between words.
You just don't know
This
how
is the
words
third time
work.
already.
You just don't know how words
You
work.
equivocate them.
You just don't know
Properties
how
and
words
qualities
work.
aren't the same, bro.
They are.
You went to school for this. You don't know the difference between properties and qualities.
I did, which is why I know you're wrong.
I mean, no, you were wrong, and that's why you changed it.
I changed it because it was tripping you up and it was preventing you from actually entering into the syllogism.
Just continue to your syllogism.
I changed it because you're not smart enough to track.
No,
so God has
you don't
necessary
know the
qualities or necessary properties.
All you do is equivocate.
Okay, then tell me the difference.
All you do is equivocate.
Tell me the difference between a property and a quality.
I think you got to school enough to know the difference.
He can't. He doesn't fucking know it. He doesn't know it. What a lying fucking coward.
You changed it.
What a lying coward.
That's why you changed it.
Give me the difference.
Let's go to the next premise.
Give me the difference.
Are you this embarrassed? Are you this embarrassed that you
I'm
don't know
not
the difference
embarrassed.
between qualities and properties?
I'm waiting for you.
Now you're trying to shift the attention on me.
I'm waiting for you.
Because you feel embarrassed.
I'm waiting for you to prove your case. I'm waiting for you to prove your case, little bro. I'm not going to remember
this by tomorrow.
I'm not going to remember thinking about it all fucking night. You're going to lose sleep over this conversation.
I'm not going to lose sleep over anything. Just go to the next premise, man.
All right, premise number 2. One necessary quality is omniscience.
Yeah, that's sound.
Yeah. Okay. Premise number 3 is Jesus is not omniscient. Yes or no?
You're the one who is making the syllogism, so you're going to have to justify all of this.
Yes or no?
This is your syllogism.
Yes or no? You can disagree if you want. Do you disagree with the premise?
I disagree with the premise, yes.
Okay. Well, I'll read for you again the passage that you conveniently ignored and pretended like it didn't exist. Matthew 24. Is it 36? I'm pretty sure it's 36. Where Jesus says, about the day or the hour no one knows, neither the angels of heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. So you want to rehash this again? You want to get spanked on this a second time? Tell me how Jesus doesn't know something, but he's omniscient. Please tell me that.
Because he is God in essence.
Nope. How does he not know something?
How does he not know something?
Yep.
He can't know something. I mean, he cannot know something.
I'm asking, how is it that he doesn't know something, but he's also omniscient?
Because he purposely limited himself?
Nope, he's still not omniscient. So to be clear, if you limit yourself, you're no longer omniscient, which means he's no longer omniscient.
Well, actually, that's technically false. You can be omniscient in terms of knowing certain types of truths. Nope. Like, for instance, if I can be omniscient in knowing
also,
all truths to mathematical
God's nature
equations.
Can't change. Not only can God's nature not change, it also doesn't fix the problem of him not being omniscient.
Oh, snap. I just got told that was a heresy. Never mind. I take that back. I did not mean to say that, bro. That was a heresy.
So, Apostle Logic, I was going to give you a head start. Like, I've had the Trinity discussion at this point with probably 50 apologists. I'm trying to help you out here. The answer to the Trinity logical issue of identity is that the Trinity is a mystery that is not adhering to the laws of logic. That's the appropriate answer. If you ask the Catholic Church or the Orthodox Church, they'll agree with me. This is the one thing in Christianity where you just have to give up and say, okay, this doesn't follow strictly the 3 laws of logic. It's a mystery. You have to be okay with that as a Christian.
If that's the case, then yeah, it would be ignorant of me to say I know more than those churches and what they say.
Like, Apostle, I'm not trying to lie to you. I have no reason to lie to you. Listen, I had 12 years of Catholic school prior to going to Bible college and seminary, the Trinity is not like something that like I've never learned about. Like I had 12 years of Catholic school. I know about the Trinity, man. I'm trying to tell you that there are some parts that just don't follow the laws of logic, which is why the God that you've conceived of in your head, like this God that follows all the laws of logic, this God that is dreamt up in like a Greek philosophy, that's not the same God of the Bible. They're two different gods. If you want to be a Christian and you want to be a true Christian, again, I'm not trying to chastise you right now. I'm giving you honest, down to earth, for real advice from a real human being to another real human being. If you want to be a real Christian, you have to put down the philosophy and pick up the Bible. The God of philosophy is not the God of the Bible.
You know what? That is fair. That is fair. I probably do got to be more my Bible than I am in philosophy. So I'll take that one as a humble acknowledgement. I'll probably focus more on that. But that doesn't mean like every you so-called problem in the Bible, I'm necessarily going to accept it by face value. I will talk to Christian scholars, and then I'll talk to secular scholars as well. But that is the case. I have been more into philosophy than I am in the Bible. That's
fair enough. But
I'm
be
not ashamed to say
warned.
that.
Like I'm familiar with the Christian scholars. Like I know them, right? So just know, like you're probably going to hear an argument.
You know their names.
Yeah, I went to school with them, man. I studied on them. Like they're friends of mine. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you're gonna go to one of these apologetics that are put forth by like a scholar like a William Lane Craig or something, and it's gonna sound really convincing to you, right? And I remember this because when I was your age, I was an apologist, although I wasn't as irritating. I was an apologist when I was your age.
I'm not irritating. My voice is very lovely.
I'm gonna talk about your voice. So the reason why these things happen, right, is because as a young person, you hear these arguments in favor of your position, and they are really fucking persuasive. And I get it. I was there. I remember reading apologetic books. I remember being in this zone, just like you're in right now, and reading these arguments, thinking there's some really good arguments that are just atheists have no way to defeat these, right? And then I went out into the real world and I started practicing them. I talked to atheists, I talked to non-believers, I talked to Muslims, and then I went to Bible college. And what I discovered is that a lot of these arguments aren't as good as you think. Now, I'm not saying all of them are bad. What I'm saying is they've all been tried and tested. And if you come into an atheist space thinking that you've got like this crazy good argument and proof for your religion being true, and there's nothing an atheist could ever do about it, and they've never even heard of your argument before, you're going to be disappointed. We've already heard all of your arguments. We already know them. So I highly recommend getting familiar with the Bible and getting familiar with the counter apologetics. Find out why we don't already believe your apologetics.
Well, maybe if you would come like a year ago, like my freshman year of college, maybe something would have happened. But to be honest, I had an atheist roommate. I had the arguments, I wasn't like really into philosophy as much, just kind of came out of high school, went to college, didn't really know like much. I knew like the basic theology and whatnot. And I kind of had my first encounter with an atheist, right? I didn't really know much about politics. I was involved about politics. I didn't even know what the difference between red and blue. I didn't know what that was referring to. And he was on Reddit, so he knew a lot. But I studied up on my Christian faith, and I wanted to defend what I believe. And after a while, I just kind of realized he was just kind of giving me basic Reddit response. So I was like, if this is atheism, then I don't know if these classic Reddit response are what's atheism. I think that's kind of what solidified my faith for me, because I kind of had my shock value of, oh, this is different. And then I kind of realized, oh, these arguments are actually really bad. And then that kind of solidified my faith a little bit more. So I'm gonna be honest, talking to you now, it doesn't really shake me that much. I don't think it does at all. But if you would probably came last year, you probably would have done something.
Yeah, but my point is this: like, I don't know anything about your roommate, right? So, like, when I was 19 or 20, I didn't know the atheist position very well either. And some of the atheists that I do know were unintelligent. Like, just like there are unintelligent Christians that don't know anything about their religion, there are unintelligent atheists that don't know anything about counter-apologetics or atheism, right? So What I'm saying is, while your exposure to like one atheist in college, I don't think is a very good example for what's actually happening out here in the debate space. There's atheists out here in the debate space that are really well educated in various fields. Like have you ran into Ian's channel yet?
Oh yeah, I saw him, but
Right.
I kind of noticed him. He's kind of disingenuous, though, to be honest.
Well, I don't think he's disingenuous. Maybe the arguments are you're not understanding them, and you should ask him for an explanation. This is the other thing, and again, I'm not trying to beat you up right now. This is the other thing that you need to be very careful of as a young apologist. And I did it too. I remember, you know who Bart Ehrman is, right?
Yeah. I listen to him
Before I
sometimes.
read anything by Bart Ehrman, I had disdain for this guy. I thought he was the dumbest scholar on the planet. This stupid atheist doesn't even understand the Bible, right? That changed when I actually read his fucking books. It turns out he made really good points that I wasn't prepared for. The person that I disliked him because I only heard snippets of his actual position rather than the full fleshed out positions that he actually held. Once I read through his actual literature and his reasoning and evidence for everything, it turned out that my disdain for him was actually out of place. He was actually really good with what he was doing. So when you're out here trying to dominate atheist spaces, take the time to actually learn the arguments inside and out rather than assuming they're stupid just because you caught like half of it.
Yeah, I have listened to some. Actually, I did that last year. I realized it's like, well, I kind of have my boost from refuting this Reddit atheist arguments against God. But I did. I watch a little bit of Alex O'Connor's. That was a little easier because a lot of atheists kind of argue against God, they're kind of hostile. So it feels like they're attacking you personally. So I watch Alex O'Connor. There's some reasonable things and he made, and then I watched some Bart Ehrman. I watched some Muslim stuff. That was a bunch of jumbo. I wasn't convinced with the Muslim
Like
stuff.
Muhammad Hijab.
But I have.
Yeah,
That was really bad. But I have watched. I have engaged myself with atheists, and who's the one guy who's like he is part of Satanist, but he's actually but he's an atheist.
True
I forgot his
Satan worship.
name, but he dresses funny. Yeah, that guy. I was like, this guy was kind of weird. So I saw a little bit of him.
He's different, but you know what? He knows his Bible really well.
Yeah, and Matt Dillahunty, if that's his name, the fat guy. Is that him? Do you know him?
You're not ready for Matt. Matt's going to eat you up and drop you.
I watch his arguments. They kind of seem fallacious. The one that were good. Probably the most convinced one, probably Alex. And yeah, probably Alex is the best one so far I've encountered.
So here's my recommendation.
At least when it comes to argument.
We've got to the conclusion of our second debate, and now you're actually calm and thinking and rational. You could have come in here last time with this energy, and we probably could have had a good, productive discussion without yelling and shouting at each other. But when you come in with all that negative energy, like I'm destroying atheists and there's nothing they can do about it, well, you're going to get the same energy back. So I'm inviting you to come back a third time in the future and bring this energy, and maybe we can have a productive discussion.
Okay, what would you want to? Maybe this would be my homework. What would you want to talk about next time?
Well, if it's up to me, I'm going to talk about my favorite topic ever, which is Jesus actually the Messiah predicted in the Hebrew Bible?
I think that'd be a good one. Yeah, I'll do that. The next time, I think I'll make sure to read everything in and out when I come back here.
And if you come up here with the same energy, I won't talk over you. I won't make fun of you. I won't call you names. I'll treat you just like I'm treating you right now.
All right, sounds good.
All right, have a good one, bud.
Peace.
Well, maybe we made some progress. Okay. Well, friends, I'm going to read some super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. We've got some people waiting to get in. I'm sorry, some people have been waiting for a while now because that conversation went long, but I think it was worth it to do it because sometimes you got to make progress. Showed, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, oh, Apostle Logic is back to cook more. Here I thought he was already burned. Well, I would say this. There's an old saying, all's well that ends well. And I would probably cap it with that. Thank you for the follow-up. It says, lovely, definitions don't apply if we don't want them to. This can only go well for senior... Oh, shit. Senior no logic. That's cool. Rock Hard for Doug says, listening to the guest arguing ancient Israel had me talking at the screen like a football game after reading books from Finkelstein and Bowen. Oh, man. Yeah, that's a rough one. Doug, the rocks, tell them the truth. Amen. Listen, if you want to know anything about ancient Israel, you got to turn to archaeology, not the Bible. Although I assume that's for our Jewish guest? Code coming in again says, want to bet the difference is I decided it's different? Yes. I think it's different because I need it to be different, right? This is seriously complaining about getting double teamed twice in a week. Listen, for most people, it's an honor to get tag teamed. I think Mac and I bring an air of distinction, don't we? Could be wrong. Aaron, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It's the fact that Justin went to his channel and brought him back after the last cooking just goes to show our prophet of Doug really likes playing with his food. Hope you like your film, bro. Well done. Well, I think so. You guys know sometimes I have these long drawn out discussions because deep inside of me, I have this hope that eventually we can get to a productive discussion if we get like the fighting out of it, get the fighting out of the way. I think we finally got to that point where we exchanged all of our blows and finally we got to a place where we might be able to make progress in the future. Code also with the additional super chat says, did Al go to the Derek Zoolander school for kids who can't read good? You know what? You guys know I don't know movie references, but I do love me some like late 90s, early 2000 references, like the Zoolander references. There's some good ones in there. But that's the last of the era that I actually know anything from pop culture, 25 years ago. JC Auto says, thanks for everything. Well, JC, thank you for supporting the channel. I really appreciate that, friend. And X Million, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says Dr. Craig is a well-known Christian apologist, while Dr. Craig specializes in theocracy of Doug. May we all be lithified in his holy name. Please accept my humble gratitude and modest support. SGFJ. Sinfully gay for Justin? Soppin gay for Justin? Simply rock hard for Doug and simply wet for Sharon. Did I get those right? There's some new innovations on the usual titles. And Kevin, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says thank you for your service to reason. Well, Kevin, thank you for being here, for supporting the channel. Listen, if you guys know anything about me and the channel, it's that I believe in truth and logic, and I think eventually they'll win out. I hope they do. Based to Shara, thank you so much for the 666. I'm happy to see the BHI Northwest chapter president on your live. Oh no, is that a real thing? We've got the Black Hebrew Israelite Northwest chapter president here. Well, that should be fun. Can't wait for that. Wonder if we can get Bash up here to work on this particular thing. Disco Pants says the only speaking in tongues worth listening to is the Talking Heads album. I've never heard that. To be fair, I don't know if it's good or not. I assume it's good since you know about it. But Adam says, what's the argument strategy called where you never stop talking and fight every attempt to clarify your position? I think it's just called being scared, right? That you're too terrified to enter in real debate. So you yell and shout and pound your chest. Mike says, this dude sounds a lot like Hannah in Mississippi, who calls the line an atheist experience. Oh, yes. Cross-Examiner roasted them online when Justin was on. Yeah, Hannah didn't have a good job. I tried talking Hannah down once. I think Hannah is like a Jewish mysticist. Like they believe it in like the Kabbalah and things like that. Jared says, hey, Justin, you may have already heard this, but what's the most convincing argument you've heard for God being real? Praise Doug. And now, hi, Dalton. Well, to me, I think the most convincing concepts for God being real probably go to deism. But if there's a deistic God, I fail to understand why we should give a shit about it. If it doesn't give a shit about us, we don't need to give a shit about it. It doesn't do anything for us. It might be helpful, like, to discover its existence, but I'm not going to worship the fucker.
Yeah, I've always asked this question. I've never gotten a good answer, which is, what's the difference between a universe with a deistic God and a universe with no God?
Right. There's none. Indistinguishable, right?
I can't tell you.
The classic saying is, if there's no distinction between your God existing and your God not exist, it's more probable that it doesn't exist. So
that tracks.
Mike says, if you like dad jokes but are not a dad, are you a faux pas? That's good. In fact, that's so good, I'm a little shocked I haven't heard it yet. Right? That's a good one, I think. I'll put that in, tuck that in my pocket for later.
Solid work.
Prana says, did that loony from last stream refund all those super chats? I still can't imagine that was legitimate. Got my snack and a beverage for barbecue. Actually, I don't know. I think I'll find out tomorrow because it takes a couple of days for the YouTube super chats to get like computed inside of TikTok or inside of YouTube, because they do all weird calculations and then they take a part of it and then they give you your part, right? So it takes a little bit for those funds to settle. So I don't actually really know how much he gave at this moment. But if I'm guessing, it looked like the Looney Tunes put up like $400 to debate me inside of Super Chats.
Wow.
Crazy. It was the weirdest thing.
I guess like the more you pay, the more you can write, right? Like the higher the character limit on the messages. So I guess
yeah,
a lot to say.
He was trying real hard to debate me from the comments. All right, I'm going to read one more super chat, then we're going to get our next guest up in here. Blonde Nightmare, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I appreciate your kindness and fairness to your guest. I like Ian, but I don't like that he espouses ethics and then personally attacks people when they don't deserve it and haven't attacked him. You know, I love Ian, but you know, we all make mistakes. Me personally, I think, believe it or not, this is crazy. I think I've calmed down a little bit from when I first streaming, and I think Ian has as well. But we're all still a work in progress. You know, this feedback helps us, by the way. You know, when you guys let us know from the comments and in other locations that you think we're being overly aggressive or something like that, at least me and Dr. Blitz and Ian, we're all taking that feedback to heart. I promise. We're all trying to get better. But I would say this, it is hard when you're in the middle of these discussions
sometimes
with bonehead peoples.
Yeah, sometimes that jab just presents itself and you're just reflexively take it. Like it, right. It happens to the best, but
yeah. And to follow up on your last chat. Oh, sorry, what's that?
I said it gets the people going. That's Ianism.
It's provocative, yeah. Blonde says, why are you entertaining this clown? Because, as I said earlier, sometimes if you entertain a rude guest long enough, they'll calm down and you can make some progress. So maybe here in the future, we'll be able to make a progress with that guest. Okay. Now, I could be wrong, but I think next in line was probably Steven and then Cameron. As far as I can tell, it was hard because we were in the middle of discussion and windows were moving around. So I'm going to bring in Steven from TikTok and then I'll bring Cameron from YouTube. Welcome in, Steven. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in a God?
Oh.
Folded like a lawn chair. Okay.
No. Yeah, cute dog.
Yeah, right. It's a shame. Okay, well, guess we'll get Cameron from the YouTube queue. Give me 1 second. Bring in Cameron. Cho, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, what percentage does YouTube take from these? Take my money, Justin. I have enough. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, Chodicus Maximus. They take like 30%. So like, that's why I say the best way to support me, like honest to goodness, the best way to support my stream is to join the Patreon as a member or to donate directly. But super chats are great. Like a third of my funding comes through super chats, and also just watching and liking and sharing the videos helps a lot too. So my revenue is divided like a third through super chats, a third through viewerships, just watching, and then 1/3 through members. So that those are kind of how my channel stays afloat. So I appreciate any one of those three methods that anyone participates in, you know?
Somebody said 30% is ridiculous. Don't ask what TikTok takes.
Dude, TikTok's even worse. Unless
the
you're
haircut you get.
Oh, unless you're Dr. Blitz, it's nearly impossible to make money on TikTok. Cameron, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, sir. On both accounts.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
Jesus.
Awesome. Oh, what do you think is the best evidence or the best argument for Jesus being God?
Well, Justin, dude, I just wanted to kind of start off. I've listened to you now probably for about like 5 months, and the most intriguing, riveting discussion I think I've ever heard. And contrarily, I think different than your purpose, it's allowed me to kind of study more deeply and kind of see if I can come to some answers and rebuttals to the things you talk about. I thought for a long time about like, even your tagline, your God is imaginary, prove me wrong, and us trying to find a bridge to where a certain level of proof could be met and agreed upon by both of us in a way that would actually convince you of God not being imaginary. So I've gone through honestly like 50 different argument trajectories. And then I was doing my own personal study and I got infatuated with parables.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that rather than like trying to give you like a logical syllogism or something like that, I just want to kind of point out the nature of scripture as being moral. So rather than just proving or trying to figure out if the Bible is credible as a historical document and therefore able to be listened to, I'm arguing that the Bible has been presented to you, makes known historical events, and centralizes around a person. And that's a religion that you have studied very deeply yourself. And I think beyond just that bed of information, because scripture is moral, it requires the will to assent to that knowledge. And so I think parables would be an interesting thing to talk to you about, because if God was so hell bent on convincing everyone of the truth and the veracity of what he was saying, I would be curious to see what you think. Like, why did Jesus speak in parables?
Well, he tells you. The Bible says he speaks in parables so that people won't understand it. Also, it says in order to fulfill scripture, but I think that's nonsense. I don't think the scriptures say anything about the Messiah speaking in parables.
I think that's yeah. I mean, like the quotation from like Psalm 42 around there, where he said his mouth will open and he'll speak in parables.
It's not a prophecy.
Not a prophecy, but a quotation of a psalm.
Yeah, quoting
That
a
was
psalm
then
doesn't make it
applied.
prophetic, though.
Yeah, I think you can. I mean, I think I disagree with like a hermeneutical kind of tool than yours of ascribing things to Jesus Christ after verifying that he himself claimed to be God. And
so what?
So then retroactively you can see that a previously written psalm can apply to Jesus.
No, I disagree. I don't care what Jesus said. That's circular. Just because Jesus says it's a prophecy doesn't mean it is. What, I'm sorry, what's that, Mac?
Did Jesus claim to be God?
Did Jesus claim to be God?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where?
I mean, John 8, speaking about I am.
Nope.
It was an attestation, and just rather, I mean, in addition to claiming to be God.
That makes him God? Why when he said he was the son of God? Why when he said he was a son of God? Why wouldn't he just say God?
I mean, do you see a meaningful difference in him choosing to say that he's the son of God rather than God? Do you not equate the son of God with God?
No, why would I equate the son of God with God? Have you ever done that with a father and son?
No, I feel like that's where you have to, rather than examining this claim in its singularity, you take the whole of the Christian claims and apply them. If Jesus forgave sins and has the power and authority to do so, then he is, by demonstration, proving that he is God rather than claiming it with his words outright.
Well, he said that it was given to him by his father.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think like
God.
the reason why I'm so intrigued with parables is because I think there's a
Moving
very
on.
interesting. Well, I'm going to tie it back in. There's a very interesting dynamic of a parable as a story told by Jesus that has a moral response initiated by the listener and then requires a posture towards how you're going to receive this information. Similar to the parable of the sower and the seeds. What posture of heart do you have to receive this life-giving message? You have one of four options.
It's not life-giving. It's a lie. It's a clear and demonstrable lie. Jesus was a end times apocalyptic messianic failure. Thought that the end of the age was near, that he was coming back before his disciples would pass away, and he was wrong. Was wrong about all of it. His disciples were wrong. He didn't rise from the dead. The book is fiction, and the parable is meaningless to me. The parables of Jesus are fucking horrific. In Luke chapter 12, he likens his return when he comes back to the slaying of slaves, chopping slaves into pieces. Same thing in Luke chapter 19. He says, he does a parable about his return. He says, those who didn't want me to be king over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my very presence. That's the moral teaching. The God that loves us will slaughter us in his presence because we don't believe the thing that he left us no actual real evidence for.
So like you said you went to seminary?
Mm-hmm.
And like were you ever a pastor?
Yep. Also irrelevant. Can you address what I said?
I mean, I'm curious because like
So you're not going to address what I said.
I am addressing it. The whole of what scripture, the whole claim that scripture is attempting to make, you have been fully versed on, and you have made a commitment to either believe and accept it or reject it.
Nope,
And
you're
then,
wrong. I made a commitment to the truth, and the truth is that this Bible isn't true. So we'll try this again. Can you address the passage that I just brought up?
Yeah, so Luke 19?
Yep.
What verse?
Verse 19, I'm sorry, chapter 19, specifically the ending is in 27, but it starts in verse 11.
Do you want to read it together?
Have you never read the parable of the coins?
I have.
Okay, so you already know the conclusion.
I feel like it's beneficial because of the nature of a parable to allow the story to unveil itself.
Let's try
that's
this.
what I was saying.
Everyone put a 1 in the comments if you already know the parable of the golden coins and you don't need me to read it. I mean, maybe I do need to read it.
Oh shit! I was muted. He gives them to 10, but then you only hear about 3. I was wondering about that, but that's just curious. It's kind of aside from the point.
Okay. So everyone knows the parable. The parable is that there are stewards that are entrusted with coins while the master is away in a far off country. When he comes back, he wants to see what they've done with the coins. And one of them, rather than investing it or putting it into a bank, just buried it in the ground because he was afraid of losing it. And then the master, or Jesus in this particular parable, is upset with them. Is I tell you, to all those who have more will be given, but all those who have nothing, even what they have will be taken away. But as for these enemies of mine who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my very presence. Is this what you would expect from a deity that really loves his creation? He wants them to be slaughtered as he watches?
I think you have to also lend freedom to the genre, and this being a story, which is why it's like a unique element of interpretation and another level of interpretation required in this book that is moral and supernatural. So do I think that God bring them here and slaughter them in my presence? I think that is a literary tool to communicate the fact that there is accountability, of which, rather than being shred to pieces, you just know is an eternal damnation in hell.
Yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't agree. So we also find in Revelation about the punishment, they will also drink the wine of God's wrath, poured unmixed into the cup of his anger, and they will be tormented in fire and sulfur in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb.
Now, what do you think that verse disagrees with the previous one about?
It doesn't. It agrees with it. That when Jesus
Yeah.
comes back and he judges mankind, there's going to be a portion that will be slaughtered and tormented in Jesus's actual presence.
Yes.
Right. And you think that's loving?
I think that is the flip side of being loving and just and
It's
having
loving?
accountability.
To slaughter somebody in your presence? For not believing? Keep in mind, Cameron, I'm going to assume right now that you and I have roughly comparable lives. Like, you're not out there committing any grave sins. I'm not out there committing any grave sins. I'm not doing anything horrible. Neither are you. The difference between you and me is you believe and worship this carcass, and I don't believe in the sky zombie, right? So why is it that my lack of belief means I need to be tortured, but not you?
Because to lack belief is a forward moving decision of the will.
No,
So
it's not.
you are actively, yes, it is. Because
No, it's not. It's a brain
say you've
state.
even been-
You either believe in something or you don't. You can't force yourself to believe things.
But these decisions that you're making are moral. So
I'm aware. I'm making decisions for the truth. I'm making firm decisions in my life to follow what's true, even if it contradicts my previous positions, which is why I'm no longer a Christian. So again, I'll ask again, why is it that my lack of belief requires me to be tortured?
because the stakes and the rules of the game have been made known to you through
So what?
reality and through direct revelation from you having
They
read the
haven't been
Bible.
made known to me because I don't believe that they're real.
Well, just because you don't believe that they're real doesn't mean they haven't been made known to you. You
But they
obviously have read
haven't.
the Bible.
The Bible
Have
is
you read-
demonstrably false. It says demonstrably untrue things in every chapter. The first page of the New Testament, the very first page, has like 6 errors.
Yeah, I've heard you do very impressive reading over those verses. I would say, what did you say just previously?
It said the Bible is demonstrably untrue, which means it
Yes.
wasn't revealed to me that any of this is true. What's been revealed to me is that it's not true. If God knew what it took to convince me, and it was outside of this book, and he didn't give it to me, that's on him. I've not done
that's why
anything worthy of being tortured.
That's why I'm curious, because you did go to a Bible college and then seminary, and apparently you say you were a pastor as well. So at some point you felt like you were genuinely Christian and you subscribed to the Bible and the truth of it in a way very differently than now, correct?
Yeah. And I studied the Bible and I realized it wasn't true, which is why my live streams are centered on the Bible, because the Bible is the evidence. If the Bible is the evidence and the evidence demonstrates that Christianity is not true, it's done. We're over. Unless you got evidence outside of the Bible.
No, what I'm saying is that you read the Bible initially when you were younger. You received the points and that it was making, and you responded to it in a positive way to
No, I
call
didn't.
yourself a Christian.
No, I
Did you
didn't.
call yourself a Christian?
None of that's true, other than the fact that I was a Christian. I became a Christian like 99.9% of all Christians. I was in a culture that was predominantly Christian. I was told what it means to be a Christian. I believed it because I grew up in it. And then when I became a Christian, I took it seriously. Then I started reading the Bible. I read the Bible in Catholic school as part of my curriculum, but I didn't read the Bible prior to my mid-teenage years, becoming actually dedicating myself to Christianity. Most people don't read the Bible until after they become Christians, and that was my case. I really got to read the Bible after I already dedicated myself to this faith, and that's the problem. Most people will dedicate themselves to this faith because they think it's true, and they haven't read this book. And that's why, again, I'll say it for the 10th time, we read this book on this live stream every single time we're live, because this book is the best evidence that Christianity isn't true.
So the reason why I wanted to allude to parables was I was just recently thinking, because I've heard you ask a caller before, is it possible to think something is true and not believe it? And, you shook your head no. But I would say that is possible. And I would say that is so the book that you're saying, if we discredit and disprove the Bible, then we throw all of Christianity out the window.
Yep.
But I would say that in order to give an honest evaluation of Scripture itself, meriting its own claims of being a supernatural book, but also by a God who does not override your will to force you to believe, because that would be immoral.
Force?
So you would expect the
Who said
Bible-
anything about force? It's crazy that you think I want God to force people to believe. That's preposterous. What I'm saying is that God should give us good evidence to believe in him. And my prior claim from like 10 minutes ago, which you are still ignoring, which is that my lack of belief isn't a choice, and it's preposterous that I should be tortured for something that I do or don't believe, rather than my actual behavior and conduct.
Well, I would say your belief is part of that behavior and conduct.
Nope. You don't control what you
And I would
believe.
you said that you don't actively disbelieve in the Bible, but what I tried to show is that at some point you made a decision. You did something that you thought was necessary to fall into the category of becoming a Christian.
Before I fully read and understood the Bible.
But why did you
do
that?
Cameron, I'm going to need you to actually listen to my words if you're going to be up here. Like, if you're going to be in a discussion with me, I don't want to repeat myself 5 times every time I say something. Can you actually listen to my words and respond to them?
Yeah.
Why does everybody do it who does it? Like,
it's crazy.
That's such a weird question.
So, again, why does my belief require me to be tortured? What's the connection?
The connection is, it is known that Jesus Christ is God.
It's not known.
Has that information been made known to you in the Bible?
It's not true. I don't know how many times I can say it. Just because the Bible says it doesn't make it true. If I threatened you with the Islamic hell, I said, listen, you've got the Quran. It's been declared to you. Do you believe that it's true?
I wouldn't believe the Quran is true because
there
it's
you go.
not of the same nature of Scripture.
And I don't believe that this Bible's true because it says things that are not true. So when I see a book, when I see a book that repeatedly says things that are untrue, one thing I'm not going to do is think that it came from a God.
Well, so this God, you've heard do you know what the gospel is? Have you heard the gospel?
It's crazy that this guy thinks I went to Bible college and seminary and never heard the gospel. Can you stay on point, Cameron?
What I'm trying to show is,
do you honestly think that I went through 5 years of higher education and a decade in ministry? I never thought to myself, oh, what the fuck's the gospel? Like, do you hear yourself right now? Do you understand how silly this is?
Aside from
this is kindergarten, Cameron. Do better. Come on. Use your brain.
Aside from your attack on the veracity of Scripture, I would say there's another element of Scripture that meets a reasonable bed of evidence
Like
that
what?
isn't going to convince you of the fact that it needs to be an argument that is worthy of consideration and on the table.
What's the evidence?
The evidence is the Bible. As much as you want to discredit and dismantle
You
it,
said other than the Bible. If there's
No, no.
evidence other than the Bible, then you can't say the Bible.
What did I say other than the Bible?
You just said it. Okay, so you don't have any evidence. The only thing you have is in the Bible. So I'll say it for the 5th time. The Bible repeatedly and demonstrably says things that are untrue. So why should I trust it?
I would say the reason that you're claiming that untruths are named in scripture is probably because of a hermeneutical error of not
He's-
respecting genre and
he's-
authorial intention.
Demanding to get cooked right now.
What?
This is
But
going to get
here's the
really
thing.
bad.
Are you
Let
okay,
me ask you
man?
this.
He's not okay at all.
I want to ask you a question. How many of these?
You're not going to
I
ask
know
me
you
any
said
questions.
before
I'm
you're
going to
a Jewish-
demonstrate to you that the Bible doesn't know anything. So we'll
How
try
many
this
of these
again. Is the
examples
Earth?
do you have?
Is the Earth flat?
How many examples do you have, Justin?
Hundreds. Is the Earth flat?
Let me ask you this: if all
He's never going to
100
answer
if
the
all of
question.
hundreds
We'll
were
try this again.
resolved,
Is the Earth
what
flat?
would that do?
Is the Earth flat?
Listen, I'm not going to get bogged down by individual.
I'm not going to get bogged down in determining if the Bible says something untrue. Oh no, I don't want to get bogged down in the
facts.
Bible.
How many? All right.
Now
so
I
what would the
gotta
limit be?
write some notes here. Cameron, let's see. I don't want to say I cooked him on parables because he kind of ignored the parables. We'll just say, goofy argument on parables. Doesn't want to get bogged down by reading the Bible. All right, this is your notes. This is your notes so far. Do you have anything else for us?
Yeah, I want to just ask one question because I am inclined to call back, and we can definitely run through a few of those examples that you have.
Just not today. You don't want to get bogged down.
I just want to ask this question going in, Justin, to see how worthwhile it would be to answer those. And that question
This
would
is
be,
where he's going to question my integrity. Go ahead.
No, I'm going to say if all of those hundreds of examples that you have can be reconciled, then what would that change in your evaluation of the nature of Scripture?
Nothing, because Jesus still fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies. The contradictions in the historical errors and the scientific errors, even if they didn't exist, Jesus would still not be the Messiah. Christianity still wouldn't be true. Nothing.
So I think that's what I'm trying to figure out, and how to approach having a debate with you is exactly what your view, like you try and dismantle Scripture on multiple different levels.
I know.
You do an internal test
You
to
nailed
see,
it.
hey, like this is non-factual or contradictory.
Yeah.
Therefore, this must be untrue.
Yeah. Mac, what do you think if you've been watching my live stream for the last 6 months, what's the one thing you think you would need to do as an apologist to convince me that Christianity is true?
I would have to demonstrate
trying
that
to
Jesus was the
figure out-
Messiah.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. You'd have to demonstrate that Jesus is the Messiah. Yep.
So, I mean, beyond that though, like, so you don't believe God exists at all?
It doesn't matter. If Jesus is the Messiah as predicted, I believe in God. Because the stuff that the Messiah does, only a God could do. So if you could demonstrate that Jesus was the Messiah, I'd be a Christian.
How are we a half hour into this conversation with the words, your God is imaginary above the host's head, and we're at the question, so you don't believe God is real?
Yeah, it's crazy. This is a really surreal conversation, and I've been entertaining this entire time because Cameron's being nice and, well, kind of mostly polite, disingenuous for sure. But the reality is we've been at this for like a half hour now. We've gotten nowhere. We're at step number 1. So how about we do this? You come back, prepare an argument for why Jesus is the Messiah. Come back and we'll have that discussion.
Awesome. Will do, Justin. Thank you, man.
All right. Have a good one. He won't be coming back. I'll put money on that. I mean, he'll think about it, but if he's been watching my channel, he knows that that's the least likely thing that's going to happen, is he's going to convince me that Jesus is the Messiah. Well, it'd be fun to try it at least, right?
It was something about that was just unsettling, like start to finish.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a weird conversation, wasn't it? Like, I don't even, it's hard for me to know what he was even attempting to accomplish. Like, I think what he wanted to do was make an ooh, there we go. Got a Freudian slip. Make a moral argument from the parables. But the parables are just as horrific as the other stuff. They're not that great.
I don't know, man. I think his whole thing was, oh, come on. Like,
yeah, you're right.
What it boiled down to was, oh, come on.
You know, the other thing too, that when they have really no argument, one of the things that they try to do a lot is just try to find a way to discredit my past life as a Christian. I didn't study hard enough.
Yeah.
I didn't believe the right thing. I was part of the wrong denomination. My heart was in the wrong place. Like, they really think that that's an argument in favor of their position, is discrediting my past Christian activity. Like, what a ridiculous thing. Like, you can just assume that I never meant it. It's still not fucking true. Well, Christianity is still not true.
I love when they ask the question that answers itself. It's like, you read the Bible, you studied this, and you still don't believe it. It's like, yeah. Like, why do you think I don't believe it?
Yeah.
Because I fucking read it.
It's not like
I haven't even. I'll tell anyone who listens, I haven't read it.
Yeah. Like, I listen, I believe, for the most part, the consensus of the biblical scholars. And the reality is, the only thing I disagree on is whether or not we can apply like goofy, half-assed prophecies of Jesus, like partial fulfillments, typological fulfillments. Those are some bullshit excuses for a Messiah that didn't fulfill anything. Crazy. Come on. Let me grab a couple super chats. We're going to get our next guest in here, which I think, and I could be wrong, I think it's Max, and then Kevin, and then Nor. And then after that, Enterprise, if we have time. Reverend says, I left stream to call my mom. After that call, used the telephone game as an argument for God. Over 2 hours ago, by the way. You're still here taking calls. Keep rocking, Deacon. Hey, thanks. It is late. It's a late one for me. But, you know, we're doing the thing. Martin says, Apostle Logic has obviously never interacted with an animal. If animals did not have agency, they would never move. Sort of like Doug. Rock hard for Doug. Indeed, although, I mean, you can't anthropomorphize Doug, obviously. He doesn't move like humans move. He moves in a very different spiritual sense, obviously. Bryce says Cameron
he uses agency not to move.
That's it. Yes, he has agency. He's actively deciding to not move. Also, he's everywhere. He's the rock and the dust under your feet. He doesn't need to move. Bryce says Cameron is what I call Kool-Aid narrative. He can't comprehend that belief is a state of being and not a choice because he's been brainwashed, accepted it uncritically, and didn't study psychology. That's the case. And that's the case for a lot of us. You know, a lot of us accepted this nonsense without really thoroughly studying it. I didn't start studying it until after I committed to it because I was like, well, I'll be silly if I commit to this thing and it's not true. So I began studying right away. And the reality was, like, it turned out to not be true, and I had to change my mind. Okay. Max, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God? Max? Max? Hello? You with us? Can you hear us, Max? Max?
Hello. Sorry.
There you go.
Sorry,
now we
sorry,
got
sorry.
you. Yeah, welcome in, Max.
Yes. Hello. The thing is that when you left the previous speaker, yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, sorry. I am over 18 and I am not a believer, but I wanted to ask. Hello. I wanted to ask you.
Oh. You there? I think we lost him. Sorry, Max. I think your connection dropped out. Okay, well, we'll try again. We'll get Kevin in here. Kevin, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer? Kevin, you with us? Hello? I think the problem with some of these conversations is they run long, and I think people sit in the guest box too long, and they get busy doing other things, and then they're not ready when it's when it's their turn.
What's funny is like TikTok will follow you now, right? If you switch to a different live but don't leave the queue, it's like, hey, you were welcome to the other one. You got to go back into the live you're on. It's interesting. It's kind of convenient, but at the same time, it's a little weird.
Now, when I first started streaming, I didn't have a lot of long conversations. I had a lot of like 15-minute conversations. I cycled through guests really fast. But, in the earlier days of TikTok, it was easier to get opposition because the algorithm was poised to push you out to a high percentage of people that don't follow you. And now the algorithm's different. It shows it mostly to people that follow you. So you don't get nearly as many people to talk to. So you do have to try to engage each one of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's why like Zena and I like trying to go out to like different lives, different spaces to meet, and just like hang. You don't have to like go and antagonize or anything, but just like be around and like comment and stuff. And it might affect your algorithm a little bit, put you out in those places. But
yeah, one of the problems I have with the with TikTok is like sometimes I almost never watch Christian live streams, but sometimes like there is like something interesting happening that somebody told me about and I'd love to pop in. But like immediately, if I ever enter a Christian live stream, I get like 100 requests to join the panel. And like sometimes like it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm just laying in bed. I just want to like fucking listen to something and go to bed. I don't want to get on your panel. Also, you guys know my rule. Don't debate theists on their panels. Make them come to us. Nora, welcome in.
Thank you.
Nora, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 18. I believe in a God.
Okay, which one?
First, I want to make something clear. I chose to believe. Then I believe.
Which God do you believe in?
I believe the Islam God.
Gotcha, so you're Muslim. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's put the rest this nonsense that you chose to believe it. What can you choose or not choose to believe? Name something.
What can I choose to believe?
Yeah, just name something other than religion.
Okay, so I choose to believe I am a smart person.
Yeah, I believe that. Sure. Believe right now. Choose to believe right now that you're getting flayed alive.
Flayed alive?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not familiar with that verb. What's flayed?
It's when you take a knife and you peel somebody's skin off of their body while they're still alive.
Okay, so I choose to believe I'm flayed myself?
No, that you're getting flayed alive by somebody else. Let's just pretend right now that Mac is flaying you alive.
Okay. Why would I want to believe that?
Let me know when you
because you can choose to believe it.
Man, you can choose to believe it.
No, I don't believe it.
Demonstrate. Well, choose to believe it. Demonstrate to everyone right now that you can choose to believe that you're getting flayed alive.
No, I don't believe I'm being flayed alive.
I know.
Because
But
I
you could just
believe that
choose
you
to,
are.
right? Just choose it.
Okay, I chose it. Yeah, I believe.
No, you're not screaming.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. I don't hear any screaming. I mean, can you imagine someone getting flayed alive and just sitting there nonchalant, like, "Oh, this is all right. This is a good time." Go ahead, believe you're being flayed alive.
I guess if the knife
Convince
is
us.
like super sharp,
Actually, when I say I chose to believe, I'm coming from
like one of
you
those
know,
atomized,
Pascal
like
blade.
see-through type of blades. Yeah. So we're not
You know
convinced.
about
We're not convinced that you're being flayed alive right now. We're going to need you to convince us.
yeah. It's okay. Actually, it's not about convincing. You know about Pascal,
Gotcha.
right? The
Okay, so
Pascal wager.
yeah, you can concede that. Let's go to Pascal's wager. What about it? Mac, this might be new for you, Mac. This is brand new for you, right? Pascal's wager.
What'd you say? Pastel? Pastel wager? I'm not familiar.
Yeah, go ahead and give us Pascal's wager. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah. So because of that, you know what's even interesting? I learned about him like recently. I was on a panel debating God.
Oh, we didn't hear about. We don't want a history lesson. We want to know Pascal's wager.
Anyway, I came up this thinking my own self, and then I realized it was Pascal's wager thing. I thought, listen, I don't know if God is true, and nobody knows. So I'm not gonna pretend I know, and Islam is correct, and everybody else is wrong. I have to find some kind of truth, I thought. But
So,
then,
are we not doing Pascal's wager? I'm so confused right now.
yeah. So
what's happening?
Pascal's wager says that it's either God exists or not. And because God exists, oh, just a second, please.
Is he looking up Pascal's wager?
Yes, I am.
Well, for real?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Quick question,
So-
Nor. I'm not trying to beat you up here. I promise. Okay. Is this your first debate?
No.
How many have you had before
No, he
this?
said he was debating. That's where he learned about Pascal's wager.
Oh, okay. I want to know one thing. Is this about proving you wrong, or is this about just trying to understand God, or if that's true? Or
Did you read the screen?
so it's about proving you wrong.
But you've been here in the box for like an hour waiting to get up here, and you don't even know what's happening.
Okay, I can't. I'm gonna tell you right now. I can prove you wrong because there is no way to prove.
Prove what?
Prove that the imaginary God, the different gods, religions believe, especially Abrahamic religion, whether Muslim or Christian, nobody can give you proof that those gods are true. Nobody.
Okay.
Not even me.
I'll take the concession then.
And I couldn't find it. I'm just like you, bro. I couldn't find it, but I'm trying to approach this whole God thing from another angle. That's why I brought up the Pascal wager.
So is God all knowing?
Sorry?
Is God all knowing?
I don't know what God is. Nobody knows.
You don't know what God is? So what
But
do
I
you
want to
choose?
believe.
So what? Wait. If you don't know, hang on. If you don't know what God is, what are you choosing to believe in?
The way Abrahamic religions know God.
So that's the God you. So when I talk about God, that's the God you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that God all knowing?
Yes.
Right. So would he not know that you were just hedging your bets?
Yeah, he would know.
He would know that, right? And that wouldn't be like looked upon very well, would it?
Yeah, he would know I was hedging my bets. But why do you think hedging my bets is a bad thing?
Because it's not genuine faith.
It's better than nothing.
You think
it's
that's
lying.
the requirement?
I'll just tell God, listen, you didn't give me evidence to believe you, so what do you expect me to do?
That's what we're gonna do.
Not accept the claim.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Welcome to atheism.
Good to have you,
No,
buddy. That
atheism,
didn't take too long.
Atheism is like that guy who said, I'm not going to buy car insurance, and they are still driving on the road.
No,
we're honest.
That's the guy who says every car ends up in a junkyard. And yeah. Still drives a car, but has no illusions about what's going to happen to the car at the end.
Yeah.
We all buy car insurance because we
Mezzo,
know that
am I
there's
crazy
possibility.
for for drawing a line of distinction by saying the difference between what he's doing right now and what we're doing right now is we're just being honest? Because like if you're just pretending to believe in God, he knows you're pretending.
Mm-hmm. And we haven't even gotten to how hot Christian hell is.
I know that he will know that I'm pretending, but it's all about the act. I'm practicing the morals that these Abrahamic religions are teaching.
But the Quran says
That
that
should be
the
enough.
disbelievers are going to burn for hell in forever. If you're a disbeliever, you're not going to heaven, buddy. You're not getting the river of milk. You're not getting 72 virgins. You're getting none of that.
I know.
It's late, guys. He can call me Mezzo. It's fine.
Did somebody call you Mezzo?
You call me Mezzo.
Did I fucking call you Mezzo? Jesus Christ.
You said it, and I went looking in the comments for what Mezzo said that you were replying to.
Oh, fuck. You know what? We're done. We're done here. I'm cooked. I'm cooked, y'all. I fucking cooked. All right, listen. Noor, here's some tough love for you. The tough love is that you're an atheist. It's okay. Nothing wrong with it. You'll be fine. If you don't believe in this God, you don't have to believe in this God. Pretending to believe in this God is not going to make it any better or make the facts change. Spend some time, think about it. Let us know when you're ready to be honest with your feelings, and we'll talk again soon, okay?
Okay.
Cheers. I hate that forum because you know what I feel like, Mac? I feel like he's probably in a culture where he's pressured to believe because he's like afraid of hell.
I mean, he showed like good skepticism, right?
Yeah.
Like in that, when we finally got down to it, he's like, "Well, you never showed me anything." I was like, "Yes, you get it now."
Yeah, you got it.
But yeah,
so like
he definitely has the capacity to think skeptically.
I really think that this is such a good demonstration of why Christianity and Islam needs hell. Because without the threat of hell, there's no, like, people aren't going to willingly choose this religion. Because if the only thing you have to offer is, well, I don't know, you live forever in heaven. Like, we already have that in some religions. Or some people might not even want that. They're like, I'll take the reincarnation. That sounds better. You need that threat of hell to make people be like, oh my God, I better be part of this religion. I don't want to burn.
Yeah, the upside compared to the downside is like you can't even compare them. I mean, it's so crazy to think like what is it? You're gonna be like worshiping 24/7 forever,
yeah,
or you're gonna be burning alive and getting like regenerated and burned again forever. Like it's so lopsided.
Yeah, when I was agnostic, I spent a lot of time thinking about heaven. Because, like, I already abandoned this notion of hell. What a silly concept. But I was like, heaven doesn't make a lot of sense either. Because, like, all of our notions of the afterlife is that, like, we're going to, like, our spirit is going to be, like, here on the earth, right? But if that's the case, well, that's silly. Like, we know in 1 billion years from now, the sun's going to burn up the earth. In a couple billion years, like 4 billion years, the Andromeda galaxy is going to collide with our galaxy. And who knows if the earth will even exist. Like, this is not a place where we can live indefinitely, right? Which means there must be another place. There must be another place where we can go, but where the fuck would that be? Like, we have no evidence that there is such a place. And if there was such a place, it seems like it would be another physical place. Like, otherwise, like, how are we actually existing? Like, we can't be completely immaterial existing in a completely immaterial location. We must be made of something. So, like, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, at this point, if you believe in heaven and you don't believe in the Bible, like, you have to believe that there's some other material existence that just happens to be somewhere else. Like, that's fucking silly.
Yeah, like They have streets.
Yeah.
Like and gates. Like what the fuck?
And like say for example you don't have a body,
What
right?
spirit is a gate gonna keep out?
Yeah. Like
what's that?
What are you gonna do without a body? How are you seeing anything without photon receptors? Like the act of seeing requires photons to enter your eyeball. Like you can't do that if you don't have a body. So like how are we gonna see anything without a body? Crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, listen, friends, it's fucking late. I'm cooked. It's Wednesday. I'll go late on Friday maybe, but it's like almost midnight. So I'm gonna read what's left of the super chats and call it a night now that I can no longer keep my friend's name straight. Apologies. Sorry about that. Now I feel bad.
Oh, it's fine. I've been called worse.
You know, at least we like Mezzo though. You know.
Yeah.
I could have called you something bad.
You called me Joel. Yeah.
Well, Joel's a heretic. He doesn't believe in Doug, so I got to be careful who I hang around with.
That's not a mistake you would make then.
Certainly not. No. Prisoner fan, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says if Satan wears a wig, there'd be hell to pay. Oh, hell to pay. That's good. That's another joke that's good enough. I'm surprised it's not more common and I haven't heard of it. Maybe I need to. My joke game might not be good. Maybe that's the problem. Mindforge says your thoughts don't exist. Caller self-reporting. Yes, that was a wild call, by the way. Saying thoughts don't exist.
Yeah.
And I mean, to be fair, I agree with him in the thing that he probably meant to say, which is they don't exist in like something material existing. Like they exist. Yeah. Like I think he was trying to deny the existence of like platonic forms, right? Which I agree. I don't believe in platonic forms. I don't believe in like mathematical realism. But I do believe that thoughts actually exist in the physical world. You know?
You might be giving him a little too much credit because I'm pretty sure he said you can't think.
Oh God.
You don't. People don't think. Thoughts just like things just come out. Like
yeah.
It was. I think you might have gussied it up a little bit for him. Maybe bolstered it, but it was pretty inane. I'll be nice and say inane.
Inane's a good word for it. Yeah. Miss Meg, my friend, good to see you tonight. Says if I only had a brain, cue Wizard of Oz music. You know what? That is something that needs added to the soundboard. I'm going to put a note in here. Hold on. If I only had a brain song. I'll see if I can find that and add it to the soundboard. I got some work to do. I got to build out my soundboard a little bit more. And then I have to remember to actually use it, which is the hard part. Daniel, thank you for the super chat. Says, just watch your KJV episode on Unholier. So good. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I had a lot of fun there. You know what? I wasn't sure what we were going to get up to, so I put together kind of a smattering of different things. But go to the Unholier podcast and watch the episode. It was a good one. Tim says, wish a glitch would try. Try. He said it right. And Hank says, good day to all my slots, and assorted sluts. Good to see you, Hank. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the support. And Karen says, Dalton.
I would have said slats.
Oh, it could have been slats. Yeah. Is that the TikTok code word? Is slats?
It's where your minds go. No.
It was a beer. I said Schlitz.
Mr. Clean.
Oh. Actually, you probably can't say that on TikTok either. Karen says Dalton Heisenberg, the Bible guy. Have you watched that movie?
The show?
Heisenberg? Or
That's
sorry,
Breaking Bad.
Yeah, sorry, but that was the name. I mean, the movie. You watched Breaking Bad? I still haven't seen anything past the first season.
Oh, it's so good.
I know.
Better
Everyone
Call
says
Saul's
it's great.
really good too.
I watched a couple seasons of that when it first came out as well, but then I had a kid, so you know. Things dropped off.
Yeah, I think they're worth rewatching. I think I rewatched. I don't know if I rewatched them both. I know I rewatched Breaking Bad, but
I have to get around.
Yeah, they're
to
both
it.
excellent.
I need to start catching up on some of these movies when I'm doing my studying time. Maybe I can double task, you know. Space Lord says, if you read my liver, I would just say help. Oh yeah. Now listen, the type of liver reading that we're doing today is very different than what they were doing in ancient days. Now we're gonna see some real facts. If you look at the wrong liver. Oren says, I'm in Vermont. If peeps need a deacon wedding here, well shit. Now we know. Oren, if you're up in Vermont or up in the region, Oren can do atheist weddings. I love that for you. You know what we should do in Discord is put together a list of atheists that can do weddings. So you don't have to go shopping around. Mike says Dalton
Yeah,
looking
be a handy resource.
Yeah, right. I mean, I feel like because a lot of people in our community now, we've got like almost 6,000 members, right? Let me see. We're getting close. I know we're getting close.
The size of the Discord?
Yeah. Hold on.
Wow.
Yeah, we're at 5,891. Which reminds me, join the Discord, friends. We actually have a channel in there now for recovering from religion. And people from recovering from religion are actually in our Discord helping people. So, join the Discord, friends. It's a great community. I will say that it could be, some threads can be a little bit rough and tumble. You know, if you go into like the Justin live stream chat while I'm live, you might hear some things you don't like, you know, but you know, it is what it is. I'm reading the Discord messages. I'll stop. Dalton looking like Kingpin tonight. Yeah, actually, a little bit. I think he looks all right though. Mayan some Spamfro says Revelation 2. We tolerated the Jezebel. How to combat it today? Well, so the reality is, like, if somebody calls you Jezebel, like, I would just ask them, what does it mean to be a Jezebel? The reality is they've never read the book. So they don't know what it means to be a Jezebel. But you know, typically
she had a great did pretty like a month long at least run on this, like, people not knowing what Jezebel's about.
Nobody knows it, you know. Jehu is the asshole in that story, but I get it. It's told from the Israelite point of view, or the Judean point of view, really. It's an interesting story. The way that it ends is interesting. I got to be honest. I think Jezebel was a real person. It seems to be evident in archaeology, but I don't believe what the Bible says about her, for obvious reasons. Yeah. Tripole says Dalton equals Matt Lucas from Little Britain. Well, I've never seen that. Again, thank you for the super chat, but you got to know these cultural references are a little bit lost on me. Sorry. S. Frank says, love your work, Justin. I've learned so much. Keep cooking. Well, thank you. And thank you for being rock hard for Doug and dope pocket aces you got there. Agent says, thank you for your donation, but I appreciate your donation, friend. And Khan is back with us. Says, just caught your interview with Brandon from Mindshift. Oh, it's been a while now. I don't see how any honest Christian can get through the whole video with their faith intact. I think the method that you have to employ for doing that is cognitive dissonance. If you want to get through my debunk of the messianic prophecies and keep your faith intact, the only way to do it is cognitive dissonance. Agent says, fun fact, through the Universal Life Church, you can actually get tax-exempt status and benefits like that. Look into it. I know, you're actually right. I could theoretically form a church. Here's what I know though. I've done some nonprofit work, and I've owned corporations or businesses. And for what I'm doing, it's much easier to run this channel like a business than a nonprofit. Maintaining nonprofit status is rough, it's difficult, and there's a lot of hoops you have to jump through. It's just way easier treating this like a business. And let's be honest, this is now my job. I don't want to pretend like it's a church. I'm fine getting taxed like a business. I don't mind paying taxes. I'm not a Republican. I'll pay my taxes. I'll live with it, you know. Godless Doc says, hit me up if you need another physician on call for consultation. No shit, Godless Doc. Oh, that makes sense. You're Godless Doc, and you're a physician. That's really helpful. I appreciate that. That's another thing. We really should at some point put together a resource in the Discord of people that have particular expertise and professions So if somebody needs something, they can reach out to somebody they trust rather than guess. You know what I mean? Master Machete
Yeah, it
says,
makes sense.
right? Like why shouldn't we put together a list of ways that we can help each other, in the real material world? Master Machete said, if you can just quickly conflate with me. Listen, that caller did not know what the word conflate meant. They kept using it like they knew what it meant, but they didn't. Adam says, caller, let me finish.
He did that with a few words.
Yeah. I do feel like, there's some people that they use words and I don't know if they do it on purpose, but I feel like maybe they think they know what it means, but they don't really know what it means. And nobody in their life had the honesty just to tell them like, hey, you're using that word wrong.
Yeah.
Adam says,
there's some guys we come across here. Oh, sorry.
Oh, for sure.
There's guys we come across here who you can only tell just talk to their dumber friends. And they're not used to being challenged on any of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I used the word esoteric wrong like 6 or 7 months ago. It can happen to anybody. I thought that esoteric other than being obscure also entailed antiquity, and it turns out it doesn't. Something can be esoteric but also not be antiquated. I didn't realize that. So you learn, right? Caller says, let me finish, never starts. Yeah, you know what? I'm baffled by the amount of callers that talk over me and ask to let them finish while they're talking over me. Gargoyle says, lackluster. This is cold. Lackluster is a few bagels shy of a dozen. Gay for Justin. Well, Gargoyle, I know it might be hard sometimes by looking at the screen, but I wasn't debating Mac. Mac's a friend of mine. He's here to help.
Also, who buys a dozen bagels?
That's a lot. I mean, listen, I can understand
heavy.
buying a dozen donuts.
Yeah, donuts are airy. They're light.
Especially the Krispy Kremes are so fluffy. We got the toasted bun says, do you have a favorite philosopher? Well, I don't know if I do because I've only read so few. I'm currently reading the dialogues of Plato. I read some of the stuff by Samuel Johnson. When I was in Bible college, I read a little bit of Aristotle here and there. Wasn't crazy about Aristotle. But nothing significant. That's about my expertise. I really like Plato because Plato is heavy on dialogues. And I think dialogues are easy to follow. They're much easier than treatises. Treatises, like these just long ramblings on things, can be hard to digest. But I feel like the mind naturally gravitates and deals well with dialogue because we do dialogue all day long. So I'm going to say Plato for now. Trey says, I, for one, love Dalton's clean look. Listen, it's okay if you guys overrule me. I'm just saying that my personal preference is I like Mustache Dalton. Dread says, be nice to Chosen. Don't need another Ben Shapiro. Oh, fuck. Yeah, you could be right. We could have turned Chosen into another Ben Shapiro. Let's hope that doesn't happen. And Evan says, big old god dongs for Duck. I was expecting dangling for Duncan, but we got god dongs for Duncan, which is wild. We're going to have to find a way to hashtag that, though. Raven says, gather for the unapologetics of deconstruction. I mean, that's what we're doing here. Deconstruction is the name of the game. Dr. Fudge, thank you for the super chat. Says, this pleading is so special. Wowie, I know. The special pleading with Apostle was pretty off the charts, actually. Olearness says,
the fact they didn't know what it was.
I mean, could you imagine accusing somebody of something that you couldn't define?
Like the confidence is, I wish I had a fraction of it.
How do you get that? What does that come from? Does that come from like your mom telling you that you're so smart? Like how does that happen?
It's a gift and a curse, I guess. I don't know. Part of it is just youth. I know part of it just comes from youth, but like you said, and I agree, like we weren't like that, You could still have some humility even being in your teens.
because I remember being young and thinking that I knew more than I did, but like I was still aware that I had limits, and you got to tread carefully.
Yeah.
Someone can make you look stupid. This guy had
Yeah,
no
you get out in
limits at
front of your
all.
skis. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. That's the right way to say it. Yeah. Olderness says that's the lexical definition, but in philosophy is a perfect litmus test for a bad faith Philbro. The point of philosophy is to clarify, not obfuscate. And I agree. Listen, if you're like, listen, the lexical definition of a word doesn't mean what it means. It now must mean this. You have to give me a good fucking reason why I'm changing the dictionary for your argument. That's preposterous. And Boogit says apostle logic, more like colossal lack of logic. Yeah. But you know what? We made some progress with him at least. Dr. Fudge says Al's mad about you having guests up because he's never had a friend who genuinely enjoys his company before he can't comprehend it. And he can't comprehend it. Yeah. That does happen, to be fair. I think there are some people that are a mixture of both angry and jealous that my channel exists, and that's fine. They make for good debate content. Jeff says, imagine defining special pleading with a definition that allows for special pleading. And that's it. You nailed it. Chino says, oh, what's that?
I was just like, it's like an integrity check, right? Like, it's just like, I don't know, man. Like that thing stunk immediately.
Yeah.
He's like, without, like a relevant different, like what?
I
So
know this.
loose. Anyway,
if you're going to force your definition on somebody, you need to at least have an official text that defines it that way. Like you need to come up with an official text somewhere that says this is how it should be defined. He didn't have anything. It was like, well, it's defined that way because I need it to be. Right?
And then he went to a blog.
I know, a fucking blog. Oh. That was crazy, a blog post. Hard to watch these people sometimes. I feel there's some conversations chat, like I got to be honest, I feel bad for y'all. There are some conversations where I'm thinking about it later. I'm like, how did they sit through that? What a crazy thing, But y'all the best. Chino says, ask Apostle Logic, if Jesus appeared before him and asked him for a BJ, would he do it? You know what? I know exactly what he'd say. He would say you can't do that. Can't do that. Already bad mouthing me. I'm not bad mouthing you. I mean, listen, my chat's bad mouthing you, Apostle. My chat is definitely bad mouthing you, but you got to remember the way you came into this live stream means that there are still a dozen super chats that haven't been read from before you calmed yourself down. So you have to understand that I'm about to read some super chats that talk bad about you because you made a bad example of yourself, right? If I walked into somebody else's live stream and acted like that, I wouldn't then expect that everybody in the chat was going to say things that are glowing about me. So this is just part of the game, my man. Bad Weekend says God changes his mind spiritually, not normally. A spiritual change of mind is savage. And Narui says, you helped me deconstruct. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I do enjoy getting messages from people letting me know that my work is moving the needle for them. You know what I mean? Sonic says, I've been in the hospital for 2 days. Now I'm out after watching the stream. It's a miracle. Doug made you rock hard. That's what did it. Praise Doug. Hail Doug, the Rock of Ages. Black Hole Sun says, host, I love this channel. Envy your mind. Admire your demeanor. Can you share your thoughts on Taoism, Tao, Teishing, Lao Tzu someday? Actually, Black Hole, I would love to get into the Eastern religions. Actually, I did get the Bhagavad Gita. Actually, and my mother did too. She's reading it right now. So my mother has been watching the channel, and I think she's kind of trying to explore and question her belief system as well. So she's actually reading some of the Eastern texts. And my mother's a lifelong Catholic, you know? And so like big W for, you know, she's in her 60s, for somebody in their 60s still being plastic enough in their thinking that they can explore new ideas, because like that's hard to do in your 60s, to be something like most of your life and then accept that, well, maybe there's something else, right? Maybe I should be looking at other ways of thinking. Now, I don't think she's never going to be an atheist, you know, and it's not my goal to make people atheists. But I was impressed that my mom was interested in even reading other cultures like holy texts, because that really shows that somebody is interested in gaining knowledge and truth, right?
Absolutely.
Not the Bible just says, I hope he brought his water wings because the ark is going. That's crazy. Pretty good though. That was a good joke. Sorry, Apostle. You know we have to tell jokes on your behalf now. I come back to next time, and I promise these jokes won't be here because your demeanor has shifted. Nikki says my favorite is when Christians believe having faith will somehow make their book say what they think it says. That's fair. There is a certain amount of people who have faith in the religion, and their confidence is rooted in what they were told, not what it says. And they think because their pastor told them, I'm not going to go to this book and find something that they didn't know was there because their pastor told them it wasn't there. Unfortunately, I've read the book and their pastor hasn't. Prana says, my guy is at his 9 to 5 at the philosophy factory. He's definitely making those widgets, baby. Black Hole Sun, can you tell me how you keep your mind so sharp aside from the Holy Spirit? Cool, calm, and butchered and dissecting. So here's the thing, is sometimes I get a little worked up, but that's because I'm high energy. In terms of like the way my brain works, I've always been super type A, super logical, super good at hyper focusing on one thing. This is biology. That's it. I didn't do anything special. I don't practice it. I mean, I do read and study a lot, but the reality is most of what I do is it's just the way my brain works. I didn't ask for it. I've got a twin brother just as smart as me. My father was very logical and intelligent as well. And my mother, in fact, was very intelligent, did very well in school. And so you have to, at some point, you know, the way that your brain works, a lot of it comes down to biology. I very well could have been given a different brain. I could have been really artistic. You know, I could have not done well with logic or rational thinking at all. I could have been really good with artistry and music and things like that. I wasn't. I didn't get that brain. I got this brain. So all I'm doing is trying to make the most of the brain that my genetics chose to give me. You know what I mean? Gentleman says, if God and the Father are not interchangeable, then they are distinct. Gentlemen, couldn't agree more. If God and the Father are not interchangeable, that means they're not distinct. And what it also means is that the Father is a part of God, which we didn't get around to. I was trying to hold off on partialism for later, but if God and the Father are not interchangeable terms, then what it means is that the Father is part of God, the Son is part of God, the Holy Spirit is part of God, and then you fall into partialism. That's just how that works. DB59 says, have you ever debated someone who has read the Bible and knows as much as you? Also, has anyone reminded a Christian after a seminar? Wait, has anyone remained a Christian after the seminar you went? You mean after they went to the same seminary as me? Yeah, a lot of them do. Also, you have to remember as well, like there's a lot of people going to seminary just to get through it. They're just trying to get that piece of paper. They're not doing what I did. When I was in seminary, I already went through Bible college. I already had a good baseline, and I was digging in deep. I was taking extracurriculars a lot of people didn't take. I took Acadian. Nobody wanted to take Acadian. I took, the harder classes that I can find. And I really dove into a lot of things, whereas a lot of people, they didn't go to Bible college, so they have to learn a lot of stuff the first year. And then also, a lot of them are just they're just trying to take the easy classes to get through it, right? So not everybody that goes to seminary is going to graduate and have the same level of study as everybody else. You know, some people are just trying to get by. I was lucky enough that I had an engineering career already, so I was capable of like just working part-time and really dedicating myself to the study, and I did. Some people couldn't do that. There were people in seminary that were full-time pastors that were just now going to school, and they have to balance a family, a full-time pastor job, and going to seminary. Those are the types of people that they really just don't get to dedicate as much time to the study as I was able to dedicate. And that's where, I was just lucky. That being said, my area of interest was much different. Most people go to seminary and they study the New Testament. I was one of the few people that went to seminary and specifically went to study the Hebrew Bible. And I think if you study the Hebrew Bible, it's very difficult to end up still being a Christian. A lot of the Hebrew Bible professors that I've ever met, a lot of them I personally would classify as agnostic. I don't think they're true Christians. I don't think they really believe the same thing most Christians believe. And most of them don't believe in biblical inerrancy. That's just the case. But were there people that went to my seminary that are now non-believers? Yeah. I've talked to them. They've deconstructed too. Some do, some don't. Bryant says 0 chance this guy is a beyond freshman intro to philosophy. He sounds like a YouTube Philbro with a history full of Slick and Jim Bob. I think you're right. If I had to guess, I'd say a lot of what he learned was from Matt Slick and made by Jim Bob. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but that seems to probably be the case. Dr. Fudge says, I sent a really mean super chat, but it was before he chilled out. I know. Don't worry, Dr. Fudge. We get it. A lot of these are going to be that way. But, we know for next time to treat him with some respect. Apostle Logic's asking who's Jim Bob. He's a theistic Christian creator on YouTube who is, if I remember correctly, I think he's Orthodox, or at least he's Orthodox adjacent. And his nonsense is presuppositional apologetics. That's all he does is presup. His entire channel is presup. Isaiah says, I know, that's why I don't watch. Like, I don't mind philosophy. Like, I've watched some philosophy stuff before, but the presup nonsense is preposterous.
It's
Isaiah
so
says,
bad because they're like,
yeah,
you have no way of grounding, right, your knowledge. But I do, because
right.
I've got this guy. It's so, it's such like toddler level thinking. It drives me insane that like otherwise smart people like even try it. It's crazy to me.
Right. And I don't, they get frustrated with me because I'm like, I don't think I even have to ground knowledge. I don't think that knowledge is a thing that exists that requires grounding. It's something that we describe. Like our process of being convinced of something is like what we call knowledge. Like, it's not a thing that is grounded. It's a thing that we do. And they always spin out. They always spin out because they want to take these immaterial abstract thoughts and turn them into entities. And then once they're entities, now they're transcendental entities. And then you can say, well, since we've got these transcendental entities, they must be grounded in something transcendental. No, I don't think so. Isaiah says, just found out my degree funding may get cut because of the new Department of Education ruling. Thanks for distracting me from that for a while. I'm sorry to hear that's just awful. I had a similar experience when I was in seminary. The department changed some of their guidelines and they took my student loan interest rate, which I shopped around for. I got one at 1.99%. And they jacked it up overnight to 7%. If I had known they could have done that shit without my consent, I wouldn't have got student loans. I would have just worked full time and took less class. Fucking 7% on a student loan is absurd. Anyways,
yeah, that's
best
heavy.
of luck, friend. Yeah, it's crazy. Jeff says, this just happened. Justin, I read the Bible. Guessed. Why did you do that? I know, that's the crazy. They really get offended that I did.
Cameron, he's an enigma to me. I can't figure, like, what was his even purpose?
I don't think he knows. I don't think Cameron even knows what he was doing up here. That Tech Geek says, Mac needs to come back when he isn't high. Thanks for everything you do. I think you're referring to the guest, which isn't Mac. So again, people couldn't see Cameron on the screen because Cameron
Yeah, I agree.
didn't have his
seemed
video
baked.
on, and Cameron was baked for sure. Which, I mean, hey, W for getting baked, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no judgment.
Yeah, not at all.
I was like, what am I doing that's like high behavior?
Right? Yeah.
I
Reverend Nate
forget
says,
about the whole can't see the guest sometimes.
Yeah, well, I finally fixed it up on Unapologetic where I made a background image for when they don't come in with a video turned on. So I'll have to do that on YouTube. I'll make a background image for the Video Ninja guests so that we can see there's somebody there even their video's not turned on, because it is confusing. And I wear dark colors a lot. So makes it hard.
Yeah.
Reverend says, can we get into those examples another day? I'm sorry. We can get into those examples another day. A Jeebusy, the examples in question, the entire book, who are these people? That's the funny thing is, like, they really want to talk sometimes without getting into the details, because the details is what proves them wrong. But you guys know, like, I'm an engineer by trade. Every good engineer knows at least one thing, which is details matter. Don't fuck up the details, even if you've got the big stuff right. Sheriff says, wow, Justin, I thought you matched energy. The dude was extremely nice, and you're the one that was rude, pal. Who was I rude to? Who's he talking about?
I don't know who was extremely nice that wasn't treated respectfully. I can't. Yeah, I don't know. That's
Is he talking about Cameron?
Puzzler. No.
When was I rude to Cameron? I think Sheriff Dabbler is just a butthurt Christian that thinks that I need to coddle everybody. Apostle Logic, it wasn't you. I was rude to you because you came in acting like a clown. When you stopped acting like a clown, I stopped being rude to you. That's what I'm saying. Listen, if you come up here and you don't act that way, I won't treat you that way. Reverend Nate says, wouldn't Pascal's wager be blasphemy in some all Abrahamic religions? Wait, what? Bible says no other gods before me because he's a jealous punk. I think there's two super chats in one here.
Yeah, continuation.
Wouldn't Pascal's wager be blasphemy in some or all Abrahamic religions? I guess I don't understand why it would be blasphemy. Do you see it?
I don't. Not yet.
Yeah.
If this is the end of it, I don't see it.
Reverend Nate, man, I love you, but I guess I don't really see what you're saying. I apologize. That's on me. Archibald says, you have to choose between light yellow or light blue to wear on Easter. Otherwise, you will burn for all eternity. Pastel's wager. Well done. You know what? To be fair, I already know it's gonna be yellow. So sorry, guys. Sorry, everybody in the YouTube chat that won't be able to see the white text on my yellow shirt. Skeptics and Scoundrels, great to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, a God who punishes those who accept Pascal's wager can just as easily exist as a God who rewards such cowardice. Pascal should have stuck with math. Oh, I agree. Same thing with Isaac Newton. That guy he should not have touched the Bible. He had no idea what he was doing with the Bible. He was a goof. These mathematicians shouldn't be turning to the Bible. Reverend follow-up says the caucasity? The caucasity of
white caucasity is white people audacity.
Fuck me. Okay. I learned a new phrase just now. The caucasity of heaven being a gated community. You know what? Now that I read the whole super chat, that works. Yep, 100%. Heaven being a gated community is fucking a Caucasian thing. $1,000,000%. $1,000,000%. That's exactly what white people would do. Sales says, what's their argument against John 1:1? I don't know what you mean against John 1:1. I don't know who there is. Atheists? I mean, if it's for an atheist, yeah, my argument against John 1:1 is not true. It's a claim. That's like your opinion, man. Claims without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. What's up, Mac?
I wonder if this is related to me asking, like, when Jesus said he was God. But that's not Jesus, so knock yourself out.
Right. Fair point. Yeah, that could be what he's referring to. Indeed. Yep. You could be right there. Manager, thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really do appreciate that. That's huge, and it really helps the channel. And also for the additional 10 more Deconstruction Zone memberships.
Nice.
Big W. Super appreciate it. Retired Bomb Tech's with us tonight as well. It says, you're making so much awesome cooking and content. It's hard to keep up for this old soldier. Here's to your coffee fund. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Big W. And people wonder why I named my PayPal account the Coffee Fund, because literally the only thing I do with my PayPal account is I donate to other people who need money, or I use it to buy coffee. I don't use it for anything else. That's literally all I do with my PayPal account. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Juju says, the confidence comes from the fact that these nerdy Phil bros were likely homeschooled. So yes, their mom told them they were brilliant for years. Oh, you know, that could be true. There's a lot of people that are into the apologetics that were homeschooled. Like, that's a real thing. And when you've grown up in a bubble, it's very difficult to have empathy for anything outside of that bubble. That very well could be the problem. Juju, thank you for the super chat, says, was in a homeschool co-op briefly, and every one of the Phil bros sound like clones of the self-righteous dudes there. 100% Fedora and Lord of the Rings LARPing energy. You know what? I believe that. And I've known quite a few homeschoolers. And to be fair, I've met a lot of them that fit into what you described. Not that they're all like that, obviously. Poopman says, dude, believing in God is so 3,000 years ago. Rock hard for Doug. Couldn't agree more. Poopman Jones. Thank you for the super. And Gad, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I have a friend that says they choose orth over Christian sex.
Orthodoxy.
There we go. Thank you. Orthodoxy over other Christian sects because it changed the least. Where is the validity in that idea, especially if based mostly on the LXX and not Hebrew Doc? So to be fair, I think the Catholic Church is probably closest to the original, not Orthodox. But the Orthodox and the Catholics aren't that much different. The only difference is like which of the church fathers they include as like sacred and which one's not. So either one of those would be pretty close to the original. We don't really know identical, like what they practiced prior to the formation of the church under Constantine. It's hard to know exactly what they were practicing because we don't have a lot of documentation from it. We do have some documentations, from authors that were writing disputations in the 2nd century, like Origen. Not a ton. That being said, if your church prioritizes the LXX, it's because they don't know anything about textual criticism of the Hebrew Bible, and you shouldn't be going to that church. So I think that's all of our super chats. Who's live right now that we can go raid? Surely somebody's live.
Let me see.
Let me see as well.
Looks like I'm live.
Fucking
A. That's Mezzo.
I'm never gonna live this one down. I did it to myself. I had it coming.
But yeah, Mezzo is live.
Oh shit, okay. Give me a second. Friends, I wanted to put Mezzo up on our YouTube screen and then also up on TikTok.
Yeah, what? No, that's interesting.
His YouTube channel is popping tonight. Look at this. That's what I'm talking about. All right, give me 1 second. We're going to pop them up on the screen. All right, there's that, and there's that. It's Mezzo_WS. He's live right now. Mezzo_WS. And he's got a pretty good crowd. He's got 325 people over there already. Let's go bump those up. Let's try to get his numbers up over 500 here on YouTube tonight. If you're watching on TikTok, let's all go raid Mezzo's live stream. Who's with him right now? Joel's with him right now. Let's all raid Joel and Mezzo's live stream. And let's bump those numbers up, friends. Let's get them going, Hey, Mac, thanks for joining me tonight, buddy.
Yeah, man. It's always a pleasure.
if you guys aren't following Mac, I don't know what you're doing with yourselves. Follow Mac's channel. He's live with a lot of the creators in the community. So if you like the deconstruction community, you like this this community where we talk about the Bible a lot and we do this deconstruction, follow Mac around. Mac is in tight with all the players. So drop him a follow. And we'll see you on Friday night, friends. Love you, and I really appreciate all the support.